here in Paris, and it's been really, really wonderful as well. I can completely echo what you said, Ox. The food's been delicious, and overall, just super happy to be here. And we even got to see the Eiffel Tower together, huh?
We did. That was so romantic.
Gonna make the Expedition 33 joke another time, maybe?
You know what? I might just.
I'll
save it for later in the day.
Save it for later, or maybe never again, Dan. As we wrap back in one more time into our very first matchup, our Group B matchup, Gen G, KC, one person to be the MVP. Let's predict who the MVP of this match is going to be. It is a best of one, so we've seen throughout Worlds.
Not gonna lie, he was kind of waffling.
He's yapping us. He's yapping.
But what tactics meant to them was these more finer precision things, that they think about the smaller details than a lot of other teams, and that they don't get too lost in the overall picture. Don't miss the forest for the trees, right? That's the one.
No, I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Gen G have something as well.
Okay.
They have this thing. It's called Chovy. Okay. And we actually have a saying in the LCK when it comes to our player of the match. When in doubt, Chovy. It's very reliable. It works very often. So it's a safe bet for me. I think there's a good chance he's going to pop off.
Yeah, I'm just interested in that matchup down on the bottom side of the map. As you said, it is a Duro versus Busio matchup, and I like your shout out for Busio because he's the type of player where he's not afraid of going 0-8 because he could go 8-0 and really affect the game here, Jack.
I hope he's going 8-0 and not 0-8.
If you went 0-7, that just means you stopped trying. That's why you got to go 0-8.
Yeah, I mean, we have that Hylissang supports. We've always had it with the same with Mickey, right? Our greatest supports in EU have always been willing to take it a step forward even when maybe they shouldn't. But I think that's always been a strength for our region. And I think it can be a strength today because as we highlighted earlier, one of the weaknesses from Gen G was that bot lane. So I think in the 2v2 matchup, I'd be surprised if KC can really dominate, but I do think once you get junglers involved, Canyon as well can be inconsistent. I think Yai can then try to find those angles, and that can be a good avenue for success for KC.
I think a lot of the picks as well that we've seen, like the Camille, Pyke, that have been more popular, these are picks you have to play with confidence.
Yeah.
And there are going to be times where you just get exploded and die, and that can't throw you off, because you ever play Camille and you're hesitant, you will lose. That's a pick where you can dive into the backline, jump in, ult, and then almost immediately die, but you did your job, and that was successful. Pyke in a similar vein, so I think the main thing for me from KC is that they play with confidence, because even if they lose, they have a second chance. As long as they're confident in the game, it will put them in good stead for the tournament as a whole.
Now, friends, we are waiting for the teams to pile on in for that amazing opening ceremony that we have set up for our group stage matches. And because it's been slightly delayed, it's given enough time for the fans here in France to pack the house. Everything's starting to be completely filled. The bleachers starting to open up as well. And with our co-streamers live on site right down in front of us, it is such an experience for the fans to be so close. I mean, look at all of these screens right there. I think one of the fans were like, we're so close to the stage. I've never been so close to Chovy in my life. It's been such a great experience here for our fans.
One of the fans, I thought, Jack, you said that, didn't you?
What did I say?
It was Jack.
Yeah, Jack was the one who said that. I've never been so close to Chovy, you know?
One of the things that we did get to do with Jack was we got to take a picture with Faker.
Okay, I mean, I got a picture with Faker.
Jack had the biggest smile that I've ever seen anyone have. Yes. It was awesome.
Okay, it was like the highlight of my day, the highlight of the month, maybe the year.
Maybe the life.
Maybe the life, honestly. I'll need a picture with Viper as well. Maybe Ruler, maybe Chovy. There's a lot of players that, I mean, I've looked up to these players since I was like 11 years old, you know? Like, these have been the front runners, some of the greatest players to ever play this game, and just being here with them, being able to look at their games and being so close to them feels like a privilege and a gift, and I just want to be grateful for that, while also trying to get some pictures so that I can remember it forever, you know?
You know, I get it. I remember my first day on the LCK.
Yeah.
Were you a little fanboy?
I mean, I feel like obviously at that point I'd been casting for a while. I'd seen a lot of pro players. I was like, you know, I don't get that like sort of fanboy vibe anymore. Yeah. And then I saw Faker at the other end of the cafeteria, and I'm just like,
aura,
that's like, crazy.
If you have not seen Faker in person, it feels different. Like, I always try to remind myself that even the best pros in the world, they're people too. They're people just like us. But Faker, I can't. He's different. He's built different.
Yeah, and we'll get to see Faker and the rest of T1 later on in the day. Y'all, we are just about ready to head on over to the stage for the 3rd edition of EWC. Who will etch their name in history alongside T1 and Gen G? Will it be one of the squads from the LPL? Will Korean dominance continue to reign supreme? Let's find out together for the opening ceremony of EWC 2026.
Bonjour Paris, bienvenue à la maison. Welcome home. Guys, il existe beaucoup de ligues de champions, mais une seule ligue des légendes. Et nous y sommes. Things are about to get started. Ian, how are you doing?
I'm doing incredible. You know what? It is an unbelievable time to be a League of Legends fan. How are we doing, Paris? All good? Fantastic. Listen, the confetti had barely settled on the floor at MSI, and the best players in the world were already hopping on a flight from South Korea to Paris for the Esports World Cup. This is going to be epic.
Et vous le savez, pas de repos pour les braves, no rest for the wicked. But I feel like we've spoken enough, you know? Like, I think it's time to abrège, frère.
Abrège, frère.
Abrège, frère.
Well, enough talk. Let's bring out the 16 teams onto the stage.
First up, a LPL powerhouse, it's JD Gaming! Built for pressure, always dangerous when lights are on them.
Please welcome Lion! North America's top seed, determined to prove they don't just belong amongst the world's giants, they can beat them.
Le rêve d'un homme, 5 génies du jeu. What's the color? Carmine, go! Could this be the year KC reaches the top of the world at home in Paris?
Let's keep moving. It's MIBR! South America's representatives playing fast, fighting hard, and fearing no one.
We've got some booze here. Next up, welcome to G2 Esports! Europe's leading force with incredible talents. They carry hopes of an entire region on their shoulders. Au sommet de l'Europe, vous les connaissez, ce sont les G2 Esports.
Bienvenue, Furia! Fueled by the passion of Brazil and capable of turning an entire game on its head in a matter of seconds.
Next up is a big team. Hanwha Live Esports! HLE! Fresh from lifting the MSI trophy, arriving in Paris with the hottest momentum ever. Ils sont venus chercher un nouveau trésor à Paris.
Tough team to beat, indeed. Let's now welcome AGAL! China's fearless challengers, already proven against elite opposition, and capable of shaking up this entire tournament.
Welcome, DK! An organization with a huge international record. Ils vont représenter la LCK fièrement. Ils viennent pour retrouver une gloire d'antan, mesdames et messieurs. DK!
Please welcome Movistar Koi! Tough old crowd here in Paris, but they're not afraid of them. They bring that famous Spanish fire with a nation behind them and the best in the world in front of them. Come on, guys!
Billy Gaming! The MSI runner-ups who almost touched the trophy and surely have a revenge to take here in Paris. Parce qu'à l'EWC, on ne vient pas pour être deuxième.
Here we go. T1! The most decorated organization in League of Legends history, led by the man who has defined this game for more than a decade.
Next up we have GAM Esports. They will probably be representing Vietnam on the international stage. The odds have never scared them. Est-ce que le Shonen GAM peut continuer à Paris à l'EWC?
Coming onto the stage, Sentinels! The North American side, whose return to League has brought them all the way here to Paris.
Et bienvenue à Team Secret Wales, the APAC contenders with experience, with confidence. Attention à ne pas sous-estimer Team Secret.
And finally, the team to beat, Gen G! Last year's Esports World Cup winners, the title defenders, return to this stage to prove that victory was not the destination, it was only the beginning.
Devenu une référence mondiale, bien au-delà de la Corée du Sud. Les Genji sont là pour conserver leur titre.
A crowded stage, packed with the best in the world, looking to make history once again at the Esports World Cup. And we start off with a ruthless group stage.
Best of ones, anyone can fall. Bienvenue au group stage de l'Esports World Cup League of Legends.
Faites du bruit!
I am the arena. I am the slaughterhouse. I am the cathedral where empires are born. I am the grave where their thrones are torn. When the crowd pour in like the Seine under the Pont Marabout, heroes are minted in my light. Mythologies whispered into the long night. I choose no sides. I keep no score. I only hold the silence before the first roar. I've watched new faces being carved into gods in a single day. A single fight. A single flash of brilliance that rewrote every record in sight. I also saw them fall. Kings, egos, names, all crumbled by one bad call, one missed spell. One doubt that was never meant to dwell. I have watched brilliance take over, mastering the rift by the speed of thought, a moment of perfection that cannot be bought. I held the breath before the kill, and caught the long exhale when the final one fell. I am the beast who cradles legends in my glow, and the same one that swallows them whole. And yet, I am still here, waiting for the next souls brave enough to walk my stage, to take their places beneath my gaze, to rise or to fall, and to seal their fates.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Esports World Cup. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Wolf here for our first best of one, with Genji taking on Carmine Corp here, and Genji with the home ground disadvantage moving on to the Rift for this one as the defending winners of EWC last year.
There's so many storylines packed into our very first best of one. You have the defending winners of the Esports World Cup, as mentioned, against the home crowd here, with Carmine Corp being in our host country of France, their home ground. And we have Genji coming off of a struggle. They did not qualify for MSI. There's a lot less tape of this team right now because they did not perform in our last international tournament. So struggles there, but on the other side, KC also really underperforming compared to what they looked like domestically in the LEC at MSI. So two teams trying to dig their way out right now of a bit of a hole.
Yeah, and this is the difficulty, right? Obviously, the play-ins at MSI was a difficult one, right? There's one team that makes it out, and unfortunately, T1 was in that group. So that was a rough time. The real problem, though, is that they weren't able to even get through Team Liquid at that time. And so after both of the LEC representatives were eliminated by North American teams, I imagine there is a chip on their shoulder as they make their way over to Paris for EWC. And we'll see whether they can get through Gen G here. This group is a rough one if you're not Gen G. If you're Gen G, you're probably pretty happy about being here. And we'll see whether KC can be the team to follow them out of the group as well. With 4 groups, it is double elimination, so there is at least a little bit of leeway. But best of ones, man, anything can happen.
Absolutely. And that is, I think, if you're a KC fan, what you are hoping to bank on here. There's no fearless in this part of the tournament. It's
well,
just,
there is.
Yeah, but
but they're best of ones.
It's best of one. So, effectively, not. And as a result of that, if you have one good read, or if you have one bad read, in the case of Gen G, you get an early game rolling, anything could happen here. We do have a pretty snowbally meta. It has been all year long since the introduction of role quests. The AD carry has been the central focus. It has been getting ahead. But speaking of AD carry, we've had the rise of the mage meta in the bottom lane. With champions like Mel, for example, really taking over. Ziggs being quite relevant all year long, as well as even some of the Viper eclectic picks like the Vel'Koz making their way into the bottom lane. So if we have a really unique read here for either of these squads, who both of them have shied away from the mage meta compared to the rest of the teams from their region, there could be something that comes out strong here. Ryu and Gen G have had that additional time because they did not go to play-ins. They did not play through MSI at all to prepare for this tournament. We're playing on the same patch that MSI was played on. Lock is still disabled. So there is a chance that we just see the same type of meta that we saw at MSI just prior, but maybe some new ideas coming through here from Gen G.
Yeah, it's actually really interesting, right? Because I think both of them have the Ziggs shared. I feel like every AD carry has played Ziggs. Like, that's just normal. But both Ruler and Kalist, like, Kalist hasn't played a mage on the bottom side of the map all year long outside of a Ziggs game, right? That was at MSI. That was just before they went home. So I don't know whether this is going to be an indication of there wasn't enough time to see all of what KC had prepared, but him and Ruler just don't tend to go that direction. So maybe this is going to be an easier matchup for them because they get to just stick to their comfort zone and actually play the shooty champion.
What's really interesting, too, between these two players is Ruler hasn't played it as much this year since it hasn't been as meta, but one of his most played since returning to the LCK has been that Corki pick, which is also Kalist's currently #1 played here this season. So a large shared pool there in that pick, but the Ashe pick both players are famed for as well. It's fallen out of the meta quite a bit, not necessarily, especially in the LCK, picked up as it was a few months ago.
Yeah. And this is another really fun matchup in the support position, right? Busio has been absolutely incredible. And Duro has had a little bit more of a slower year this time around. This could be an opportunity for Busio to really come out and show his strength. I think the Bard pick is going to be a huge one between these two players as well. And if I was a Gen G fan, I would be a little bit scared of Busio getting his hands on that one. So probably going to be seeing that one on the ban list as we get closer to Champion Select for this first game of the tournament.
One of the matchups we haven't talked about too much, but I think is really critical, as you see it on screen here, Yike versus Canyon, is one that I really have my eye on because I think Yike has been incredible for this squad. You know, he's sitting at a 68.5% KP for his team. Pretty strong performance on the jungle as we finally do have this draft coming. Canyon hit or miss a lot of the time this year, and if you miss in a best-of-1, that might just be the end of you.
No, exactly right. And we'll have to find out as here we are into the draft for game #1. Orianna, Poppy, and Nocturne all taken away. The Ziggs has been banned as Ruler's like, no, we're going to shoot, okay? We'll see whether they have anything else in mind as Busio immediately slams the Camille, the most popular pick of MSI on this exact same patch. And we'll see what the answer is going to be here from Duro, because I love this, right? It kind of blocks the Bard pick that we were just talking about from ever even really happening.
Yeah, it's a really great way to start a draft and to make a clear statement here.
Oh, dear.
Syndra, very early on in the draft here, alongside Canyon's iconic Lee Sin. And it's a very early lock, as if Gen G had a different idea about this draft from the get-go.
Yeah, and you look, Chobi's stone cold right now as the Anivia is getting hovered. In our region, that's a flex pick all over the place, but I have a feeling that is going to be heading into Yehu's hands, who we haven't seen face off against Chobi in maybe ever, but definitely for a very long time.
There's a lot of single target lockdown now in this draft between the Camille ultimate, and now even with the Cassiopeia coming down, and the ability for the Nefiri to get on top of a single immobile target, like Syndra, for example, feels fantastic here. They have a lot of great team fight power here, as well as scaling. We'll see what this third pick is going to be here now for Gen G. The Syndra technically could be played in the bottom lane, but I think incredibly unlikely here for Gen G.
Yeah. The Cassiopeia as well can be played in the bottom lane, but it's not BLG. So maybe not actually going to happen this time around, as we were talking about Kalist champion pool quite a lot, but he might have been cooking something up, as there's the Ambessa. So locking in the top side of the map here for Gen G. Ambessa feeling like a better pick when you can just ban away Renekton in the next round of bans, and that is precisely what they're going to look to do here. There is that Renekton.
Yeah, so they're going to want to protect this pick. Instead of going for a support counter pick, they want to have a strong duo and keep that relatively hidden. I think this is the correct choice here for Gen G, since they can now protect this top lane pick. Again, I guess we didn't mention it, but the Camille could also be going top lane, but very unlikely in this meta. The Shen will come out as a ban here as well, interestingly. I'm expecting Duro to potentially be playing that one in the bottom lane into the Camille, as we see the Vayne to protect this Ambessa further.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. I was actually expecting a Mel ban, right? Mel and Camille together have been kind of the premier bottom lane when that Camille is locked away, but not going to be considered here. Just trying to protect Keen as best as possible, as Pantheon going to be taken away as well.
Some really interesting bans here. Must be some scrim reads coming through, because we don't see Duro playing Shen or the Pantheon all too often at all, really.
Yeah.
And you know, you see that the Shen pick, and sometimes you're thinking a hyper carry, and they do need damage, and they need it badly here, because the Syndra doesn't necessarily have that consistent damage output, so we are looking for a very strong scaling pick for Ruler. The Leona pick here first into the Camille feels fairly safe, and maybe we see something like an Ezreal to come in here for Ruler. In terms of that damage, very commonly paired with that Leona. Obviously, the Ziggs is banned.
Yeah, and we'll have to see what this is going to mean for the rounding out of the KC composition. Looks like the
Gnar seems pretty obvious, right? I'm surprised we saw the Vayne into the Ambessa rather than the Gnar. The Gnar a lot more common, especially domestically for us in the LCK.
Not to mention it's counter, right? Like, we all know, and definitely Gen G knows, that kind of really does like the Gnar. Has for many, many years.
So
Busio going to let us know exactly where this Cassiopeia is going.
Is it
as he's looking to lock in maybe an 80 carry or maybe something else.
You could play the Mel here, but you already have that Cassiopeia late game damage. Something with a little bit more punch could work out, as the Kaisa fits the dive, but instead they're going to deny this Ezreal here, which is great follow-up to the setup they already have here in this draft. So let's see what the response is going to be here now for Ruler. Varus is available, but I don't think it necessarily suits what the rest of this composition is set up to be here for Gen G. So expecting something a little bit different here. Jhin,
okay. So this just means that Gen G really does just want to play fast and loose through the top side of the map. Ruler can just hang back and try and pick up waves where he can and follow up on the crazy skirmishes that this composition will be capable of. But man, this is a huge treat, right? We get Canyon's Lee Sin in Game 1 of EWC 2026. If anyone needs an introduction to this guy, he has probably the best competitive Lee Sin play of all time.
I would also say, if you really want to have a lot of fun, you could probably just search Canyon Lee Sin and then click images. And you'll see a lot of really funny Photoshop there as well.
You will definitely see those.
I think when I look at this draft, the player I think has the most agency is Kalist, because if he gets caught by any of that initial CC, even though he has Arcane Shift, the follow-up is so simple, right? You have the Ambessa ult, you have the Syndra Scatter the Weak, right? So if you get caught by Leona, get slowed, you get caught by another piece of CC, it doesn't matter how mobile you are on the Ezreal, you're going to be vulnerable. Same with the Cassiopeia, who's very immobile as well. This composition from Gen G is oppressive, especially from ahead, because it is just so easy to link those CCs together and have Ruler take somebody out from halfway across the map. But if it falls behind, loses map control, it falls apart like a house of cards, and that's when the scaling composition that is on the other side can really shine here for KC.
Yeah, exactly right. I do think that Gen G have really picked for like high octane, right? Like they want to be coming out of the gate swinging, and I'm really glad to see that, because Gen G have been known as a slower team just generally, and this time around definitely looking like they're operating a little bit more quickly. That being said, the gameplay does need to reflect that, as here we are onto the Rift for game number 1 of EWC 2026. Seeing whether our winners of last year are going to be able to come out the gate swinging, or whether it is going to be KC to immediately start off the tournament with an upset.
It is what everyone is looking to see here now, as Chovy was a Syndra player in his early days, especially back at his time on Hanwha Life Esports, where it was the premier mid lane pick. alongside Oriana for many, many months in 2021, but it has not been one of his go-tos since it has been much less meta recently. So excited to see what his form is going to look like right now. When you see it this early in the draft, you could see Gen.G were planning to build towards something like a Syndra Jhin setup, but also a lot of lane dominance potentially for this Syndra pick, depending on how many of these orbs Chovy can hit.
Yeah, we're seeing actually Yehu finding so many of these noxious blasts onto Chovy. Hits 3 in a row. And as you can see here, Chovy not quite finding the cues. And so Yehu able to get a really good shove here at the early stage of the game. Great engage here from Busio here towards the bottom side at the same time. Gets the heal out already from Ruler and Duro, who look like they're shaking the rust off here just a little bit to start off EWC. KC, having been in MSI, have played more recently, but this is a great start for them as Gen.G just trying to catch up. That's a great hook shot to come on through from Busio, but Shield of Daybreak going to be there from Duro to help avoid any sort of danger.
Yeah, Aftershock as well. Level 2 hit first here for KC. See if Busio can make anything of it. The cooldown comes back here, but they're just going to play it safe and patient. Chovy forced the back, meanwhile, in the mid lane.
Yeah.
And really great laning phase here from Yehu so far, who has just pulled ahead substantially.
Yeah, 9-12. That is not what I was expecting. Well, 9-11. I tried to do it a little bit early. CS didn't actually come on down, but still, very, very nicely done from Yehu so far in this game. As Busio finds a bit of an angle towards Duro, Ruler taking some cheeky Mystic shots here, and KC really making things happen. 300 gold, the advantage.
Yehu, with teleport advantage right now, could look for just a few more bursty trades here and wind up finding himself in a huge health advantage to further that lead. Chovy kind of in trouble here, as Ruler's back will not be stopped.
Yeah, Kalista not able to get over there with the Mystic shot, so they will just be able to crash this wave and get themselves a pretty nice back. Looking on the top side of the map, Keen getting pushed in, but is able to farm pretty comfortably, as we're going to see here. And Kana is playing with a lot of respect. They haven't quite seen where Canyon is right now. We can see that he is clearing things up towards his top side of the map. As Yike will be able to grab this Scuttle Crab before Canyon finishes his off. But I think the Gen.G are going to be looking towards this Lee Sin to make things happen for them, because these lanes are not going as well as they expected,
Yeah,
I think.
It's not easy to set up unless you hit that scatter for the mid-jungle here into this Cassiopeia. So he will hit this one, but Canyon's not in range to follow up. Busio also has first roam up here with Yike, and Duro is struggling to get any sort of control as Kalista's coming up as well. KC, oppressive early game.
Yeah, they're going to have a man advantage here as well, as Chovy in a decent position. Busio taking a lot of damage as Canyon had landed the Q, was looking for an angle, but the miasma goes down. And Yehu will be able to stop this one. Ruler now going to move on forward as there's a flash Zenith Blade from Duro. They get the W down, but that's first blood over to Busio and an overextension for Gen.G.
Insane greed from Gen.G. You gotta just let your jungle go. Ruler's so far away, and the engage there to try to sandwich was just completely shut down by an instant flash response from Yehu. Pulls and isolates Duro as a response. When he Zenith Blade in like that, you are stuck in the exchange. You're not getting out, and it's a pretty surprising turn here, considering when you look at the minimap how far away Ruler is in this exchange. He's also trying to rejoin his squad. Duro gets pulled. He pulls effectively himself in here with a great response here by Yehu with the flash, and it's basically a self-pick practically here for Duro. He's sent himself
gift,
deep in,
if you will.
Yeah.
Just kind of threw himself forward there. Not going to be end of the world, but is definitely not good for Gen.G fans. 1,000 gold, the advantage now for KC, as Kane going to go aggressive towards the top side of the map. In the meantime, bottom side, Ruler trying to find an angle, but it's Busio that goes forward. The flash out, Canyon is making his way down as KC almost killed Ruler before any action has really happened. And there it is, Canyon will land the Q. That's going to be Resonating Strike to come on down. The fourth shot there just for fun, but immediate revenge here for Gen.G.
It was a really nice opportunity if Canyon isn't there to make that play. I don't think KC were able to read the situation with that control ward there in the brush. That the Lee Sin was down there, and they kind of set them up. Canyon said, "It's a bait. I'm out here, the bushmate." And that's an early kill here now for Gen.G in return on this Lee Sin. So now we find ourselves 1-1. Stemming the bleeding here of this Gen.G early game as Yike on the other side of the map tries to take some camp.
Yeah, it does have a level advantage here, as Canyon wanting to lock this one down will be able to even that one out, as Busio in a great position to go aggressive. Decent little control ward here as the teleport will be coming on through. That's Duro making his way over by the looks of things. As never mind, it's just Keen making his way back as Duro doesn't have the unsealed spellbook. Busio going to get caught out of position here though, taking a lot of damage, but Yehu making his way over. The Twin Fangs are starting to hurt as Duro trying to get himself out of there. Kana with the Mega Gnar though, and now Keen could be in trouble. He gets thrown back into the wall, but there's a public execution. The Gnar is going to get taken down, but there's a petrifying gaze as Yehu goes ballistic, and 4 of them hit the floor.
Pretty disastrous exchange here for Genji ultimately, but they were able to get some back here, and it's a lot of money over to Keen here. He picks up 2 kills. And when you look at this fight, it's on a knife's edge, right? Busio's he's pretty squishy, right? He's not very durable on this Camille, so they think they actually have the damage to burst him. But then Yehu at level 6 shows up, and Kana has Mega. So KC are very confident they can take this exchange. Keen plays this incredibly well, though. Kite's back here, has the ultimate to come through as they isolate and blow up the Gnar. But then Yehu says it's fish in a barrel. Chovy trying to offer some damage back, but I would say at the end of the day here, it's a favorable exchange for KC.
Yeah, not too bad. I can't count at all. I don't know why I was talking about 4 people hitting the deck, but that's absolutely fine. I'm sure that I'll figure it out after my brain actually comes to France. Canyon now going to be taking his red buff as Busio was just poking his head in. Does get some vision over here, and keeping their eye on where the Lee Sin is always going to be very valuable. The game has been evened out though entirely. The gold completely even. Kills even. And Genji back in a better spot than they were a little bit earlier on. But Yike is still going to be able to come on over here and grab this dragon. And no one taking any grubs just yet. As we can see, there is Kana in the area, but he's not exactly going to be taking it. Not a jump.
Dragon will go over as Duro will avoid this true shot barrage, but his back will still be delayed. It's an early mountain here, heading into Cloud, so we could have
Earth, Wind, and Fire in order?
That's when I'm casting with you, it feels like it happens half the time.
It really does.
And you could see in that last exchange how well Genji's comp can work pick-wise if they get that initial CC. They didn't have the damage to kill Busio that time around, but it is going to be very scary if they can keep lining that up in future fights. Ruler is going to come up here to this top lane here, and Kana will have to respect it. You see the ping from Yehu as he's going to push bottom lane in response here as Yike tries to grab at least one of these grubs. Casey playing the map fully.
Yeah, and it's going to be Yike securing one of them, but now he needs to get himself out of here. Will be able to just front flip over. Let's grab his doggos back, but that is going to be Genji with the grub advantage, 2-1.
And let's see how much Yehu can get on the bottom lane. Like, completely unanswered right now. Pushing that wave is going to get a plate here, and we'll be able to get a lot of extra free farm. He has a pretty significant lead over Chovy gold-wise right now with the kill he picked up earlier on, and he's going to be the biggest winner here for KC as they get one grub and evacuate as the dive onto Kana is not going to go off here. He's looking for a little bit of damage on Duro, though.
Yeah, the Eclipse actually putting in a whole lot of work alongside the Aftershock to keep him alive, but still going to be going for a reset now at 50% health. Has certainly been playing fast and loose as good old Duro so far this game. Couple of deaths already.
Well, I think it's perfectly fine that Ruler finds himself down 10 CS here, down 200 gold into Kalist because he has that cull, and he is playing Jhin in a pick-based composition to where he's going to have a lot of agency later on, even if not ahead right now. I know a lot of people see that Dirk and probably think, well, that's not going to be too valuable here since he's behind and they're not leading the charge, but it is going to be Ruler much more relevant, much more set up later on. I'm more concerned about Yehu's lead because he is online early.
Oh, yeah.
Well, will be. He's still sitting on his catalyst right now, but will be online early.
Yeah, gonna have that 400 gold advantage at least for now. I think the most important thing is that Keen is kind of going nuts so far in this game. Couple of kills already, 1,000 gold going to be his advantage as he was the one that grabbed a plate towards the bottom side of the map. I believe got the one on the top side as well, which has really helped extend the lead for the Ambassador. And we know Keen's pretty good carrying games on this champion. And we'll see whether that is what Genji are going to be able to leverage in order to get themselves a lead in this one, as things have slowed down just a little, at least for now. Yeah, and it feels to me like Genji probably do have a fair bit of pressure on them to make things happen in this mid-game, as KC with an Ezreal and a Cassiopeia are probably feeling all right, letting this one go later, as you mentioned earlier on, as Canyon looking to move on over as Yike not going to get tagged by the Lee Sin. Canyon still just moving in. Yike will give that ground away.
because he lost his escape there. Yike is not necessarily interested in recontesting just yet, so I think they are going to posture defensively here on this mid wave for now, and he'll just go back over to Raptors as we kind of reset back to normal lanes with Ruler and Kalist, as well as Keen and Kana there on the top side. Keen having a huge lead feels great for what the late game side lane is going to look like, as we do have Busio looking for a potential angle here if Ruler steps up too far.
He does step forward. There's the Hextech sweep. Doesn't actually throw down the ultimatum this time. And Ruler just loses a bit of health. Will be able to back away. Teleport in from Yehu as he's looking to try and create a little bit of an angle for himself. And takes the turret shot and walks away. Sometimes you just got to test the waters.
I think the next big pivotal point in this game will be the Herald and who ends up getting control of it. Because since we've slowed down massively here, next Dragon will be about who has Prio, but we might not necessarily see a big team fight there, but I think the Herald is where Gen G really need to make a strong stand. They do not want to give that over to KC and allow them to scale up further, as we do have, again, a bit of a 2v2 here in the mid lane with the supports roaming over. Busio with level 6 advantage, very scary.
Keen gonna have that first roam down though, as Kana is still underneath his turret on the top side of the map. So Genji with the prio advantage will be able to claim control of the river. Now Busio looking to clear out some vision here as Genji get the scatter. Oh no, that is yeah, Busio no more. As if you get caught on this Camille, you just do not have the health bar. Yeah. And in the meantime, what just happened in the bottom lane? Kalist just killed Ruler.
Yeah, it looks like he just straight up bonked him.
Yeah, that was a solo kill. We're gonna have to check out what happened there.
Barrier expended as well, and he still died. You could see there the summoner spell cooldown right next to his death timer. And
I guess.
Yeah, it looks like probably just a empowered. Let's see. Stops his back. He's down low, and then Kalist pushed the waves, and Ruler greeds, and he's got. Okay, W doesn't even connect actually. See how this really breaks out, just hits a Q, and then W into a shift.
There it is. Does have the barrier there.
Oh, that was tricky.
Beautifully played.
Wow, Ruler did not respect. And Kalist puts him down. Now, that lead is pretty significant. I said earlier, nothing to write home about. The call will even it out a little bit, but now, starting to really, really feel like Ruler is on the back foot here in this one.
Yeah, now Yehu and Yike moving their way in. The flash in is going to get respected there by Ruler. Does at least put that flash to work that he didn't use in that last exchange. In the meantime, Yike over here on this Dragon. Double Dragon would be very, very nice for KC if they could collect it. They are going to stick on it for now. If the rest of Gen G are moving over. Canyon moves in. Finds a Q onto the Drake here, as Ruler does have the curtain call up and available.
Yeah, Ruler, arguably, even though he's behind, a lot more relevant in this fight if he has this setup, and right now he does. There's a TP commitment as well from Keen.
Yeah, Connor is not here quite yet, as Duro going to make his way forward. They get the chain CC public execution into the backline. Yike is already dead. The Drake is going to get secured, as Canyon will go down. That being said, Gen G are winning this fight. Down goes the Cassiopeia, and that was a wash. KC on the floor.
Yeah, I think a little bit overzealous there were KC for this fight. As we look at the initial setup, Canyon has control of the Dragon, Duro's on flank, and they don't have full vision. They still want to contest, and then Yike becomes the target here, is burst down, and that means that there's no smite here. Canyon is able to get in there and secure it last minute. Yes, they focus him down, but it is at a heavy, heavy cost, as unfortunately for Kana, he cannot join the fight, cannot be relevant, and Gen G just completely smashed them there with a snap engage, and this comp has so much setup, so much CC that can link together, and Yike was the victim there. Despite having the escape, you know, if you do end up getting caught, if you can't get out, you will just blow up.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that Yehu threw his petrifying gaze to no one.
Yeah, that didn't help.
He was preaching to the choir on that one, I'm pretty sure. And so no one going to get scared of this snake. We'll see whether he can find an angle in the next one, because now Chovy does have 600 gold advantage, a little bit more than that. Blackfire Torch now in hand, as well as Kalist looking for Ruler one more time. There's the ult in from Yike, and I don't think this Jhin is going anywhere. Does at least try to barrier something, but that is not going to work out. And KC do at least do what they do best, which is killing Ruler at this stage of the game.
That is seeming like that has been the best game plan for them thus far. As Kalist will buffer this stun, they're looking for the chase on him. I don't think...
Yeah, Shield of Daybreak does calm down. Kalist is just gonna die.
I don't think he
7 seconds on the ulti for Chovy here as well. They might be able to find an angle towards Yike.
This might just be free Herald here on the pick, and Kalist a little bit aggressive here. This time it's his first time, I think, being a little bit too far forward, a little bit disrespectful, and Thought he was out there, but gets slowed by the Solar Flare. As Duro's just going to hold the wave as they look for that Herald top side. So a big win here for Gen G, who already have a significant lead, and they're looking to snowball it.
Yeah, Canyon should be able to take this one down. Although Yehu was thinking about moving on over, it is not quite going to work out. So there goes the Herald. Going to get picked up here as Canyon thinking about throwing Shelly towards this top side. Does get some control vision down, but he is spotted on that ward. KC will just back away.
This will be a lot of resources needed to defend this turret. I think they're just simply going to have to let it go. Chovy does have 2 grubs here to work on the final parts of its hit points. As Keen is looking for a little bit of aggression on the bottom side.
Yeah, the Naba was nowhere near as okay. Hextech ultimatum comes on down. Scatter does break the ultimatum here, and Chovy just walks his way out with those Swifties. In the meantime, towards the bottom side of the map, some crazy things are happening. Canner is just going to get last hit by Keen, and Duro going to scare the doggo away. And Gen G really in this chaos of like a late mid-game starting to pull ahead.
The support cross-map from Duro ends up being much better here. You look at the KP for Duro right now, he's 100%. He's 9 out of 9 compared to Busio at 4 out of 6. So they're both being really incredibly impactful, but in this final moment here, they're not able to get the catch onto Chovy. He backs away. But on the bottom side of the map, Keen cleans up house again. 1.7 thousand gold. The largest lead here in the game is on the Ambessa. And KC is starting to find themselves very deep in the hole. What was once a small gold lead for them is now 2,700 in the deficit.
Yeah, first turret going on over to Gen G, certainly helping out on that one with that turret falling down on the top side of the map. But talking about top side, I mean, that is the massive advantage that Gen G has for themselves. As they go in once again, Deadly Flourish. Kliss does find Ruler on the other side. Mystic shots are connecting. Oh, the interruption. No hook shot for you. And Busio will be taken down. Canyon going to be able to claim that one. Curtains are being called here as Yike is just going to flip himself over towards the Brambleback.
But they get a pick, and they get the juggler out, and there's just no defense of this turret right now. Canyon and Ruler should be able to whittle this one down as Duro's looking for an angle here on Yehu.
Yeah, Naked Coning over as it is a Chemtech Rift this time. The ulti comes through from Keen, holds the snake in position, and he will just dash his way around. Decent Petrifying Gaze this time, though, as Keen will have to get himself out of there. The poison's still ticking down. The Gen G will keep their top laner alive. I say that. It is going to need to be flashed here as he gets a big old shield. Another one comes in. This champion's kind of ridiculous as now Canyon moves over, finds the Q, takes down the snake, and the teleport in from Chovy for good measure to make sure that he can head on towards a rampage in this game. Gen G with the answers, and Keen somehow still alive.
It's the macro game that's winning out here for Gen G as they link their CC together on these picks. And I was leading into it before it even started to happen as the Chovy had TP, so if he comes down here, it's never the fight I think the KC thought they had. They thought they were able to re-control with Yehu's great defense there under the turret. I mean, Yehu's having a phenomenal game, right? From his laning phase here to some of these early fights. Sure, missed the Petrifying Gaze in that critical team fight, but there were a lot bigger issues there. Here gets the outplay, and with Busio coming down, they're like, okay, maybe there's an angle. Maybe we can make something happen here, but Chovy is backing uncontested, has TP, and beyond that here, it's just a huge outplay. King gets the shield, Duro has the stun, Duro practically immortal on this Leona. Canyon shows up, and Chovy's here, so there just wasn't really ever an angle. The margins were thin. KC thought they had an angle, but this might actually have been the final nail in the coffin here of this early mid, and Gen G are running away with the game now.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure Keen had like 1 health or something like that. We'd like to say calculated, but man, I think that it was a little bit more luck that came in there. The Ignite was ticking down, and yes, Ambessa can get a whole bunch of different shields, especially now that that Eclipse has been done. But still, if I was a KC fan, I would be feeling a little bit frustrated about the outcome of that particular situation. 5,000 gold, close to the advantage here as Gen G really starting to run away with this one. But it was so competitive at the beginning of this game, right? Yeah. And it just feels a little bit frustrating that KC haven't been able to get things together at this stage.
If we look at some of the hopefuls, right? The copium angle for KC in this one.
Give it to me.
They got 1 dragon early, right? So they were able to buy some time. They have a composition that scales incredibly well. Kana is massively behind, but given time, will be able to, if he has a few opportunities to set up some Narbars, be able to get into this game. What they need to do now is stop major objectives from going over, like the Baron, right? Stop the inner turrets from getting picked off. If Chovy gets too much alone time and gets a turret, that's a problem, right? They need to be able to defend their base as best as possible, their structures, and deny Barons, and just otherwise let the clock work for them. And I think that's their one potential window back in this game. But any more mistakes, any more overextensions, any lone Nars getting picked off could be the end of this one, because I think you really are hanging by a thread in this game here for KC.
Yeah, Chovy just taking over 100 splinters as well here in this game. It is a frightening moment. Does have the Forbidden Book as well with 10 stacks on that Soul Stealer as Busio looking for an angle, doesn't find it, as Duro and Canyon pretty mobile at this point in time. Kana does have the Mega Gnar. They are in a little bit of a choke point here, like a crush over that wall into an ulti could work for a setup, but the rest of KC not really in the area, as they do need to, do their homework, clear out these waves, get things in order. Keen now looking for the snake in this bottom lane as the miasma just gets thrown to Narnia. The Petrifying Gaze is going to connect there as well, as Keen doesn't hit the ulti, and there is the ult from Yike to get the doggos in there, and that is the Ambessa going down. What will it cost them is the question. It looks like maybe a plate or two.
Yeah,
still 100% worth here for KC.
These are the exact types of situations that can get KC back into this game. Just play defensively, match rotations, and when you see someone has overextended a little bit, make that commitment. Look, in Keen's defense, he's 2 levels up, right? He's like, this is a solo kill angle. He sidesteps the ultimate here. Busio comes down, and there's just too much damage. Unfortunately, the shutdown goes over to the Fury instead of going over to that Cassiopeia, but it's still a big win here for KC.
It is. And that gold lead actually does deteriorate just a little bit, right? Under 4,000 at this stage. Not insurmountable, you could say. That being said, early days, Rift Scuttle are going to go over to Canyon here. 3-1 and 7 on this Lee Sin. Does have 2 items completed, but the same can be said for Yike, who does now grab some Nerf Treads as well. It's going to be very nice into Chovy especially, who is now just trying to bully Yehu where he can. These Dark Spheres are now starting to land. Feels like he's got his eye in at this stage of the game, especially sitting at 4-0-2.
Yeah, looking very strong as he gets the goal difference over time here. Is really starting to stack up. There was that dent made on the pick onto Keen that you referenced earlier. It's Chemtech Soul. So Genji, if they get this soul point, it's relevant, but again, not back-breaking necessarily for KC. They're still hanging on by that thread. And I think for Yike, it's just always try to find out where Canyon is and match him and just sit back and get any minion you can. You look at Yehu in the bottom lane catching that wave, that's where he wants to live. His Rod of Ages is almost done, right? That'll put him actually significantly ahead in terms of experience over Chovy. Obviously, he didn't build that item on the Syndra. And he is scaling. He is going to be more relevant. The 2-item spike hit for Kalista a while ago. Looking for 3 eventually in this game to then be able to help out-team fight Genji later on. As Busio maybe found an angle, but that's a Leona.
Yeah, they're going to get Yehu over here as well as Kalista's moving on in. Canyon should be able to get over here. And does have the makings of his GA as well with that BF sword in pocket. He's going to be doing a lot of damage here as the doggos block the Q. And Genji with 20 seconds left on this Drake, wanting to take control of the river and grab themselves Soul Point.
Kana is backing. He has TP. I just don't think this is where you want to... This is not the hill you want to die on if you're KC. Is Soul Point here for Chemtech when you have so many more opportunities later on in this game, if you could get to those later on in the game moments. So I think they are just going to simply let this one go. Yehu, again, is just trying to farm it out. He has his Rod completed here. He's a level up on Chovy, close to 16.
Yeah. Actually, getting to a point where they could potentially find one of these angles. Does have that dash cannon as item number 2. But Genji, they will be able to get on top of this. So this is not going to be that fight that they're going to be going for. We'll instead just make sure that that level 16's gained, get an item or 2 more onto Kalist, and then pick that battle when they find it. True Shot Barrage picks the gap between Ruler and Canyon as Yike going to get flashed on. Canyon not going to be able to hit the Q as Yike does manage to go untargetable in the nick of time. Teleport going to bring the Ambessa in there as Ruler's moving over. Deadly Flourish and Busio just dies. And the Petrifying Gaze not going to work onto Keen this time. He is not afraid even after that pick from earlier as the kick pushes back Kana and he is just eliminated. Canyon now trying to work out which target he wants to go for. The public execution onto the snake will be the end of Yehu. And Genji are just taking them down one after the other. The Megacone going to be able able to get the doggo out of there. But this could be Baron, and this might be even more.
I think this is even more. I think that was the final moment of this game in terms of relevance here for KC. And they were hovering on Duro so much, constantly trying to get a pick on them, constantly trying to find an angle where they had a man advantage. But I think that was not the battle that they should have taken. And Genji has looked for the outplay as Yike cannot get access to this pit. He's going to die trying.
No, they were waiting for him, and he had to go for it, right? I think this will be a back-breaking Baron when it is used to just push all these waves in. But let's have a look.
So Duro's in position to actually challenge, and they say, okay, you know, you used your flash and your ult. We're going to actually try to punish, but that's a Leona. They can't get access here. The Hextech Ultimatum has no follow-up. They can't get access. Keena's cutting them off on a flank angle there as well. And this Cassiopeia is just frontlining, forced to flash away. The kick here as well. Just a cherry on top. Not even necessary, but it looked damn cool, Atlas, and KC are in trouble.
Lucio is very, very dead as Chovy in the 1v2 is just going to murder him. And now Canyon fishing for that Q. Yahoo is just going to have to run away. And he just gets kicked into the wall. Petrifying Gaze doesn't work. And the Deadly Flourish comes down. Man, the pick capability, single target for this composition. If you're ahead is just absolutely devastating. And we're seeing it in full effect right now. The inner turret going to be falling down as Yike gonna have to deal with Duro, who's moving on over there. Eclipse and the Aftershock makes him near immortal as he just looks for a dive. Speaking of dives, my goodness. Okay, Soul Flare not going to land, but Keen is doing so much damage. Canyon makes his way in, and the Deadly Flourish lands. Public execution, max range from Keen. And Genji, yeah, they are just letting everyone know that there's a reason why they won last year.
Chovy's not even going to get to put his death cap together. He's got his fully stacked Majais. He doesn't need the death cap to win this game right now. As there's a stun on the Kalist.
Oh dear, able to arcane shift away. But still, I mean, Yike is just taking so much damage. Every sphere that lands from Chovy is just absurd damage. As Canna gets in there with an ult, he brings back two, but immediately he is put down. KC, I mean, Yahoo just a little bit too far up here, takes so much damage. Scatter the Weak, he's going to connect, and a max range Zenith Blade will be the end of the Snake. He will be taken down, but Genji will reign supreme, and it is only this Ezreal left standing. He's going to have the kitchen sink thrown at him. Canyon tries to escape the wrath of the Fountain, but he will go down, but so will the Nexus, and Genji will take the first game of EWC.
A pretty close early game from KC, some great laning from Yahoo, but ultimately it was the map reads and better play from Genji and Duro, who was so relevant in this game, constantly finding picks. Getting that pick on the Kalista in the mid lane was one of the big moments for Genji to start taking over the game, but he just baited them into so many bad fights. He knew he's Leona, he knows how durable he is, and KC started to fall apart at the seams, and what was a close game very quickly became one-sided.
It really did, and I was so ready to believe that this was going to be so much closer, right? When the laning phase was looking better than expected.
Ruler kept dying.
Yeah, Ruler got solo killed by Kalist towards the bottom side. It just didn't actually mean anything. And Genji just played better from the mid-game onwards. We're a little bit more coordinated, had that macro down, and that's what we kind of expect from this squad, the ability to just sit back and play the map better.
And Genji is known to be oppressive from ahead, known to play the map better when they are ahead, but also showcasing in this game, when they're not that far ahead, they can still take control so quickly. All it takes is one mistake, and Genji are everywhere.
Yeah, they're going to be the top dogs of this group as well. And hopefully KC can bounce back. They are not out just yet, as of course there is a lower bracket in every single group. And it is now time to head over to the stage and hear from Chovy.
Thank you guys. League of Legends at the Esports World Cup begins just as it ended last year with a Genji victory. We're standing by with Chovy. He knows this trophy all so well. We've of course got Maddox here, our translator. Crowd loving a bit of Genji here. Let's begin with the obvious question here. You come as the title defenders. How driven are you to raise that trophy once again, this time in Paris?
이제 초비 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 첫 번째 질문은 이제 타이틀 디펜더로서 이렇게 파리에 다시 오게 되셨는데 여기서 다시 한번 우승을 도전하는 느낌이 좀 어떠신지 궁금합니다.
일단 전년도 우승자로서 여기 파리에 또 오게 되어서 좋고 이번에 우승하면서 다음 년에도 또 올 수 있도록 하려고 합니다.
Yeah, it's definitely good to be back on the stage now in Paris. And that being said, I'm really driven to lift the trophy once more.
À quel point effectivement vous avez envie de revenir chercher ce trophée puisqu'ils sont les gagnants en titre. Et bah ça fait du bien d'être de retour à Paris, j'en suis ravie et évidemment j'ai envie d'aller pour ce nouveau trophée. And my question for you, Chovy, is gonna be, I feel like it's been a long time since you last played Syndra. You arrive in Paris, first game on stage and you're already just farming and doing amazing. So what was your secret?
이제 파리에서 이렇게 플레이를 하신 지 상당히 오래되셨음에도 불구하고 여러분들 팬분들께서도 이렇게 좋아해 주시고 정말 좋은 경기를 계속 보여주시는 것 같습니다. 좀 그 뒤에는 좀 어떤 것이 있는지 궁금합니다.
네, 마지막 질문만 다시.
그 뒤에는 어떤 것이 있는지 궁금합니다. 그 경기력이나 이제 팬분들의 사랑을 받는.
일단 올해 디펜딩 챔피언으로서도 잘하고 싶고 또 우승하고 싶다는 마음도 있고 무엇보다 팬분들이 항상 응원해 주시는데 저희가 항상 잘하는 모습을 보여야 한다고 생각을 해서 열심히 연습했고 그 연습한 게 오늘 좋은 결과로 나타난 것 같아요.
Yeah, definitely it's the motivation to lift another trophy and of course the love of the fans. So I think that drives me to perform better and that showed us in our game.
Comment est-ce que j'arrive à être aussi fort dans cette game d'ouverture? Et bah tout simplement l'amour des fans et l'envie également de soulever forcément ce nouveau trophée. Donc merci à vous encore une fois.
Chovy, great start. Congratulations. Maddox, thank you very much. We're just getting started here. We've got a long day of league coming up. Let's keep moving.
Thank you very much, Ian and Lou. Maddox with the translations, and it is Chovy getting the job done here. Gen G kick off their EWC 2026 title defense of League of Legends with a victory against the crowd favorites KC.
And look, we got to talk about the elephant in the room because they interviewed Chovy, but Yehu was gapping him in lane. Like for the first 15 minutes. That was a really, really big gap for KC. And when we talk about like what our expectations were for this match, that was like the one matchup where we were like, ooh, it's tough for KC. So I really want to emphasize that the takeaway for me this game is that the KC mid lane can compete with the best of the best.
Yeah, I think for me, there's definitely signs of life from KC. And the early game, there was a lot of opportunities that I think they just mis-executed on a little bit. I saw opportunities for them to get ahead of Gen G, but unfortunately, when you make a mistake, you slip away. Gen G just dominate from that point onwards.
Yeah, they definitely do. But let's take a look at those early moments here in the mid lane where Yehu was showing off that pedigree and that resilience that he's grown into over the last year.
I mean, this is like, if you remove the nameplates here, you'd think this was Chovy. This looks like Chovy laning phase, weaving in the autos, dodging the Syndra Qs, dropping the minion aggro, still getting all the CS.
About one more?
Like,
yeah.
This is a laning phase styling on him, just one-on-one masterclass here. It's beautiful from Yehu.
Yeah, I mean, Chovy's struggling in this matchup, and he has always been a big highlight throughout his career, has been laning strength. So Yehu, who we've seen lane against Chovy many times before when he was in the LCK, having such a strong performance early on, that was an initial tool that we thought maybe KC could capitalize on.
Then over on the top side of the map, around 6 minutes, that's where our next action happened here, as it was Kana and Keen going head-to-head here, but it wasn't just them.
I mean, the thing is, all of this kind of leads into Yehu's early laning phase. You can see the fact that he has the level 6 while Chovy's still stuck at level 5, and that's what allows KC, even though Busio gets really chunked, to continue clicking forward. Yehu can zone them away and take over this fight, despite the fact that overall Gen G are playing much better, and Keen kind of outplays here to make it a more equal fight for Gen G.
Yeah, unfortunately they don't get the stun into the wall or the follow-up wall-up, so this ends up being a 2-for-2. I really think if things had gone a bit smoother, the connection from Kana onto Keen was better, that was a 3-for-1 trade and a big lead for KC. So going into that, it was the right fight to take, but just a little mis-execution let them down.
Yeah, just a bit there. And then at 13 minutes was our big next inflection point of this Group B matchup.
So I think the target selection here from Duro, who had a fantastic game, by the way, was just excellent. It's, obviously contesting the Dragon, the junglers are main focal point. This flank here, Neferi, not an easy target to pin down, but he's immediately there for the follow-up, the layered CC. And we look on the other side, Canyon, also being focused down, but look how long he lives. He gets the Dragon, buys more time, and by the time he finally does die, the fight is clearly won for Gen G.
And it's so sad to see this, because you could see that KC, they had the ingredients else to make it work. They had a great early laning phase. Kalist got a solo kill on Ruler, and he was kind of styling on him, right? But then you just get out team fought once, you start to fall behind a little bit, but that's Gen G's comfort zone. You know, they're probably the best snowballing team in the world. You know that if they get a lead, they're not going to throw, and they showed why in this game. They just choke you out, and it was so depressing to see as I was cheering for KC.
Yeah, a classic Gen G masterclass of, hey, keep it close, keep these fights close, and then one big one, never let them back in the game. As we are still in the game over at Stream B right now, Sentinels and Team Secret going head-to-head also in this Group B. The winner will play against Gen G as we take a look at that live, and it is 10-7. Sentinels up 3K on Team Secret.
Yeah, Hambak having a great performance so far on the Lee Sin. And, you know, I saw this very vocal Sentinels fan over here at Stage A when they came out. It was Digon. Digon was really cheering loudly for the team there.
That is a very fed Lee Sin. Holy, 2,000 gold lead just on him. I mean, this is starting to look like Canyon in this last game.
No. It's time. Bro talent, baby. That's right.
There we go.
Hero Hambak is on full patrol here as he's leading the line. But as we know, that Lee Sin needs to translate that lead into other lanes. And if you want to finish watching this matchup here, you can head on over to the B stream. Sentinels for the LCS, that 5th place squad taking on that LCP leader for the right to play against Gen G. The losers of that matchup will play against Karmine Corp in best of 3s. So in our opening match and winners match, those are best of 1s. The elimination match and decider matches, those will be best of 3s.
And I think with how Casey played, you know, definitely in that matchup between Team Secret and Sentinels, I would not want to go down there, risk a tournament position on that best of 3. Obviously, Gen G a tough opponent, but in the best of 1, you never know.
Yeah, I mean, I think KC with what they showed now, for me, they still showed a really strong early game. They showed potential. I'm just not sure about Boosie on the Camille. He was making a lot of mistakes, and I think as well we saw it at MSI against T1, where just I feel like you're not getting the early lead that you need on this Camille, and he's constantly kind of like going a bit too deep.
Yeah,
I think we just need to see him either on the Enchanter or a more classic engage support.
You know, I said that you need to play with confidence on picks like Camille and Pike. I think it's my fault because he had a bit too much confidence.
It's your fault.
A bit too much confidence in some of those plays.
It's your fault. As we have a special guest and a special announcement after this short piece of content, so stick around. We'll set you up for the next matchup after this.
We're here over at the KC booth where there are a couple of activities that you can partake in to enjoy some of your downtime at the event. So let's head over and see what we got. First things first is the claw machine. We already have one winner, but I'm not gonna lie, that is rough. And if you're just like me and you're horrible at the claw machine, can't win anything, there is, of course, some face painting, body painting, so that you can represent your favorite team at the event. And then we'll do see how flexible I am. If you somehow manage to have friends IRL that you actually can compete against in a 1v1, you can also join the booth, have a competition, see who's actually better mechanically, and of course, don't forget to put your name down on the wall, leave a little signature, maybe a kind message to your fellow fans and teammates, or if that's none of your business and you don't enjoy any of that, then we have this beautiful merch store where you can get the newest jersey, which I personally do really think are quite sick. And if you're tired, have spent all your energy walking around and are done with the day, you can enjoy the beanbags, get with your community, because 3, 2, 1... Let's go KC!
We booked Esports World Cup.
teams in Paris, Sentinels look the least likely to belong. They earned their spot the hard way, grinding through the NA EWC qualifiers, defeating disguised Cloud9 before sealing it all with a commanding 3-1 win over FlyQuest in the final best of 5.
Sentinels will not be denied a win again!
I'm here to be like the international teams that we don't get that many chances to face.
Now they have their shot on the world stage. They carry North America's flag, but the gap between online qualifier and global contender is a brutal one to close.
There's more pressure, like especially playing on a big stage. We do have some players that's the first like big international tournament.
They didn't fly to Paris to make up the numbers. If Sentinels are going to prove the doubters wrong at the Esports World Cup, it starts now, under the brightest lights in the game.
And there it is, the reigning world champions and the pedestal that holds up all of esports. Faker and T1 and the Circus have arrived to Paris. They are looking to put on a show up against Vietnam's greatest esports organization. It is GAM Esports, and joining me on the desk alongside Wadid and Trouble is CEO of GAM Esports. It's my boy TK Nguyen. Welcome, TK. How's it going, brother?
What's up, guys? What's up? Great to be back here at EWC once again.
Yeah, man. It's so awesome to have you. I kind of wanted to lead off with this question of like, the amount that you've invested into esports here for Vietnam and now collaborating with EWC, how has that relationship been like?
It's been amazing. We're very thankful for EWC. Not only are we a club partner this year, but we're one of just a few from Southeast Asia and the only one from Vietnam, so we got to represent for our region, you know what I'm saying? So it's been a lot of fun being here. I've been here for 3 years now. The first year as a guest, just going and enjoying. Second year we competed, and then this year we're back as a club partner.
That's amazing news. And you also said you're collaborating with the team later on?
Yes.
What party?
So if you guys are tuning in, you guys might be watching this live right now in Ho Chi Minh City. We are doing a watch party with Gen G, the reigning champs that you guys just saw, and us, GAM, in Ho Chi Minh City and in Seoul. We're doing one actually at one of the top nightclubs in the world, number 68 to be exact. Because we want to not only play the game, we're here to change the game. So shout out to everybody at the viewing party. Hi, guys.
Yeah, that's cool. And now back to the game. I have one question, because you're about to play against T1, one of the greatest team in the LCK, probably the world. How prepared is your team right now against T1?
You know, we've been anticipating this, such an amazing moment, not just for us to be able to go up against the reigning champs, but also great for esports in general, especially in Vietnam.
Yeah.
We have so many fans, T1 fans in Vietnam. I know.
True,
but
true.
You know what? Hey, this is EWC. Anything can happen. It is a best of one, which means we got a chance, y'all. So we need all of you guys to root for us, the underdogs, baby.
You guys have been the underdogs
always
this whole time, but you're always the favorite dark horse, the favorite underdog.
Yes.
And you say it's a best of one.
Yes,
any team has won against any team in a best of one, but you've had some very critical changes in your roster.
Yeah.
The big pillar that's called Levi is gone. So talk to us a little bit about how the roster has formed around Drakthar.
So I know, shout out to Captain Levu, we miss you. He's been such an iconic figure for esports in Vietnam and throughout our region. So he retired last year, but Kiaya, who's been with us for the last 6 years, he stepped up and he's now our captain. We brought in Taki as well. We have a new head coach in Naul, and we look forward to putting this team together of some superstars that you guys have seen playing on the international stage all together here and representing at EWC.
So how do you describe your team as a play style? Do you go really aggressive in the early game, or do you play with the macro wise?
I mean, it is definitely VCS style. We're always going to be a little bit aggressive. We're always going to kind of shock you guys with some fast-paced action. So tune in, because it's going to be a lot of fun, y'all.
One thing that you've done a lot lately here with GAM Esports is do a lot of vlogging, and you've been very authentic and transparent about the journey. I remember following along in the LCP, trying to make it to MSI, falling just a bit short, and then bouncing back here to make it into EWC, that whirlwind of emotions. What's that been like, being so authentic and just open to your audience?
I mean, at the end of the day, it's all about our GAM fam, right? GAM doesn't mean anything without the fans, without the community here. So we're just very honored just to be here to represent for our fans, but not only the fans, even if you're not a fan of GAM, but you're a fan of esports. You know what I mean? You will be, right?
You will be, for sure,
just like she's going to be, right? So
I already am for many years.
Oh, okay, see, that's what I'm talking about, baby. So look.
How could you not?
Right? So, hey, we're here, we're representing, we're going to do our best to put on a show. We're always going to let you guys know what time it is, baby. It's GAM time.
It's GAM time. Before we get to GAM time and T1, we have a special announcement right now. Let's go ahead and toss to that.
최고를 향한 길에서 승리는 시작일 뿐 나를 초월한 더 큰 명분을 위해 다음 세대의 꿈을 위해 내가 정의하는 최고를 위해 도전은 계속된다.
So there it is. It is Faker, the game ambassador of EWC, joining EWC and strengthening the bonds of esports even more. I mean, what has Faker meant to you and your journey throughout esports? Because I know that, you know, we knew this our time in LA, very different life, and then you've gone in there following what esports, what Faker's created for esports.
I mean, Faker is the GOAT, and it's like no better ambassador, not just for esports, but for gaming in general. So very excited to have him on board, and we hope he sticks around for many, many years. So shout out to Faker and shout out to T1, and thank you for what they've done for this sport.
Yeah, that is awesome. Again, congratulations, and we'll have more about that in the upcoming days. Actually, we have an update from the B stream. Sentinels have defeated Team Secret, and so they will be the ones moving on to the qualifier match against Gen G. That does mean Team Secret and KC will do battle later. Obviously, Team Secret, one of the LCP
Team
squads.
Secret, let's go LCP, baby. We got to represent. We got to shock the world together, y'all.
I know, so we'll see how they do in just a bit. Let's dive into the matchup here, GAM and T1, and we'll start with T1 here because we've been talking about GAM a little bit.
It's all right. Let's show some love to the world champs.
We did. What jumps out at you about this version of T1 and where they're at right now for people that haven't followed along?
I mean, I think T1 in the MSI especially, I think they struggled with the consistency. I think the meta is all about picking up your favorite matchup into the laning phase, because if you get the lane priority, it's so much easier to snowball the game. But I think they most struggled with the top lane. I think Doran had a kind of rough time throughout the MSI, because I think he was having a hard time just because of the counter matchup, and also I think he couldn't really figure out what is his favorite matchup. So I feel like this time around they need to figure out what's their favorite pick, what's their comfort zone, because they're on the same patch, they're on the literally same champions. So I think this is timing that maybe T1 can bring up once again with their legacy.
And I feel like Owner and Carrier are going to have to play two big roles, because Dorn struggles yet again. Kiaya is an absolute freaking legend, so it is going to be a tough matchup, and he can't bring out the Gwen out of nowhere. So I feel like Owner's going to have to step it up and probably support a lot more towards the top side, or even try to snowball the other side of the map. I mean, Paze has had a mind-controllingly good MSI, and he still couldn't get the W, so that says a lot.
TK, when you have these types of matchups, especially against someone like T1, where do you feel like your strength lies as GAM Esports, especially against T1?
I mean, I think when you go up against someone like T1, there actually isn't much pressure. You just got to enjoy the moment and just have fun. So I think it actually helps the team, because you know what? We're the underdog, so hey, what can we do? to shock the world.
Who do you want to be that steps up? If there's a player that deserves that kind of MVP recognition for GAM, who would that be here in this matchup?
Well, I'm looking forward to my man Drakthar because he's not only replacing the one and only Levy, but this would be a major win. So these guys, they're excited for this for sure.
Obviously, we're here in the STC Arena in Paris. How has the crowd been so far for you, the reception of the players and GAM as a whole?
I mean, this entire setup is crazy, guys. I mean, the energy behind us. We actually bought a drum, right?
Okay. Wow.
We borrowed a drum from the Vietnam Culture Center here in Paris.
Oh, that's
so
awesome.
So that we could be like, hyping up the fans here. But the KC fans are crazy. I gotta say that. I'm trying to match their energy, but it's like, me and just like a few of us. So we outnumbered, but that's why we need you guys. Yeah, basically, right? But it's okay. We're gonna always be the underdog.
How about for you, Adid? How about for you? How's this fan audience been?
I mean, I think the interaction between the fans and the players is so much closer than any other event. So I feel like it's such a great chance to meet up your player and like say hi to them because they're literally there. And also, I went to the stream B as well. Like, they're literally in front of me playing the game. So like it was really great experience. And again, I think having those amount of fans around here is such a great experience as an esport fan and as an analyst. It's just amazing.
Trouble, we got 30 seconds before we head on over to the stage. Who you think is going to step up here and be the MVP of this matchup?
Okay, I'm getting a very strong stare on the right side. But you know what? I've always been with the underdog story, and I've always supported the underdog story. So I think for this one, it's a best of one. And anything can happen. So I'm looking at Kiaya, my GOAT in GAM, to lead the team to potentially 1-0 versus T1.
Let's go.
All right, there we go. Group C matchup starting right now. T1 and GAM Esports.
Woo! Bon. Petite défaite de Carmine. Pour commencer, mais il y a R. Il y a R parce que dans un shonen, il y a des underdogs, il y a des défaites et il y a des légendes. And talking about legends, we're about to welcome the team on stage. Everyone knows who I'm talking about. And who better than Tyler One to help me welcome T1 on stage?
Woo! We are pumped to be here, Lou. I am pumped to be in Paris. This is going to be a show.
This is going to be a show indeed. Regardez-le, il est déjà prêt dans les starting blocks pour atteindre et évidemment accueillir son équipe. I know you're here for a reason, Tyler. I know you want to welcome a specific team, but I'm going to have to introduce their opponents first. Do you get it? Should we go?
I understand. Yeah,
we're
ready. Absolutely, we're ready. I am ready to see these Titans battle it out at the Esports World Cup.
Let's get it. La première équipe, elle nous vient du Vietnam. C'est GAM Esports. The Vietnamese squad is ready to be all odds here in Paris. Ils arrivent avec la casquette d'Underdogs face à l'une des meilleures équipes du monde. Mais ils n'auront pas peur. Ils sont prêts.
And now, the real reason we're all here. The undisputed greatest League of Legends team of all time. T1!
Les champions du monde en titre, 6 championnats du monde à leur actif, et ils viennent pour le WC à Paris. Mesdames et messieurs, are you ready for it? One more time, faites du bruit!
What an incredible introduction there. T1 introducing T1. It's an absolutely beautiful time. It just fits. Yeah, I've replaced Wolf. I've got Ox up here with me to go through T1 versus GAM. And I'm really glad that TK isn't actually here on the caster desk because he doesn't get to intimidate us into thinking that GAM are going to win.
Yeah, I mean, I think definitely T1 pretty heavily favored, but I will say one thing we've consistently seen from T1 this year is the circus.
That is true.
And also, I know GAM, especially a lot of Vietnam teams, very aggressive, and I know that T1 are just going to dive into that. This is a high kill game. I expect chaos, but probably at the end, it will be GAM's Nexus, which is destroyed.
That is probably what's going to happen. However, this is a really fun team, right? And Kiaya has been around for a really long time and has an extraordinarily deep champion pool. And attacking Doran has been how teams have been able to take down T1 so far this year, or at least at MSI. So maybe they can actually get through that way. And I was thinking back, right? Because I knew I know Levy left, right? And then Drakthar came into the squad. And I was like, where have I heard that name before? He played in the Kesper Cup in 2024.
Wow.
He was actually there for Team Vietnam, and I was like, oh, that's where I've seen this guy. And he was playing with Pun, actually, from Team Secret, who are here at this tournament. Ares was also on that team as well, who is here on GAM. And so we actually have a little bit of tape over in Korea as well, and probably actually played against at least a couple of these players on T1 right here. So maybe he can utilize some of that experience in order to get a little bit of a leg up over T1 in this particular match, because it's a best of one. TK actually did say it pretty straight when he was talking about the fact that surprises can happen. And maybe Trouble was onto something there as well with her GAM prediction. So we'll just have to see whether they can find an angle here, because it will be an uphill battle. But as they said, they got nothing to lose.
And that's the thing as well, with it being a best of one. We've seen upsets happen in best of one. Quite a lot of times, it's a bit harder to get it in a best of three or a best of five. But you just come out all guns blazing. If you're aggressive, catch them off guard, it's definitely a way to punish.
Yep, and whether it be the LCP or the VCS, as there's the man himself, they have always been a very aggressive region. And so maybe they can just get that snowball rolling before T1 have really even started the game yet.
I remember as well Taki, who's on this roster.
Yeah, he's been around for a really long time.
He was on Saigon Buffaloes at MSI 2022, and actually they went super aggressive against T1's bot lane at the time.
Yeah.
Got a lot of early kills, so I'm interested. I expect aggression. That's the main thing I'm looking for to come out here, but where it's going to be on the map is the big question mark. We've seen at MSI the meta shifting up a bit, a lot more teams leaning towards the top side of the map, but then HLE coming in and saying, hey, even though we have Gumayusi who's so good in the weak side, Zeus who's so good at playthrough, they just put the eggs in the Gumayusi basket to win the tournament. So interested to see how that develops here. Yep. And obviously Draft is going to play massively into that.
Well, speaking of which, we're there right now as we have a final band to come on through here for GAM. And first pick will go over to T1 here. Of course, the winners of the very first EWC, but lost that title to Gen G last year and desperately want to reclaim it here in Paris. The initial ban of the Akali does show that they really do want to give Glory some respect. And it is interesting, as Glory is coming in over Ares here for the first match. I was going to say game one. There is only one game. It's a best of one here for our group stage at EWC.
Is it Fearless? It's a best of one Fearless?
It's a Fearless best of one.
Wow,
yeah. Wolf was weird because he said that it wasn't Fearless, and I'm like, dude, it's still Fearless.
Yeah, it's still Fearless.
It's just a Fearless best of one. It's
there
fine.
There we go.
Oh dear. GAM made the error. They made the error, Dan. It's a problem.
It's dangerous. A lot of cost here. I can understand things like Owner's Nocturne and Carrier's Bard, big priority picks. But the question is, what is worth giving over Faker's Orianna? They go for the Cassiopeia here for Glory.
Do you know what I'm getting flashbacks of? Do you remember that DK versus T1 game?
Yes.
Where Showmaker got entirely embarrassed on Cassiopeia and then basically never played the champion again.
He's at this tournament, so
yeah, that was the Orianna situation. It's not a great matchup. You do generally get a little bit outranged, but the Neferi going to come in through as well. We did see this combination played by KC just before, and let's see whether GAM can find a better angle with the Snake Lady into the Metal Ballerina. As Owner and Faker looking to round out the last couple of picks here. We'll see whether it is going to be jungle top lane, which we have seen quite a bit, and that looks to be the case, as the blind Gnar to come through for Doran would be an interesting one, as there is still quite a lot up and available. They still will lock it in, though.
Yeah, it gives obviously Kaya the chance to respond to that. I mean, the expectation since they were first pick is he was going to get counter pick anyway, so just wanted to grab this before it goes to the second round of bans. And usually you'd expect a jungle in this situation for Owner to match here. A lot still available for him in terms of picks. I feel like obviously something like the Vi, you don't really want to play into the Neferi typically, but Owner has a lot of confidence on the pick. I remember when Vi first was played in Pro, it was Owner who was actually leading the charge in it. I'm a bit unsure though, because when we first saw Neferi come into Pro, it was as a Vi counter.
Yeah, so and I feel like a lot of Vi's have now figured out the tech, right? We've seen a lot of like Q flashes into insta ults to make sure that the Neferi just never has a chance to go untargetable.
It's kind of like the tech we saw in Xayah. You know, Xayah was often picked into the Vi.
Oh, okay.
And
Kiaya going for the scary matchup.
Yeah, not a fun time for Doran in this situation. We asked the question, which lane do we think Gam are going to play through, look to punish, and I think we have our answer.
Yeah. And honestly, if I was Gam, I'd be very happy to play through Kiaya as well. This guy has been really, really good for an exceptionally long time. And Doran has been struggling a little bit in recent weeks. So looking forward to seeing what he can do here as we're going to get into the bans one more time. The Lucian going to be taken away from Pays to start us off. And we're going to be looking towards the bottom side on both teams to see what is going to be removed. Now, Cassiopeia theoretically could still be flexed. Ladies and gentlemen, Artemis could be playing that one towards the bottom side, but I don't expect that to happen.
Yeah, you also have a lot of AD damage on the top side for Gam. I mean, you have enough for T1, right, with the Vi and the Gnar, but having a Vayne Neferi means if you go mage bot lane, you're still feeling really comfortable in terms of your damage profile. We've seen Pays, though, be pretty excellent on picks like the Mel.
Yep.
And actually, Syndra going to be banned out here from the bot lane off T1. So a lot of respect given to Pays' very wide champion pool.
Yeah, well, I wonder what that actually means as far as where Gam are going to be going with their bottom lane, because it might be a setup for a Mel.
We did see the Syndra insta Cassiopeia in the bot lane, I think, at MSI at some point.
Oh, that's true.
And I think it's difficult because when you play Cassiopeia, a big struggle is getting into range of the target. You have the damage, and Syndra can just knock you away and make that a problem. So maybe that's a bit of a clue, but we'll see what Gam look to do here. I mean, here's the difficulty. A support pickup here means you don't get counter pick for support, which is obviously nice, but it does keep that Cassiopeia
holding the flex
available.
I think is really important. And I think if they do lock support here, we'll know that they are willing to flex it.
Yeah.
Let's see what Artemis does want to take away here. 5 seconds to go. We'll get an idea. And they're going to have support counter pick, and it's going to be the Jhin.
Okay, so revealing the flex, prioritizing that counter pick, trying to make sure that Taki can get a good matchup into carrier. I think makes sense playing it safe, but loses a bit of that flexibility that we were talking about. Now for T1, what are they going to go towards in this situation?
Melpike. It's just going to... Right, it's Pays carrier. They're just going to do it.
They definitely could in this situation. They could also just go for things like Caitlyn Lux.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Wait, Talia Pantheon or T1 going to do it? Are they going to take a leaf out of CV Max from 2019's book?
That'd be a throwback.
That would be crazy.
That one still holds a place in your
rent-free, man.
In your brain, definitely.
I think I wake up in the morning and I think about it, but instead it's going to be the Shen. This is something that Carrier has played many, many times. 6 seconds to go, still making up his mind. Please play Pantheon. It just feels like a beautiful bookend to the story, but it's not going to happen. It's going to be the Shen locked in. And, I mean, it could be Orianna bot, but it's probably just going to be that Talia Shen. We did see Viper play the Talia in the bottom lane a couple of times at MSI, and it worked out quite nicely. So that is going to be their option here. Now, Taki, what do you want to play into the Shen of the bottom side? And it looks like Pyke Jhin is gonna be the choice from Gam, and man, there is only damage. There is zero durability on this team, and I would expect nothing less from Gam Esports.
This is exactly the vibe we were looking for.
Oh yeah, this is just like crash and burn or shine bright. You know, there is no in between at all.
Absolutely not. So I expect aggression out the gates here from Gam. I feel like T1 top side a lot more standard from what we've seen from them. The bot lane is interesting. A bit of a mix on, as you said, from the Talia Pantheon. Shen, the taunt, not as reliable as the put it click CC from the Pantheon, but pretty reliable, especially in Carrier's hand. But also the double globals with that Weaver's Wall, with that Stand United, a lot of map impact. Once you get to the point of the game where bot lane establishes themselves in the middle of the map, you can really just open up anywhere and look to challenge both side lanes in this situation. It will be interesting to see, though, if they can try and alleviate some of that pressure towards the top lane. If Doran doesn't fall too far behind, you can then enable Carry, enable Pays to maybe put some pressure towards there in the later stages of the game.
And, there are some sneaky champions on GAM's side. I feel like this is going to be a hard game for Owner to play, right? Like, how do you find a target for your cease and desist when everyone is just going invisible all the time? Could be a little bit of a frustrating one, but once he does get someone locked in, difficult for them to get away because everyone is squishy. Everyone is a pick target.
I will say the Unraveled Earth value here, a lot of short-range champions.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of dash champions. It feels like Jhin is kind of okay, standing way back.
Yep.
But even if Jhin starts ulting, you can send the Weaver's Wall straight at him to interrupt.
Oh,
so
that's true.
I think Pays has a lot of potential with this kit to make things happen for T1 here.
And make things very frustrating for GAM. As we are close to loading up onto the Rift here for our second game of the A stream. If you didn't know, there is another stream going on here as well, which has different games throughout the day. There is just so many matches. And so we need to just have an extra stream going to make sure that we get them all done in the short time that we have here. But it does mean there is a huge concentration of video games that are getting played. Gen.G already taking a victory here on this stage. We'll see whether T1 can follow them.
Yep, so the other match is BLG against MKOI, which is the other match in this group.
Yep.
Winner of that will play the winner of this, and the losers will also play Expectation. We said T1 Expectation winning here. Expectation of the matchup is BLG.
Yep.
But if an upset happens, we'll obviously spice things up.
It certainly will, and we'll get some MSI rematches potentially there at the same time. And then some complete unknowns, as MKOI and GAM were both not at MSI, and so haven't really been able to check in with them over the last few weeks. So we'll see what they've got cooked up for us. Already, GAM with an absolute smorgasbord in this game as far as the champions that have been locked in. And we'll just have to see whether they perform well on them.
GAM were pretty close to making it, going 2-3 against Relove Deep Cross Gaming in the LCP playoffs. So win far away, just missing out. And I feel like for those teams who didn't make it to MSI, who have a second chance at the EWC to try and make something happen.
He's so intimidating, isn't he?
Oh, the eyebrows.
Yeah.
The smolder, it's beautiful.
Oh, man. TK, he just tells so much with just a look, doesn't he? And also so much when he's ever given a microphone.
Oh, absolutely. He doesn't need the microphone, but he makes good use of it.
Oh, he certainly does. That guy is a content machine. But we're still waiting a few seconds to get onto the Rift here, as I believe there has been a slight delay on stage. No idea what has actually happened. We will keep you updated if we do get any information. If they do feel like we're allowed to know, you know? Because sometimes
that's
we're
the
not.
drum he was talking about.
That's the drum he was talking about. There it is.
So sick.
So they got that from the Vietnamese embassy, right? Is that what he said?
I think it's Cultural Center.
Cultural Center. There you go. Faker, what was that? That's Doa. He said that.
Yeah.
Remember him, Eric Lundqvist?
I do remember.
Yeah, he's got the most famous esports line of all time. And it was that.
I mean, it was a pretty sick line. I wonder in the moment if he was thinking like...
This is going to live forever.
Probably
yeah.
not.
Probably not. I would assume not.
He probably
look at the cleanse. Look at the moves.
He probably finished that and thought, you know what? That was a banger line. Hopefully I get a good one like that next week.
yeah, probably. I would assume that. Or it was Doa, and he was probably just thinking about something funny to say afterwards and didn't really think about that line very much at all.
Have you actually seen what happens after that moment in the game?
Yeah, don't they just keep talking about something else?
No. In like the gameplay, so Faker actually gets executed by the tower.
Oh, really?
Like pushing the tower, he gets executed. And you know what else is funny? Both teams had a Shen.
Yeah, they had a Shen that didn't ult. Yeah, no, I know. It was a different time.
It was a different time.
That's why we're releasing League Classic, to see what would happen if that game existed now.
He's just pushed the tower. Like, it's just crazy. He made like the most iconic play of all time, and it's just crazy level of play. And then he's hitting the tower, and he's probably, I don't know, he's just thinking
maybe
like, wow,
he's just celebrating.
He's
yeah,
like, that was, and then he just dives the tower, and it's like,
What's you gonna do?
You know,
what's you gonna do? Sometimes you perform the greatest mechanical feat of the time, you just need a bit of a break. Maybe just hands off keyboard at that point.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't need to do anything here. It was also Game 5, which at that time, if you didn't know, ladies and gentlemen, Game 5 was like the time of blind pick. It was the greatest thing in the history of League of Legends. The fact that you get to a Game 5 and then all of a sudden it's utter chaos. That's why there were 2 Shens and 2 Zeds in that game.
I love how far away we are from that, because now we have the most bans possible in Game 5 with Fearless, with 5 bans on each side. Back then, nothing. Clean slate.
Do you know what we should start doing? We should start doing best of 7 Fearless last game, if it ever gets there, is blind pick.
I'm down.
Because that would be such like whiplash, wouldn't it? Like from like there's 800 champions banned and now none, and you can pick anything ever. But ladies and gentlemen, I just got word that we are ready to get onto the Rift here, and you can see Pays is furiously clicking, and that means that we are on our way. Let's see who can do it, T1 or Gam here for the second match of the A stream. As Glory swims out of base. Look at these skins, man. The hot dog and the crazy pink snake. I haven't seen that one before in-game.
I haven't. I've seen the hot dog about 1 million times.
Yeah, 1 million
because
times.
everyone uses it, including me. It's a banger.
It is. Okay. It is, of course, Darkstar Jhin. The only skin that anyone uses ever.
There's some champions where it's like you have one skin, and that's all everyone uses. And then some, it's like, they'll just use the newest skin, whatever looks cool.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Rumble's a one-skin champion.
It is. And it's Rumble in the jungle.
Well,
because you throw pineapples.
If he's in the jungle.
I know. You're talking about Super Galaxy. No. Rumble in the jungle is the greatest Rumble skin, and I will hear nothing about it. As Faker and Glory doing battle here in the mid lane. Being a little bit frustrating there is Glory so far, as Kiaya having a good time level 1. We've seen this. The level 1 all-ins from the Vayne have been pretty good so far, and Doran going to be respecting it for the moment.
Oh, man, good start from Glory here. We saw Yehu against Choke.
Yeah?
Yehu get a really good start on the Cassiopeia, so if Glory can do the same here, and the top lane matchup go good as well, this could be a great start for Gam.
Oh dear, the Taunt is going to connect towards the bottom side of the map, though, as Taki taking some damage. Going to need that passive to get that health bar back, and does get it, as there is no ward in that brush for T1. So they will be backing away yet again. The Bone Skill are going to find that minion. He really wanted that minion.
He got it.
That minion was the target, and it was locked down. Oh, Owner is coming over here. They do have vision on him. Drakthar is also making his way into the river.
Yeah, he's actually looking for an invade. He still has his topside camps up, but he wants to challenge. Bear in mind, he has red buff here as well. And Owner just using his Q. He's in a bad spot.
He really is. Drakthar is going to grab those doggos back again, and there is the passive shield, but it's not quite going to work. They get the ward over. Doggo is still getting frustrating, but look, it's just going to be a denial of the red. And the flash forward! And that's going to be first blood for Glory! Solo killing Faker!
What a play from Glory. The lane was going good, but to get the solo kill, and that means Owner, you're not getting any support from your mid laner. He's getting forced out. What a start for Gam here.
Oh my goodness. I'm sorry, TK. I didn't know. Maybe this is what was going to happen all along, as that is 2 camps stolen away here by the Doggo, and that's another interruption to come on through. This Nefiri, I mean, Doran might just be straight up dead here. Owner is coming on over because they know this could be an absolute disaster. That is Kiaya grabbing the kill. The flash for the condemn. It's a double for the Vayne. And Gamma 3-0.
What a start and what a play. Drakthar moves in to punish a low health Doran, and Owner trying to save him just gets punished too. Artemis and Taki, seeing this all happen on the top side, must be so overjoyed with the start the rest of the team is able to get.
Yeah. And we were talking about this before. This is absolutely what has to happen for Gam if they want to win this game. This composition is so snowbally, and if it doesn't actually get that rolling, it can look a little bit awkward later on, as Carrier, nice little taunt here, gets himself the aftershock to keep him alive. And now Owner trying to get into this river, but really doesn't want to be here, as Drakthar is so incredibly strong with that pickaxe already. He's dead again. Oh my goodness, Gamma absolutely destroying them.
Draktar's just dominating Owner right now, and he keeps using the W early for the extra AD, the extra damage, because he's so confident in the 1v1. And Owner just getting caught out again. Glory might find
Yeah, these Twin Fangs are landing. That's the poison ticking down. Glory's also very close to dead as Faker walking forward. He needs to be more scared about this one. He still has Flash. I think he's going to have to use it. Let's see whether it's actually going to be enough, as there it is. Draktar underneath the turret. Going to get pushed back. Does dive away. But Gam, I think they're still going to be moving forward here as Faker moving back in with about 50 health. I'm getting anxious as both of these mid laners are so close to dead. Draktar going to front flip out of this river as Carrier moving over here, trying to create some normalcy here in this game. So Gam, 2,300 gold in the lead at almost 5 minutes into this game, as that is the Bone Skewer onto Owner, gets the smallest little Vault Breaker to get out of the way of the stun. And he will be okay for the moment. Man, T1 just need to slow this game down, and they need to slow it down now.
Gamma just not giving them a chance to. This breakneck pace, this constant invading. We get to see this earlier play from Glory, just hitting everything he needs there. The Noxus Flash just catching him in the flash in to get the last bit of damage in that auto.
And just no response at all. Look at that. Just ice cold.
Laser focused.
Oh, damn. Okay, well, Gamma here to play in this early game. We'll just have to see whether it's enough, as even Yankos is losing his mind.
That's a Yankos reaction I expect. Now they're looking for potential dive onto Doran. Guy is level 6. Doran hits it, but he's not got Mega, nowhere near. And Neferi's so good at dives. In fact, you can drop the tower aggro. If Doran doesn't sense this, he might be in big trouble.
All right, well, Draktar is going to go in, and Doran, no flash up and available, and Kiaya is tumbling after him. That is going to be the hop on the minion wave to get himself out of there. But the problem is, he's out, but he's also losing all of the farm that was left underneath the turret. He's going to lose the next wave as well. And T1, they're going to try and answer with a Drake. I just don't know whether dragons are going to be all that relevant here in this game with how much Gamma pushing this lead.
Yeah, it's such a rough spot, and the trade doesn't feel great. It's going to be over 1,000 gold lead in favor. Okay, and now they're looking to challenge, though, not giving them any space.
Yeah, that's going to be the Drake going down, as Ona down to about 50%. Gets back into his jungle, but Draktar is going to be right there behind him. See whether he can actually claim this Gromp, as Faker gets himself that Command Protect to deal with this extra burn damage coming on through from this poison. Glory is just shoving this wave in whenever he would like to, though, and the Bone Skewer going to get charged up here by Taki. He does have a level disadvantage against Carrier right now, but isn't too worried about it for the moment, just making sure that he gets those roams out as best he can. And Artemis just dealing with pace towards the bottom side.
So, even though the gold lead is still massive, it's now 7 minutes, not 5 minutes, which is still not great, but a bit better. It's the top side of the map that has that massive lead, so I think 41, if you want to make some plays back in return, looking at the bot side, could be an angle. That feels kind of bad because obviously you have globals on the bot side.
Oh dear, there's the shockwave coming through. Faker will be out of lockdown, Taki. And even though Glory yelled at them, T1 didn't seem to mind too much. So finally, T1 are on the board.
Just that quick, that easy to do. Faker finds a great shockwave. Although in the 1v1 without that tool, it just means he's in a tough position.
But he does have friends moving over. Pays, gets that Weaver's Wall out. The taunts there. There's the flick back, and Faker grabs another one. Draktar now going to have to get out of there because T1, they've got the gang together, and they're looking way better now.
Big thing there, didn't include the top and jungle where the biggest deficits are, and just using those proactive tools from T1 to make those plays. Taki just trying to play with so much confidence, not respecting the shockwave, and now seeing a return to live.
Yeah, Carrier moving over here one more time. There's a taunt flash to come on through. Cease and Desist comes down, and Draktar finally gets up into the sky, but it's not going to keep him alive. And they get the shutdown. It goes to Carrier. We'll see how well he can use that gold. Is now Taki going to try and transition towards his top side as Kiaya doing his best to kite out Doran. He's running in a weird direction, but he's got his friends making their way over. The Wallop is going to get flanked by one, but not by the other, as that's a great stun from Taki, but it's just not enough. And now T1, they've completely evened out the game. The gold lead is gone. And I guess it was just a little bit of a show at the circus at the beginning.
2,000 of that gold lead just wiped away by T1 with those proactive plays, really understanding well what they had to do. And the fact they took out Draktar, you were talking earlier about the adaptations that Vi's have to do, how you have to flash onto the Neferi before you can respond. This is an example of Carrier doing that on the Shen. The flash taunt doesn't give a chance for Draktar to react. He's dead before he actually goes into that W. And then here in the chase down, I love how Doran plays this because he bounces and knocks Carrier towards his turret, and then he just goes in the brush. He knows The only way they can turn this around is if they kill him, so he just buys time for the rest of the team to get there. Taki gets a phenomenal stun that forces Ona's flash, but isn't enough to save his top laner. And T1 back to back to back just get a handful of phenomenal plays to get them back in this game.
I wasn't expecting it to be that swift. You know, the comeback here for T1. Again, with maybe, a bit
I feel a little bit robbed.
point.
Like, if you pay for a whole circus performance, you expect it to be a bit longer. This feels like just a little introductory act.
Yeah, it really was just the intro, and then we get the League of Legends afterwards, when a lot of, like, some of the T1 games are just circus the whole way, and then they find a way to win. This was, just a pre-show circus, I guess.
Yeah.
Which is, I think, what we're going to get as we get back to career a little bit later on, but that's a sneak preview. T1 now just going to be teleporting back towards his bottom side, with Pays making his way back down. Artemis going to be going back home. That means the T1 should be able to grab themselves some plates here as the rocks go on down. And Pays, I feel like he's been having a really good time playing all of these weird picks on the bottom side of the map, doing his best Viper impression here for T1. And I still think that T1 have the best bottom lane in the world. It's just sometimes weird stuff happens in the game.
Their 2v2 has been very fearsome. Obviously, this combination is not one where you're playing specifically for the 2v2 unless there's a misstep from Taki. But Pays now with the Ludens, so much wave clear available just to free him up or just stop Gam from having any pressure there, and allows Carrier to move around the map and kind of do what he wants. You can see him moving towards top lane. This is the one lane where Gam still have a sizable lead. Doran's still in a bit of a rough spot, so T1 definitely aware of that.
Faken's got solo killed and now has the most gold in the game, by the way. I don't think that's very fair. As Ona is going to chase down Taki. There's the cease and desist. Going to eat the stun as the Weaver's Wall is there as well, and there is nowhere for this Pyke to go. Just bullied in his own jungle, as now Glory going to have to be really careful trying to poison this minion wave so that he doesn't lose too many plates, but one of them is still going to go down. Drakthar is going to dive in, looking for an angle towards Faker as he does avoid the taunt quite nicely. Will be able to stop any more of those plates from falling, but the damage had already been done, and T1 moved to a kill lead.
Just seeing how T1 are linking up on these plays, so effective here. And you can see initially, it's a Pyke. Pyke, not the easiest target to pin down, but Ona says, we can do this, I can make this happen. Carrier's trying to get in range, but it's his Weaver's Wall from Pays that even bumps him back to just guarantee that he goes down. Now, Gamma starting up the Dragon, but T1 are here to respond, and they're collapsing in. Taki might just be dead again.
Oh, able to dash away. As Drakthar is in a lot of trouble. That untargetability now on cooldown. And where did the Pyke go? I have no idea. Wait, where did the Nefiri go? He's also trying to do battle with this dragon and is taken out. T1 finding another great team fight. Pays is going to get taken down though, and Glory sinking those fangs in. And that is going to be Ona taken down. Gam able to fight it back here around the dragon. And Doran hanging out towards his top side, happy to have a little bit of time to himself.
This is a situation where we see when the top lane, when Kiaya joins in on the play, the difference he can make this Vayne. I also think T1, they put a lot of resources into Taki, into Drakthar, didn't have answers for the DPS of the Cassiopeia and the Vayne. This was a bit unfortunate for Drakthar. He's trying to stick around for the dragon, ends up going in, gets bumped, and then Ona punches through the dragon to kill him. But in the meantime, no mana on Faker here, and no real response, no CC available left for Glory and Gaia. They just charge down Ona, and it's a reminder that even though we saw those great set plays from T1, you cannot disrespect the carry potential of these solo lanes of Gam.
Yeah, exactly. And if they don't manage to get that initial salvo onto at least the Cassiopeia or the Vayne, then the DPS discrepancy between these two teams is kind of astronomical.
Oh, yeah.
So once those cooldowns are down, I think the smart money is on Gam in these later team fights, and we're seeing there that they do make that one work. Cease and desist comes down, though, as there is the flash. Miasma not really going to be helping out, though, as he sidesteps, and the flash away from Ona is going to keep this Vi alive. All right, from the death chamber to immediately killing someone.
That was a delicate play, if I'm being honest, but pixel-perfect precision from Ona there to dodge away from the ultimate allows him to get the kill and get out. So good moves there from T1 once again. Now we're seeing Carrier trying to make a move up here for Kiaya.
Yeah, Kadem on cooldown for now as the final hour is going to get popped as Carrier decides not to invest the flash. And does manage to get that dodge field down. Still actually dancing around this battle quite nicely as the Silver Bolt's really frustrating. Okay, we'll be able to get a lot back.
That was a game of chicken right there because Carrier knew that Gaia had flash and didn't want to commit his, wanted to bait it out, and Carrier was like, no, we'll just hold it there. That sidestep there from Ona was just flawless.
Beautifully played. So T1 with the kill advantage, 1.4k in the lead as well. And this is a composition that will age a little bit better than what the GAM comp does have. Pyke is one of these champions that feels notoriously awkward moving later on into the game.
I feel like the T1 composition generally easier to play. You have like a more robust front line, but I will say that comp is, as you were saying before, all burst. And dealing with the Cassiopeia Vayne scaling may be a problem as this game goes on.
That's a good point. There's not a lot of tankiness, but there is a heck of a lot of consistent DPS. So maybe that'll work out here as GAM. We're going to push Owner away. They will be able to do so once again. Glory may not be so lucky as... Oh, the shockwave flat from Pays to collect the Cassiopeia. That was cute.
You know, I've seen so many champions.
I've seen a Trundle do that
as
most
a
famously.
Ball delivery system, but Taliyah's new.
Yeah, that's a cool one. But anything works if you've got a flash. And that is going to be that chase down as now GAM trying to make that cross-map play towards Shelly. They should be able to grab her.
Yeah, I think the response from T1's correct. Put pressure on mid-tower. Don't fight it when you don't have your mid laner there. Give up the Herald and get mid-tier 1 and some pressure bot 2. I think T1 pretty happy with how that panned out.
Yeah, 2 turrets for a Herald feels pretty good.
I said mid laner, bot laner. It's just he's on a mage.
No, I think you probably get away with it.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. That is something that is just... Make it 3 turrets.
Triple tower pickup. I mean, the whole point of taking Herald is to get towers.
Yeah, I love Shelly, but I don't know whether she's worth that much.
No, I don't. Honestly, if GAM managed to get 3 towers with Herald...
That means they've taken an inhibitor.
That would be impressive, but also that would just be matching what T1 did. And considering pre-5 minutes, there was a 2,300 gold lead for GAM. We're at 16 minutes, and it's a 3,600 gold lead for T1. Oh, there's the Shen ult.
Oh dear, Doran gonna make his way in. Is Kiaya trying to do some tricky stuff here? And Carrier does at least buy a little bit of space by putting down the field, and Pays is going to show up. The seismic shove goes to Narnia, but it doesn't matter. That means Kiaya can't get over the wall, and that means the Vayne is dead. Nice little pick here for T1. And with all of this extra tempo, I think that gold lead is only going to expand even further than this 4,000 mark.
I feel like in the gold discrepancies, the last bastion was that top lane, but now Doran with the lead. No leads anywhere on the map for GAM right now, despite that strong early start that they had.
And I mean, we've seen this happen throughout almost all of Faker's career. Teams find early game advantages, then afterwards just doesn't really work. It feels like any iteration of SKT or T1 has been very, very good at restabilizing as you get to the mid-game. It hasn't often been at this level, though, because that, like, deficit was massive for that time in the game. As that is going to be the Cloud Drake secured here, but the cease and desist does bring Owner over. He takes a lot of damage. Miasma, a lot of value, some money given over as the death from below does come on through. But the Weaver's Wall is going to separate the team. Artemis now on the other side, but he is left alone. And T1 unable to really get the chase down here as the Rift Herald. Okay.
You know what? I don't think they're getting 3 towers with this. That's my hunch.
You know what? You might have spoken too soon. If we're going to get a replay, we're just not going to watch the drifting. It's fine.
The smite, they try to go in with the damage of the smite. Just a little miscalculation. It goes to 1 HP before Draktar picks it up. But then this punish on the Owner and the kite away with the miasma. Pretty beautifully done by GAM. And we're back to life. How many towers? 0. 0 towers with the Herald.
Hey, she's still alive. Okay? Look at her go. There's one turret that's there. You know, it's got a Carrier. No, Carrier. Carrier.
Oh. No. We're gonna let me count. It's 0.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Daniel.
Just needed to verify.
Yeah. No. I'm glad that you can count. I failed to do so in the last game. That's okay. At least we've got someone here that can do it on screen. Okay, Carrier now coming on over to try and defend this control ward. Taunt not going to connect there onto Taki, just barely able to get over the wall with that dash.
I feel like Taki has been playing with fire a lot this game, sometimes to his detriment, but sometimes able to bait out some big abilities.
I am impressed by his consistency, though. Always going in. As Doran does hit Mega, Artemis is over here as well. As Draktar does get stunned. Ona moves in. That is going to be the red buff, I think, taken away there by Ono.
Yeah, Ono able to grab that one. I honestly thought when I saw Draktar coming over, I'm like, well, that's Gam's red buff, but not anymore. And
it's supposed to be.
It is. You feel the pressure mounting up. Oh, TP flank coming in right now from the Cassiopeia.
All right, Faker going to get caught out here by Kiaya potentially, but Keria is on his way. There's the taunt flash, as Keria might be sacrificing himself unless he can get out. The Condemn actually going to be helping him escape, but the ulti from Draktar should mean the end of the Shen, and the shutdown is locked up by Taki. Faker able to walk his way out, not curtains for him just yet. And in the meantime, there is a Gnar being frustrating in the bottom lane.
Yeah, we've seen this many times before, teams trying to collapse on a Faker. This time he does live.
Oh dear. No. I think he will cease and desist. There he goes.
Yeah, so the answer back, they get that kill mid. They also manage to get a lot of plates in the bot lane for Doran, who now has 1,000 gold lead in this top lane matchup.
Feels a bit wrong based on what happened earlier on in the game. But it feels right if you just think about what T1 have done throughout, this year especially, but just in general.
Just a pretty heavy commit here. I actually think Faker not having the shockwave is the only reason Gaia actually survived that engage combo. Now they're looking for him again, though.
Yeah, they're going to yell at him. Doesn't manage to get the stun, but Faker is still going the wrong direction. The Twin Fangs are coming on down. The flash over the taunt is beautiful, and the shutdown comes in for the Cassiopeia. Now, the Bone Skewer is going to land, and Keria is in a lot of trouble. The Weaver's Wall is going to come on through, and he does manage to get over where it was getting set up. Nice flick back from Pays as well, but Ona going in might be a little dangerous. As Gam still have a lot of damage represented over here. The problem is, that means that Doran is in the bottom lane, and he's just going to take that turret.
Yeah, I feel like the problem is, the Vayne wasn't even involved. And yet we're just seeing Doran constantly in the side lane making this happen. It's a bit of an issue. Yeah. I do think they need to respond and answer to that.
I feel like there might be a macro discrepancy between these squads right now on display.
Yeah, I think we can see while this play is happening, some good moves from Glory to get onto Faker. But you can see in the bot side of the map that Doran is forcing the Vayne away in the 1v1. And if that's happening, you're in a bit of a rough spot.
TK's still psyched about what's going on here. He just, he's blind to the gold advantage the T1 have put together. And every time Gam managed to pick up a kill or two, the hope is rekindled. And honestly, at this point, 3.3k, it's not exactly anything worth writing home about. And the next Drake going to be up in 30 seconds' time. T1 could grab themselves Soul Point off the back of that one. But Gam could also find themselves a team fight. We'll see whether they can as we have a look at this very topsy-turvy gold graph. As Gam off to a great start, that has since tipped over, as we can see here.
Looks like a slide.
Yeah, Kiaya might also need to slide away from what's going on here. Season Resist comes down, Shockwave is going to be in there, and yeah, there wasn't a Vayne.
So, will they be able to make a response from this? They are looking towards the Baron, but I don't think they have the numbers there. And again, this is a super squishy composition. If you start that Baron, you're going to get massacred.
Yeah. Not much of an opportunity to do that one unscathed, and Owner is just going to come on over here and take this dragon. We'll do the third here for T1, setting themselves up for that soul in 5 minutes' time. He's going to help out there with the threaded volley, and down it will go. And we'll be able to lock that one up. So gold leads abound here for T1. And I just want to go back, to that time where Gam were in such a great position at the very beginning. And
those are good times.
They were good times. Things were looking competitive, and it's starting to slip away here with the Vietnamese representatives. Still, it's a decent little route as Bone Skewer is going to come on down. Keria not actually going to get enough help here from Pays, and Death from below is going to come in. The resets are coming down here as well. Let's see whether Taki can get another one for the answer. Looking like a no as Ona. Ball breaking forward. Another deadly flourish is going to land, but Faker not in any threat at this point. And so T1, they do lose Keria. Doesn't look to be the end of the world, and he is spawning again in 6 seconds.
Oh, that was so close there. I think if they'd gotten Faker there, maybe that's when you start talking about something a bit more significant. We see the play here. It was that deadly flourish when he's against the wall and doesn't get out of the way of it in time. The follow-up from the Pike is there, and then here you can see Paige starts to move a little bit to try and cover from the Jinnel, but the Pike execute is there.
Yeah, really nicely done. So a bit of extra money there as well from the ulti out of the Pike. Taki still making moves, making things happen. 3-3-2 right now on this Pike. As T1, I mean, it is 24 minutes into the game and they haven't started a Baron yet. This is not the T1 I know. But they are hovering around the area. Problem is, if T1 started, that's exactly what GAM want. And that might be their only way into this game, honestly. And so maybe T1 need to ignore the voices telling them to just do Baron.
I will say it is the territorial Baron. In terms of the 3 Baron types, this is not the most dangerous one, which is the Hunting Baron.
Ah, yes, true.
Which is, it's been talked to town recently. Don't mess with the Hunting Baron. So this one you can mess.
It can't hunt you very far, though, because it is relatively stationary.
It is pretty stationary. But remember, this is what I'm looking for from League Classic. You know when you could, like, pull Baron with Blitzcrank?
Yeah, Baron with the tiniest health bar of all time. Oh, man, I missed it so much. It was so cute watching the show match.
That was peak.
Oh, brilliant. And also, did you hear like all the new champions that are being added? So Akali and Mordekaiser are into the game. Oh my god, I'm so excited. Okay, that's a little bit of insight though, because we do have
there's a lot
game
of people
going.
who've expressed like some sort of just deep-rooted love for Mordekaiser.
I know, and not all of them are Brazilian.
Yeah,
which is interesting to me. I thought I was the only one. Okay, Pace in a little bit of trouble here as Taki bounces forward. There's the shutdown, but he might be taken out as well. And there it is, a 1-for-1 trade. Pays for Taki. Glory yells at nothing, but the ulti comes on through. The shockwave comes down, but it's flashed by Drakthar. And now, a bunch of these buttons on cooldown. Maybe it is time for GAM to find an angle. They are not going to be fighting the Baron. They are just going to pull themselves back.
That is a play where I think T1... Drakthar in trouble, maybe.
Yeah, Doran is going to move on over here.
So I think that was a play that kind of shows you kind of disrespect GAM. There is that pick potential as they managed to get Pace in a big shutdown. But some pretty chaotic follow-up to this one. This play initially was good, but Taki ends up getting chunked so heavily before he gets that initial kill. And then I was kind of panicking when Drakthar ulted here, and I'm like, oh! The flash out was pretty good to save him from that situation. And they also get Faker's Flash. So Faker's Flash king down, definitely something you can punish. He doesn't have a Seeker's Arm Guard yet. Maybe that's an avenue when we look towards this next Dragon fight. If you just kill Faker off the bat, T1's composition, they are ahead. They have a lot of damage because of that, but they don't have the most DPS. If you kill their mid laner, maybe that's an avenue into the game.
Yeah, and I mean DPS is exactly what GAM have in spades. The problem is the durability is not quite there.
Doesn't it feel crazy to say that this composition is DPS when it has Jhin on it? Doesn't that just hit you a little bit?
It does, but I just ignore the Jhin. And then I notice that, like, you know, there's even a Pike in the bottom lane, but Vayne Cassiopeia are enough by themselves. But they're also then augmented by everyone doing damage, even Jhin a little bit.
At least it's the Jhin, but it's not the Storm Razor as well as the Ghost Blade and the Rapid Fire. He's got the LDR.
He has gone third item LDR. It's not my personal favorite, but it's fine. And I will be getting a lot of work done, probably going towards the Infinity Edge as item number 4.
I would hope so.
And the Jhin will be doing a lot of damage there. Also has Swifties. I do really like that. Being able to get into position quite comfortably. And is right now just picking up some waves here in the mid lane as GAM. They're on the Baron.
They're trying to pull them away from the Dragon. Obviously, would be sold for T1 if they can get it, but they're trying to force them to contest them here at the Baron. And again, this territorial Baron not doing a ton of damage. The abilities are quite telegraphed, so...
Oh, Kiai is making his way over. There's the teleport in from Doran. And this should be going down. That is going to be secured by Drakthar. They might give him up for the Ghost, but they've taken the Baron off the rip. Keria finds a double taunt, though. That is gigantic. Kiai trying to keep himself alive, but the damage is being done, and T1 saying no one takes out Baron.
What a swift punish there. And I think T1 happy to slowly approach. Shockwave flashed away from. They don't rush into it. They know that GAM had the members there, but the cleanup afterwards means they get soul, they get a ton of gold, and Baron buff this year is weaker than ever before. I mean, look at that Baron power play. Minus 2,200 already.
Yeah.
I think we're putting this in the not weird column.
I'm going to throw it there as well. There is also going to be a soul picked up at the same time as they lose an inhibitor turret and an inhibitor. And yeah, losing a fight after a Baron is absolutely devastating, because then not only do you lose the Barons, but you also then lose your entire base. It is very problematic, and they won't have very many of them to try and pull back in this game. The only positive is that at least T1 can't get it.
Yeah, that's something.
They now have Cloud Soul, though.
Yeah, and that extra mobility, honestly, pretty hard to deal with. Especially, if you throw the miasma down, that extra movement speed is just going to get you out of it quicker. That passive movement speed that is available with that.
Oh, not to mention, like, Carrier with Cloud Soul. Like, Shen with Cloud Soul is kind of crazy because you just book it immediately after joining a fight.
Yeah.
All right, well, T1 now just going to be looking for this one to flash forward. And the Stands United has come in, but it is not going to stop Taki from taking out this Gnar. That is a little bit taken out of the wind, a little bit of wind taken out of the sails, sorry, of T1 here as they go for their push on the bottom side of the map.
And it'll just disrupt them, slow down the pace of the game a bit, but...
Wait, first Gam turret. There it is. Some bounty gold.
Oh, Pays is coming. Oh, with the channel.
Yeah, okay, there's the delivery. I thought Standard United had actually come in before, but it actually didn't, I guess, because here is Carrier now.
That seemed pretty easy, pretty straightforward.
Yeah, Cease and Desist is going to get blocked here, but he does close the distance, finds the Vault Breaker, and Drakthar, he does get Ona pulled away, but then the Flash is going to finish him off, and that's a solo kill, actually, for this Vi.
Ona's just so fast. After he ulti gets cancelled, he just runs him down with the Cloud Soul. 2,300 gold ahead in that jungle match. 7-4-4. Ona, after a not ideal start, able to bounce back massively this matchup.
He really did. Gam just unable to keep that same level of aggression. Or they did, but T1 were able to punish it, and now they are well and truly on the ropes. Second inhibitor is going to fall. Only a couple of plates left on that bottom side. Shockwave is good. Pulled back and destroyed here by T1. Taki now looking for a bit of an angle. I mean, these resets could be possible because these health bars are getting low, and the curtains are being called. Bone Skewer, the flash doesn't quite work, but the fourth bullet will, as it takes down Carrier, pushes away T1. But the base is in shambles.
Why is it always the sports? They're always the ones left in the wreckage.
They don't have a lot of money to buy the items that keep them alive, nor do they have any levels at all.
They're also just selfish,
That is true. That is true. All right, T1 still in a phenomenal position, though. 5.2k gold in the lead.
I can see the future. I think this is a dead vein.
Oh, really? Okay. Let's see whether that is going to remain the future, and it looks like it's not. So he's meant to change his fate.
Yeah, he changed it. Good job. This is a dead vein, actually. Sorry, I guess I saw.
You did. You saw a different future. Sometimes you just don't know what you see.
Yeah, not much outplay potential there, if I'm going to be honest. That was pretty straightforward. But then here, Ona ults and he gets cancelled. But look how fast he's running him down. And Neferi is such a hard target to pin down. But you can just out-piece him.
It's like right-clicking is a dash. It's very annoying. As there's the shockwave after the dash cannon. Fake it really nicely done for that pick onto the Cassiopeia, who did not quite hit the ulti to land any of those stuns. So T1 looking pretty good right here. Oh, that's very cute. Get a kiss cam? No, we had one of those here at EWC. All right. Glory and Artemis catching waves here in this mid lane. We do have a push from the bottom side as well, coming out from Doran. Trying to lock down this last remaining inhibitor turret.
Seeker's arm guard now for Pays for a tricky target. They go for Faker.
Yeah, they're just looking for the all-in as they do manage to avoid the seismic shove. Doran is just kiting this one out, though, and there is the shockwave once again. Taunt comes through. Glory does go golden. It's a three-man ulti from Doran, though, and a godlike Vi comes in, piloted by Ona, and they just wipe them out. The ace for T1. That's going to be the end of the game, and after a brilliant start from Gam, T1 just obliterate them.
Absolute decimation. The ult from Doran, who's had a pretty quiet game other than being in the side lane. He just grabs three members of Gam and presents them to the rest of T1. T1 will take that first Nexus of the tournament. And after a little bit of a rough 5 minutes, a very decisive rest of the game.
Oh yeah. And man, a very classic T1 performance here as well, starting the show at exactly the way we wanted them to here at EWC for 2026. Gam certainly looking good in those early stages, though. See whether they can keep themselves alive in the tournament, and we can see some more of these crazy comps.
I'll be honest, that first 5 minutes for Gam, some of the best performance I've seen from any team this whole year.
Yeah.
What happened after though?
Cut the video.
So I think if they can kind of work on from 5 minutes onwards, they've already nailed that first 5 minutes, but everything else maybe just needs a little bit of work. I will say though, they kept trying to find angles in, they kept trying to challenge, kept trying to look for opportunities, never gave up in the game. Looking to challenge T1, but T1 just kind of felt a little bit inevitable after they made those big comebacks, and the team play, the coordination, setting up those picks to get that goal lead back in their favor just felt really smooth from T1.
And now it is time to throw it on over and hear from the stage.
Thank you guys. I'm super glad and honored to welcome Keria the Prodigy on stage. Keria Sunso Signi Chikaeo. Congratulations for this victory, of course. What I wanted to ask you is that you were facing a Pyke in this game, and we know that it has been your go-to champion for quite a while now. So what are your tips for being a great Pyke?
사실 파이크가 캐리안 선수의 시그니처 픽 중 하나인데 이제 이번 매치에서는 상대방 선수가 이제 타키 선수가 이제 고르게 됐는데 사실 그래서 어떻게 보면은 파이크 전문가로서 좀 팁이 하나 있다면 파이크 팁을 어떤 거를 좀 주실 수 있을까요?
일단 좀 파이크를 잘 알아가지고 상대하기 좀 편했던 것 같고 많은 유저분들이 또 파이크 할 때 팁 같은 거는 그냥 잘 숨어 다니는 거인 것 같습니다.
Yeah, it's been very comfortable because I know that champion like so well. So that being said, my advice to the people to play, Pyke, I think, just to hide. Yeah, hide everywhere. Try to not to be seen.
I think it's a very good advice indeed. Donc il affrontait un Pyke dans ce match-up et on le sait, c'est un de ses champions du moment. Donc est-ce qu'il a un petit peu un conseil à donner? Bah effectivement, c'est un champion que j'aime beaucoup. Donc effectivement, faut tryhard là-dessus pour être fort.
All right, so you enjoyed a very successful start here at EWC. You're coming right off the back, no rest from MSI, here to Paris. It wasn't the tournament that you hoped for in South Korea. What were some of the lessons that you learned from some of the other teams that were competing at that event?
예, 일단 오늘 순조로운 출발에 파리에서 하게 되셨는데 지난주에 바로 MSI 일정을 또 소화하셨잖아요. 그래서 또 MSI에서는 좀 아쉽게도 좋은 성적을 거두지는 못했지만 그래도 MSI에서 이제 상위권 성적을 거둔 팀들을 좀 보면서 배운 게 있다면 좀 어떤 점이 있을까요?
일단 MSI에서 저희가 좀 일찍 탈락했지만 그래도 상위권 팀들이 계속 경기하는 거 보면서 저희가 또 EWC에서 어떻게 하면 잘할지 계속 연구하면서 경기를 계속 받고 결승전까지 그래서 그냥 상위권 팀들이 지금 메타에서 어떻게 잘 게임을 풀어나가는지 잘 보면서 이해하려 했던 것 같습니다.
Yeah, definitely we got knocked out early. So that being said, we try to pursue to follow the meta and how we followed the game through the finals. So we just watched through and analyze how the other teams analyze the meta. So yeah, I think that in that way we try to adjust as much as possible.
Effectivement, le MSI s'est pas passé comme prévu. On a été éliminé assez vite, donc ça nous a donné l'opportunité d'observer et d'analyser et de s'adapter aussi à la nouvelle méta pour revenir évidemment plus fort pour le WC. Thank you very much for joining us, Keria and Maddox, kamsahamnida. And before we get to the next match, stay with us because we're gonna head to the next game in a few. See you there.
Thank you very much, Lou, and again, Maddox, Ian, for the translations. As it is T1, they brought the circus here in France. I know Cirque du Soleil exists, but what better way to enjoy T1 than this?
I don't know. In the talent room, everyone said, oh my god, there's no way T1 is going to bounce back from this early game. But we from LCK Global, we knew that T1 has this kind of circus once again in the early game. Even though GAM had such a great plan throughout their draft, I feel like T1, they still got their skills.
Yeah, they do, but you have to tip your hat to GAM Esports, who came out on fire. It was a fantastic dream start from this risky draft that they picked, and T1 countered back with yet another mage on the bottom side of the map. It's just so fun to watch how things are evolving here at EWC.
Yeah, I think it was really great idea to pick up the Casio and the Vayne top as a counter as well, because I think T1 is really struggling to find out the favorite matchup once again. You know, I think it was the issue in the previous tournament as well. So I think it was really great synergy from GAM, but it didn't really work out throughout the mid game.
No, definitely not a great start here for T1. GAM will play later in a best of 3 against the other opponents from the B stream who end up losing there. Welcome back, Degon, alongside Wadid and Trouble. And Trouble, this early game, I have the whole world kind of holding its breath on like, wow, is this happening?
Do you want the censored version or the uncensored version?
I want whatever you're going to give me.
This Vi champion is shit, okay? Level 1, absolutely invadable, and the CEO told us he's expecting great things from Draktar because he is the one stepping into the shoes of Levy, who's been leading the team for so many years, and he did exactly that. Putting pressure into the jungle means that Owner is not allowed to help Faker in this interaction in the mid lane, which means now Glory gets the solo kill, which then frees Draktar further into the jungle because there's no backup from T1's mid. So he continues the invade and bleeds it into a top lane double kill.
Not gonna lie, I've seen this situation so many times as well as a T1 supporter, you know, because this is the thing that they had in MSI as well. Owner getting invaded and Doran was already getting pushed into the top lane, and it kind of snowballs again throughout as well.
Just a crazy start there. And when things go wrong for T1, who's the man to answer it? It's Keria down on the bottom side of the map, affecting all over the place. Lane is Rome. Rome is lane, you know?
Yeah, I think even though T1 draft is all about the early game, they couldn't have the successful early game. But I think they still had a chance. They had so much CC, especially from Keria, his positioning, his playmaking was on the key. And I think with Pace picking Talia and Shen, them having such a great synergy on top and mid, like literally everywhere. It was really insane synergy. And I think, again, Keria on the playmaking champion.
And we asked for that, right? We
Yes.
said, hey, MSI, top lane didn't go that great. Maybe Keria should follow up and play for the top side or feed towards down bot side for Pace. He was mid to jungle to top, and GAM was disrespectful. They knew the whereabouts of Keria this entire time. But that's why I love GAM, man. They've got pedal to the metal, and that's it. They only have one way, and that's forward.
Yeah, I mean that's how it works nowadays throughout this meta, because I think even though you feel like you have such an insane lead in the early game, there's nothing much you can do about it. I think the first item power spike is still the same. I think you have to wait until you actually get the second item, then I think you can feel the lead. But I think T1 was always really smart about when they can actually take the fight, and I think even though they missed out some early game plays, they still had a chance, and I think Keria and Pace did such a great job on that one as a duo player.
Yeah, and then that led to the final replay that we had here from that game. It was the aggressive call. Not a lot of options here by GAM, but you thought that maybe on this Baron call they might have been able to fight it out here, Trouble.
Yeah, I feel like they just pulled the trigger off of that really quickly because Draktar takes a lot of damage. He sticks way too close to the wall and he ends up going down. So a 4v5 is not really in the cards, even though that they see Fakers over in the mid lane, so it would technically be a 4v4. They don't want to take the risk. But this was the start of the end. This is what opened the inhibitor. This is what gave T1 the soul. And with that, they just ended up taking the game.
And with that, yes, again, the soul. That was basically the last fight. There were a couple more there as we take a look at the Group C bracket. It is T1 moving on after a close one at the start by GAM Esports. They will play the winner of BLG and Movie Star Koi. We have a look live right now into our B stream with Group C. It is super close here in terms of gold as we take it all on in. 3 Drakes to 1.
Let's go, MKoi!
I mean, this is group of death, you know. You have literally T1 and BLG and MKoi in the same group. And I think, yeah, as you can see, this game is all about chaos. Again, MKoi is starting the Drake here, but I think BLG also can fight back.
Yes, very chaotic, 15-13. This Drake is super important. Who's it gonna go to? Jun in there. It gets tempered, faded. Now MKoi forced to back on up. It does get taken away by BLG. They have the Ocean Soul, and MKOI's chances are getting tougher and tougher.
Yeah, they're looking for an opportunity right here for a struggler. Perhaps they found the Nautilus.
Oh, here we go. Ulti on the back line. Alvaro picks up the kill on. Alvaro gets himself out, but Elyoya has gone a little bit too deep. Into the back line goes the golden left hand. He forces the egg out of Jojopyun, and it does look like that might be the end of the action. There is no magical journey to get on out. Flash over the wall by Jojo. He stays alive. Shunderly gets the kill. Does have the GA as well, and it is MKOI routed. If you want more of this action, you need to head on over to the B stream. What a play there by BLG, and maybe that is our matchup, BLG and T1 in the decider match.
I don't know, that was such a banger team fight. I think MKOI had such a great idea about fighting the Soul Drake, but they lost the Drake, they lost the momentum, and it was such a great team fight overall from BLG.
This was unfortunately something we've seen from MKOI in the LEC. It's kind of like they missed the moment, but they're still eager to fight, and if it's just too late, the moment's gone.
All right, well, if you want to see the conclusion of that one, head on over to the B stream. We got some content for you, and we'll set you up for AGAL versus D plus Kia.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Ginny here at the Alliance Vault with Declan, who's going to give us a little bit of a rundown as to what we're seeing here at the MLBB.
Yeah, so we're in MWI now, day 2 of the competition. Day 1 was a bit of a spicy one, to be fair. A few of the expected favourites getting through. One of the Falcons teams climbing through the upper bracket. Vitality, the reigning champions at the moment, doing really well as well. They just flew through their competition. But we look back at last week, Fatal Fury. Obviously, we had Na'Vi and Virtus Pro do super well, and they're both at risk today. They're both in that elimination bracket, so they could be going out of the competition.
Thankfully, that is not necessarily applicable to our stage because we don't have them competing, but it is good to know where these teams are currently standing. That's it from us for the Club Championship point. See you guys later.
O que você votou?
Mid.
ADC.
For me, mid's just easy. ADC is also easy, but I'm like on competitive, maybe not so much.
In League, I think it's ADC because you kind of just need to hit and do damage. People just say most ADCs are just dumb because they just need to hit and do damage, so they don't lose a lot of brain. So this is for me.
I'm on mid again.
Support.
Mid because I don't know, I find it fun to play. It's like my second role, and when I'm out of field I always have fun and I find it easy.
Yeah, support because when I start to play in competitive, I play support. I start playing support, but now I'm ADC, so support if I choose another role. Tem que ser isso.
Tem que ser. Mel.
Yumi.
Mel is just, I don't know, it's just a bad design of a champion. She doesn't work, she should not be on the game.
Yumi because it's a support, but just enter into ADC or, I don't know, into jungle or other person, people just say when you play Yumi, you don't play League, you are just waiting and do other stuff, and I think Yumi is a good choice.
Gigo.
Jojo.
I can't say it's me, so it's Gigo. He's always saying like dumb stuff, and I'm always laughing.
I think it's Jojo because he always laughing about everything, but he used a lot of sarcasm.
Sarcasm.
Yeah, so I think it's kind of funny.
Passion.
Special.
special. I think Brazilian players are really passionate about the game, like casual, pros, so that's it for me.
Kind of the same thing, but I think in Brazil we kind of just like to play a lot of champions. I think you can see we play a lot of stuff and try new things. For me, it's kind of special because of that.
I have no idea.
I think I have a good one.
A knife.
Knife?
Yeah, I'm not sure why, but I might need it. I don't know if there's like animals, I don't know, might be useful.
I think of League of Legends, no? Oh! I choose Zonias because you can stop the time and just wait for help.
That's a good one. I'm not sure if I can write it right. Psychologist.
Doctor.
I used to study for this actually. I don't know, League just happens in my life, so I was like, yeah, let's try League, and it worked.
Yeah, I choose Doctor because I like medical stuff, and when I was young I liked to watch series about medical stuff, so I think it's Doctor.
Am I using?
Carrier.
I'm a fan, so not much to say. I think he's really good.
Yeah, I'm also a fan, and he wins a lot, so I think it's just the right choice.
And welcome back live from Paris. It's the Esports World Cup 2026 presenting League of Legends as we take a look at D+ Kia, the qualifier from the LCK in the 4th seed. They take on AGAL, last year's finalists, looking to rebound from a disappointing start to their years. It is a story of redemption for both of these squads. It is a Group A matchup, D+ Kia versus AGAL. Welcome back to our analyst desk. Degon here alongside Wadid, now joining earlier caster, now analyst. It's Wolf, an LCK classic here. Welcome, brother.
Thank you for having me. I'm really excited to see if D+ can continue their momentum. In terms of Esports World Cup this year, they've actually had quite a lot of it. It's been their most successful thing they've done this year. Their run through the qualifiers is why they're here and why a lot of people are hoping they will carry that momentum forward in an otherwise relatively disappointing year.
Yeah, I want to see how they adapt on this kind of new meta because AP Mage bot lane is the thing, and I think you have to be really proactive in the early game. And I think it's all about Showmaker. Once again, D+ Kia, I think whenever Showmaker is on form, they look really scary with the creativity. So I feel like it's one of the great moments if you are a biggest D+ Kia fan here.
Yeah, and that's what got them in that 3rd place spot for the EWC qualifiers after a good start at LCK Cup, getting to play in the in-person finals, falling short to B&K Fear X. They then go into the regular season, and it's 5th, but it was the ingenuity in the top lane, the Alawi, the Tristana, and allowing Shiwu to cook a bit there. On the opposite side for AGAL, their run last year was so awesome. It was fantastic. They ran through 3 different LCK teams and fell just short in the finals. That 3-2 loss to Gen G, but this is a team that's stuck together and looking to rise yet again.
I mean, I think this team, for me, has always been one of the most exciting new squads coming out of the LPL as a real strong force, right? Flandre and Tarzan have such a history, but you look at Shanks as well as one of these new heroes of the LPL. Hope as well from his JDDJs wasn't able to find that much success there, but doing much better here. And Kyle, we all know from the LCK, so we're all big fans of him. I love this roster, and last year I thought they were going to get it done. I was fairly sure they were going to win Esports World Cup. They trashed Hanwha, they destroyed T1, right? Weren't able to get the trophy there in the end, but ultimately ultimately, I think this team comes in as a force to be reckoned with, and D Plus needs to respect them.
Yeah, but there's some question mark on this roster because I think it was kind of shocking that they are not appeared in MSI, and I think it's all about, again, jungle and support synergy between Tarzan and Kyle. I think when they're on the form, they're really creative on being aggressive in the early game. I think you have to mark on that one, otherwise they're going to roll the game.
Yeah, I mean, it was this tournament, kind of like for Furia and CB LOL, where AGAL stamped their claim of being like, hey, we're a world-class team, and we're just a couple of plays away from being in that upper echelon with the BLG, T1, Gen Gs of the world. And so their fall off since then has been a little bit tougher. There's been more competition over in the LPL, more teams stepping on up, almost all of them here at EWC. And again, just trying to find that consistency, whether that is through Shanks, whether that is through Tarzan. It's so fun to see the mirror images here of D plus Kia and of AGAL Wolf.
I think Tarzan going up with Kyle is going to have to be the way. You can see here in these results, we're first in the China qualifier, similar to D plus, finding a lot of success specifically towards the Esports World Cup. So hoping they can make a good run here.
Yeah, final thoughts here with Did before we head on over to the stage?
I mean, I think it's different version of T1 versus BLG. You know, it's all about the actions, it's all about the gameplay.
All right, AGAL, last year's finalist up against D plus Kia. Let's send it on over to the stage to set ourselves into the game.
Bonjour Paris, comment ça va tout le monde? We're about to move into our third serving of what is an all-you-can-eat League of Legends buffet at the STC Arena here at the Esports World Cup. We've already seen the big hitters come out swinging here, Lou. We saw, of course, last year's winners, the title holders, Gen G, start things off really strong, as we predicted. And then the crowd, of course, was on their feet for one of the most decorated, legendary teams this scene has ever witnessed play the game. T1 off to a phenomenal start too. Let me just check. Any T1 fans in the building real quick? T1? I thought so.
Effectivement, vous l'avez vu, la LCK brille sans surprise à Paris. Gen G, T1 on top. Et comme on dit, jamais deux sans trois. So is South Korea coming for the three-peat? Or is it time for China to shine? I think it's time to find out.
LCK looking for a hat-trick at the World Cup in Paris.
La première équipe, it's a legendary name that returns to the international stage. It is DK! Ils veulent rouvrir le livre de leur succès passé sur League of Legends et rendre Séoul fier.
A name renowned in the League of Legends scene returns to the international stage, chasing another chapter in their decorated history. And their opponents, AGAL! They arrive carrying China's hopes, armed with confidence, discipline, and the belief that they can upset any team standing in their way.
Un concurrent solide qui nous est venu directement de LPL, peut-être pour faire chuter la première équipe coréenne à Paris.
It's one of China's fastest rising contenders, one of Korea's most storied organizations. Only one of them starts their EWC campaign with a statement victory. Paris,
faites du bruit!
Korea versus China, and it couldn't be any better with a matchup that we did not get to see at MSI because both teams fell short. One against KT in a 5-game series that went the distance, and one against BLG, which was a disappointing 3-0 in the lower bracket, thanks to WE trouble that AL was not seen, or AGAL in this case, at MSI.
I said something that both of these teams have in common. I'm looking at D plus K and I'm seeing 5, 5, 5, 5, 5.
Yeah.
That's where they end up. I'm looking at AGAL and I'm seeing 4, 4, 4, 4, 4. So they're kind of in that top 5 really strong teams. We've literally seen AL last year in the finals right here, falling short one game off of winning it all. But this year has been super tough for all of them. They just cannot crack, not even the top 3.
I mean, yeah, it's been a big change, and I think especially on AG AGAL side right as well. You could say that for DK, it's been a while in this position. Remember the last internationals, I scroll down, was 2024 Worlds, where we last saw them in the Kingen roster. On the other side, AGAL, they lost Tave this year. And I think the biggest change up for me is the fact that they don't have that direction, that insane drafting that we saw last year that we were talking about non-stop at the Esports World Cup.
That is something that has been, I feel like, a point of conversation in general. It's like Tabe made sure to keep them together, and then he pieced out. And then there's just so many question marks, right? Like, why do you keep... He brought the team together, kept it together, but now he's no longer there to facilitate
Maybe
that
he
craziness,
got bored.
right?
I mean, Tabe changes like the wind. No, because he comes on board. He has his little projects, and then he just disappears. He did the same thing with BLG. And he's like, okay.
Give me a harder roster.
That's right.
That's too easy. And then he went and called Vampire. I get it.
I mean, I completely get it. But it's not. We're not here to talk about Tabe. Obviously, AGAL versus DK is only going to be a best of one, which for a lot of people at home is a shame, but it is just going to be showing you who is worthy enough to move on. I mean, today is just going to be quick sticks, right? Like our first day, we're already going to have someone eliminated. We need to find out who the best is as we're about to go into draft and see what this best of one has to offer in the same MSI patch.
Well, the best part here is that one of those teams is going to face whoever's lost on that bracket as well. And this is kind of like the two giants already of the group. So good luck whoever's in the lower bracket, who's going to be facing AGAL or D plus Kia. It's going to be a pretty tough one.
Yeah, it will be the loser of G2 and Furia, as well as a quick reminder for you in this Group A. The winner will go on and verse the winner of that matchup. So, I mean, again, we could have a G2 or Furia versing one of these guys. It's a really hard group. I think it's one of the hardest groups because...
I feel like the MKOI group is pretty tough as well.
Yeah, that's also pretty tough.
They've got T1 and BLG.
Yeah, and...
and GAM. Who almost beat T1.
Their early game wasn't bad. And remember that lower bracket as well, that's a best of 3, which I absolutely love. And so is the matchup from the lower losers bracket, the second qualifier of that same
We're
group.
just getting the quick games out of the way sort of so we can structure the teams a little bit skill-wise off of that best of 1, and then we move straight into best of 3s later on today.
So are there any picks as we go into draft, and it's about to pop up on your screen, any picks that stand out big? Because I feel like so far Oriana, which has been taken away with the Nocturne, has been my one to watch, with the Ziggs now banned away from DK.
I feel like we've got cooks over in the top lane. Flandre brought out things like the Rek'Sai and the Yorick last year, and then he bled out internationally. And see, he's picking Ilaoi and Tristana with Exhaust over on top side of the map. So I feel like top lane is going to be a big point on the map where we can look at to see all those weird picks coming out, because we already have like a lot of weird picks in the bot lane now with mages. But can AL keep up with that?
That's the biggest question, isn't it? As we revisit one of the most banned in MSI in the end, which was that Poppy. It's going to be taken off the board as a final ban here from DK. AL had first pick. Even being on the red side here, they chose first pick. That Cassio today, I mean, that has just been picked 100%. From what I've seen, Trouble every single game so far. Cassio has just been that solid mid laner that, again, we continue from MSI.
I feel like there's 2 picks currently in the mid lane. Cassiopeia is pretty much the queen of mid, because the counter picks is just not that strong for her. And Anivia top lane. Anivia top lane is pretty free for a lot of those.
It's a great flex
things,
as well, right?
Exactly. 1 is flex into 3 roles, not even just 2. And 2, I don't think there's any counter picks to Anivia top lane, at least. Well, these 2 might have found something, because they are chefs, as we mentioned.
And go deep into it. I mean, the Jace might be a future side pick as well. Also technically a flex, but for now we're going to this. But it's also it's Shiwu as well, right? This pick constantly taken away from him. They say don't give Shiwu Jace. Well, it's been given over by AGL in this best of 1.
However, Flandre is one of the best Yoricks in the world. And we do know that Yorick does really well into ranged champions. That's why I fear that DK might have an ace up their sleeve in terms of flexing that Jace even in the jungle or mid.
Okay.
So we'll see. Well, mid is not going to be the case because Showmaker has locked in his Syndra, but it could potentially be something like a jungle. If not, I'm pretty positive that a Yorick could come out right here for Flandre.
I do also think, just on the note of the Syndra before we move on, into the Cassiopeia, it has been one of the most popular options. You have the range. Also, jungle pairings right now, these bruises work so nicely when you have this AP heavy mid. Vi is going to be taken away as a potential one of them to partner with it from Tarzan, at least a hover for now, but with the Cassiopeia, this feels likely,
We we do have a lot of range on the side of DK, so Vi does amazingly well at closing down that range with her ultimate, but also unit follow-up. I really like the Ezreal coming through from Hope, one of the best Ezreals in the LPL currently. So locking that in, making sure that you can follow up artillery-wise on top of the Vi ult, and it is going to be a Camille hover right here, not quite the case as we'll be flicking through. It is going to be a match in the jungle, however, and Lucid is gonna pick that Shinzao. I mean, it works well. This champion can buy so much time to isolate the Vi when Tarzan dives in.
All right, with that getting locked in, let's see what the band's follow-up are, because, again, we have no bottom lane here from DK and no top side, which, again, you're assuming, I mean, it's his most played in the regular season. It didn't have the best win rate. It's actually
not going jungle
33%.
anymore. And
no,
I don't think Showmaker's playing that, Jay, so...
But it has been a champion I've been associating with the top laner of DK for a while now. Olaf going to be taken away, so giving him a bit more comfort in this lane. Maybe trying to pigeonhole that Flandre plays a tank. I mean, as you said, this guy's got such a strong champion pool. There's so much range on it. But in this comp already, it does feel like they could be pivoting towards a front to back to absorb the range that DK's already built up.
Yeah, so far you can see how DK wants to work with. You've got the extra range from the Syndra and the Jace, and then you've got the Shinzao to pretty much build that shield between your carries and opponents, and it works so well versus Vi as well because it isolates her very well. So I'd love to see right here KL. I think we talked about this earlier on. Leona was one of his best champions, and Flandre's Yorick, very importantly, getting taken out right here, which is an excellent pick into Jace.
Yeah, it is indeed. Where will Flandre go with this? Final ban as the Camille support was taken away.
As well.
Yasuo,
the
okay.
BB special.
I mean, we might as well just go through the whole champ pool with Flandre sometimes, I swear. A guy might rotate full circle to the OGs who knew him back when he
You can
played
just
Lucian
open
top.
the client.
Yeah.
You don't even need to type top.
True.
You just have the whole list right there, and Flandre plays it.
All right, well, Bard's going to be taken away as well. This is normally a pairing with the Ezreal, but maybe they're assuming that we're going to go Kate Bard or Ziggs Camille. Could have been the option for DK. So are they pigeonholed going to be the biggest question. What do they want to add for the range? As Jhin does go really nicely when you have Jay Syndra.
And it also sets up for the whole composition. It builds up range, playing versus Ezreal. He's a heavy hitter in the early game as well. Playing into a lane with Ezreal, can play around the creeps, but it's not going to be the case. It did flicker to another very heavy hitter, which is the Misfortune, but both work incredibly well here. However, with Jhin, you're a little bit more safe in terms of staying away from Vi range.
There's that Leona question mark. The engagement
I
with
love
Ezreal.
that. I love that.
The roam with Vi as well. I mean, the CC layering on this comp already is really nice.
Carries,
Yeah.
Syndra, Jace, Jhin, you land an ult on any of them, and it's a pretty free Leona game.
What's going to be taken into the Jay? Shen, a nice option, locked in for Flandre. Also, the globality that comes from it as well when you have this Leona and Vi being able to sync up. Seems quite nice here from anyone's legend. Yeah, that's the biggest question. How do we round this out? Support needed. It's not a mage bot lane here for DK. It's actually no mage bot lane. Which
I mean, technically, if you want to, you can go Braum. Braum Jhin is not necessarily the greatest duo, but it does help a lot in terms of playing defense, so you can build that range that we talked about. Trundle support, okay, not the greatest. However, Leona W has a lot of defenses which you can yoink away with the Trundle, and you could go Aftershock with Leona. But if you go Aftershock against Trundle, very happy with that one. So it negates a little bit of that early pressure of going too deep with Leona. However, you still have the Shen to fall right on top. So even if you steal all those defensives, I think that Leona will still be able to stay alive a little bit longer. I like both those compositions. I think for D plus Kira here, they're trying to create space for their carries to stay away as much as possible from AL's carries. However, on the other side, they've got such great gap closers.
They really do, and a bit of submarining from the Shen as well makes an easy engage. So I like Trouble that you talked about the space needed. DK definitely want to keep them at arm's length here, while anyone's legend look to send it. Bit of Layla coming from the BO1 from AGAL. As EWC only on day number 1, but our games have been so good so far. You're recalling the GAM best of 1 we just had versus T1.
Oh, they went crazy.
On the ropes a bit in the first 10-15 minutes. Let's see what happens here, because it has been a while since we've seen these teams. Over a month now? MSI has been a lot of practice time, a lot of learning time for both D plus Kia and AGAL. But let's see if they can finally redeem themselves. Disappointing fallouts in their respective playoffs. KT in a 5-game series. And AGL didn't stand a chance against BLG, who went on to qualify for MSI through that lower bracket. It was WE that ruined their hopes. It was WE's dream run that got in the way of AGAL. But EWC is a different tournament, a different story, as we welcome you back to Summoner's Rift to see if DK can play at arm's reach.
Biggest question mark here for me, what happens to the vibe? I feel like whoever's heard me cast for the longest time, they know I'm a big hater of Vi. B1, I'm just going to defend myself.
Hate Vi B1.
Vi B1.
You're going to have to defend yourself.
Because she really ends up being a naked Vi that just dives in on her own and there's just no backup. There is backup here, like a ton of backup. The Leona, the Shen, the Ezreal with artillery, the Cassiopeia, so it's great. However, she's still not a very strong champion level 1.
True.
We saw in the T1 versus GAM game, once that Vi got invaded on one side, she lost her entire side, she lost her mid laner, she lost her top laner. It kind of snowballs. So I want to see how AL are actually going to defend a potential early game invade into Tarzan's jungle.
I mean, maybe it's going to be a Shen action. We are getting in the game. But maybe Flandre has something to say about that as we're finally here. Short pause. I hope there's no more later today as well. Grass taken here for the top side as well for Shiwu. So see what he can do up against Flandre, who...
Remember that defense we're talking about? Suddenly Cassio, Shen, everyone's just
That's what I was saying. I'm
right?
like, I mean, Shen level 1 as well. Depends what he takes. But no, but Shen damage early is disgusting. Like the base damage of Shen, I feel like is still egregious.
Unless he levels Taunt and then he's kind of cooked for lane.
Yeah, but Taunt when you also have a Cassio is probably just going to twin fang you.
All right, playing it safe.
Yeah, we're okay. We're okay for now. We're going to lane. So, as we talked about, it's going to be about how DK can position themselves around in these objectives. I think a lot of the time we're going to be watching these lanes play out, especially solo lanes hit trouble, and how DK get through, take advantage of it, and then Lucid can help take over as well with his heavy skirmishing.
We literally saw this matchup earlier on as well. The Syndra into Cassiopeia. It was actually Yehu versus Canyon, and Yehu played a very, very aggressive early game where he actually landed every Q and walked Canyon down to the point where he forced his TP. And we do know that Shanks can be one of the more aggressive mid laners that we have over in the tournament. Showmaker's playing him really clean, really easy. However, Shanks is going to land the Q. He's trying to isolate Syndra right here, and if he can manage to force that TP, it's huge.
We'll engage though on the bottom side as well. Korea turns it on its head though. Heal up. Deadly Fire is going to be dodged away. KL also burns the heal to get out. The difference is Barrier was used from Hope, so small summoner advantage here for DK.
2 for 1 right here. However, I feel like Trundle is probably going to be the target for the AJL bot lane for the time being, and especially pre-6. And without the heal available, that means that there's no more defensive summoners other than the flash onto this Trundle. Flanter, unfortunately for now, has to play underneath his tower, especially when you're playing Shen, unless you can close the gap versus a pretty long-range champion that Jace is right here. It makes it really difficult for Shen to actually play in the early game. Lucid will be pathing towards the top side of the map, however, so you could potentially see a case where Shen gets poked down by the Jace. There's a massive wave currently gathering underneath Shen's tower. So they could potentially be just checking after Skullcrab to maybe see how chipped that Shen has got.
The only thing I hate about diving a Shen though is he has steadfast presence, and he has
just bait it.
Oh, bait it.
Just bait it.
I like the logic. Okay, just bait it. I just hate diving a Shen.
You can't sleep, just sleep.
Okay.
It's just that simple.
So foreheaded, so smart. Lucid is up top side, as you kind of elaborated. He's going to go for some deep vision. Raptor respawn is on the horizon, so that ward will pay dividends here for the back that's probably going to come from Tarzan momentarily, as he's a little bit behind, trying to find an angle on Showmaker, but Showmaker playing mega passive with Lucid making his back as well. Pillar off the back, by the way, if you're wondering. Onto Hope.
Oh,
Shadow Dash, not too bad. Pulls out the sword for a little bit and see who takes a chunk.
I actually wanted to see what Lucid was going to die on his back. I feel like we saw from Inspired, he bought double Crystal instead of Crystal and Longsword. And that's because he was actually planning to fight as Career.
Blade, hang on with that W up as well. The Eclipse burst, helps out the flash to kill. Hope finds first blood. Lucid's coming in to help out. He flashes with the wind, becomes lightning, doesn't find him with the Audacious Charge. The knock up from the 3 Talon Strike is close to finding its mark. Deadly Fire dodged away as well. KL with the fancy feet walks it out after success.
Hope KL with the clean
insane 2 versus 2, and we said it, 3-6, Trundle is the target. Down for bot lane. There is no cleanse as Tarzan and Flandre, they're surrounding the TP.
Okay, that TP a bit egregious. Siwoo's going to jump on him, but you know he's going to die. Flandre even flushes out. Don't think he needed to, but AJL now on the board in 2 ways.
That was so smart from Tarzan. He literally did his Raptors and made his way through Fog of War in his jungle. Flandre calls the TP and Tarzan instantly responds.
Egregious from Siwoo up in that top lane. And Tarzan getting on the board in a big way. We look at the replay. I think this will be bot first because I thought this Trundle had a lot of 2v2 pressure trouble, but I was wrong.
I feel like people don't understand how crazy good Leona versus Ezreal is. Leona allows Ezreal to proc his W, Q, and E at the same time. Plus the extra damage is coming from the Leona passive, which is insane. This Trundle is extremely squishy. And then KL with exquisite footwork to dodge every route.
Yeah, here it is again. That
was
TP.
unfortunate. But you know what was worse? Flandre's flash.
You know what? I understand TP, like the wave is in this slow pushing state. Siwoo wants to get the push in.
Yeah, however,
Deep
Tarzan
vision.
was pinged
Yeah,
by DK, so that was a bit disrespectful. Just a teeny bit.
just a bit. So, egregious mistake here from the top laner. Not going to net too much because there is a 10 CS lead here for Siwoo, but again, getting Tarzan on the board in a big way, getting closer towards that Sundered Sky. Right now, Jungler's doing their second batch of the clear. As AGAL light started the Dragon here, but I think it was just Kael wanting to get that control ward. I think Pillar started the Dragon off here from career, so Kael has to back off.
No, I think Kael was just trying to solo it. He just wasn't feeling like it.
Yeah, the classic Leona solo Dragon.
And here it comes again. Lucid has been hovering those Raptors for the longest time.
Oh, level 6 as well. Tarzan going to bump on in. A Vault Breaker to get the shield out. Lucid has a level advantage, and that ward is paying dividends right now.
He needs his Raptors to get that level 6, but Shanks is stuck underneath his tower, which means Showmaker won't respond first. Lucid is literally sitting around trying to bait Tarzan, and it could potentially be just a 50-50 here. If Tarzan can manage to get the Raptor, he can fight, but he doesn't.
Tarzan going to jump in, still level 5, you're right. Lucid takes it away, and the problem is the range here. The mid pressure from Showmaker, Shanks can't join. And, you know, Siwoo also having top pressure as well. It's not like Flandre can stand United out.
Career, no flash.
Good burst here. Career getting low at level 4. Here comes KL once again. Shield of Daybreak was on cooldown. Smash holds on to the 4th. But AGL, their solar lane's doing decent enough. And the bot lane is doing very well.
The bot lane is doing very, very well. The fact that Career chose this particular champion for the post-6 effect that he has versus that Leona. He's not getting that pre-6.
No.
So Hope and KL have recognized what their win condition is, and they're permanently just fist fighting bot lane to try and get advantages. So far, the advantages have been great. 600 gold up onto that Ezreal, up in CS, perma pushing that bot lane, which actually allows a little bit of freedom for Vi to play towards that bottom of the map, knowing that they constantly have pressure. And even if they don't, Flandre on the top side with his level 6 ready to assist.
I mean, again, it is the flexibility, right? Also, KL can play towards Tarzan, vice versa. And I love that you pull the Shen into the equation as well. As Tarzan starts this off, that Shen ulti is up and available, so...
Yeah, with Lucid backing right here, to probably completely Stunner and a couple more items. Oh, sorry, he's... Oh! I am loving... No, he changed it!
What happened?
He was going for Titanic Hydra and he changed it. Now, the reason why I love Titanic Hydra onto Xin Zhao is because you can proc your knock-up super fast, especially versus slippery champions like Cassio and Ezreal. However, if you're not ahead, it's a hindrance to your fighting power because you get Sundered Sky much faster.
I was thinking in a program, I mean, Sundered Sky is still just one of the most broken items in League of Legends. His career, nice stop on Flandre's back. DK overloading the top side of the map, but there's only an Ezreal in bot as Kael has roamed near top. And hovering the Shen side of the map. Really nice play here from DK. They're also going to get grubs off of it as well. So it does feel like, again, they know where their bread is buttered, and right now that is making sure that Flandre can't do anything.
I feel like they're happy as long as this is happening, especially since topside is sharing plates. There were 3 members taking down those plates. Now there are 2 members. Whilst in the bot lane, it is just Hope. Solo play gold in his pocket, plus 860 now. It was just 600 1 minute ago. So I feel like they'll be really happy just feeding that gold into Ezreal. It's only Shen that's falling behind, and they don't necessarily care too much because his power comes from his ultimate and his participation. So for now, they'll be extremely happy from the side of AL. And Tarzan is just looking to hover around ball.
Meanwhile, the guy that got all the gold from DK is in a lot of trouble. Here comes Tarzan waiting for the cease and desist. Bolt Barrier wakes, gets hit, and there, cease and desist finally comes on in. True Shot Barrage, a snipe down, and Hope just takes it with ease. Hits every shot, and AGL have number 3.
Q played that as well as he could, cancelling the Q, trying to get closer to the tower. But Tarzan's got too much CC previously from that. Hope lands everything. He does ease forward, WQs the Jace as well. So they land everything. There's too much. And the second Q that pushes Jace further away from his towers will solidify that kill.
Tarzan so far, 2 out of 2 for the impact score.
Reinforced, 9 minutes in.
Yeah, he's big. I mean, again, it really is hope for the rest of the world right now. KL found out with Kill of a career, only level 5, not that he could do anything anyway. As, you know, before that overloading play on the top side, that put Siwu ahead. But he's 0-2 and 0. Might have a CS lead, but as you kind of mentioned, the Shen can just coast. Now back in this lane with a bit of support from Tarzan. Might be more than that here, as Siwu has to be careful again with no flash.
Tarzan doesn't really have ult, so Siwu would have to grief it just a little bit and walk up too far whilst the wave is pushing towards him. I don't see it. I think it's more of a cover out here from Tarzan, making sure that Flander can push out that way because it's in a very weird position right now to not get ganked from Lucid. However, luckily for them, Lucid's over on the bot side of the map. He's looking to finish his own Standard Sky, which he's closer, but
Tarzan
not finished with yet.
I mean, he wants to break the freeze here. He really just wants to, like, get him maybe on the return of the slow push here. Let's just see. Wave pushes up, Tarzan goes, no, never mind. Flander probably just sends him away. But Wave in a pretty good state here for the DK top laner. And
they are poking, they're pinging Lucid towards the top side of the map, so they are aware that Lucid just finished with the bot side. But Lucid is where Lucid has been the entire game. He's at 5 Raptors.
Yep. He's going to make the long way around as well. Maybe try and get behind Flandre here. There's only a ping and a pixel brush in River as Lucid thinks against it. Deep control ward placed at the very least with a wrap around towards that top side is now thinking about what he can do in the mid lane, but Shanks is way too fine here.
Look at that Ezreal gold. He's 1.3k up currently. Gain another tire plating in the face of Career and Smash.
And you know what I love so far? Like, Hope has had a lot of interaction with Career, but his E has never been used because if he ever uses his E, Trundle just pillars, and that Ezreal's not getting out without flash.
Been aggressively on Jace.
Yeah, I mean, but that's fine. That's a different champion, I will say. But it has been really nice to see Hope baited reaction as Tarzan spotted out for the cross through mid.
Oh, no.
What happened? What are you upset about?
I think his Raptors just got
Oh, okay. I was looking, I heard the old no, and I'm like...
They're not there!
No. Tarzan spending a lot of time covering for these lanes. Will get his red and clear upwards while Dragon is up in 45 seconds. It's going to be the next objective with AL already starting off with 1.5k gold lead. Early game has been pretty well favored towards them, while DK really banking on these solo liners to get towards that first item ASAP for the next fight.
I'd love to direct everyone's eyes on the bot side because Hope is the one with the gold, but look at all the vision around him. Not only are they covering for him, there's like 7 wards, some of them deeper into enemy territory, some of them over in the river, keeping Hope alive, allowing him to build that 1.7k gold. That's disgusting. It's 12 minutes in, and they're fighting for Dragon. They start stacking them right here, then AGAL can actually build up a really good win condition, forcing teamfights earlier from DK.
With that bot pressure that he's had, you can see how deep the wards are in this red side of the jungle. It's kind of littered at the moment. AGL playing with full information that DK are hovering around this red respawn, and AL drops an even deeper ward. Meanwhile, see we're up in the top lane. He's going to find himself first turret blood here in this game. So gold minimized a little bit here, because again, it is about these solo laners. As Showmaker going to show up big, Miasma down, Petrifying Gaze going to slow down, Scatter the Weak though saves his life. Unfortunately, Showmaker was not looking the right way.
I wanted to see the progress on the Dragon because I'm like, if they haven't started it yet, Siwu was just backing from topside, so they could potentially look for a fight without the Cassiopeia ult available on Shanks. But AL are just going to play aggressive, so they make sure that they contest, that no one contests, this Dragon from the side of DK, and other swaps are coming through with Jace taking over the bot side.
You know what's crazy right now is that Hope does not have a bounty on him. Somehow, some way, Hope just doesn't have a bounty being almost 30 CS up and 1,600 gold up. Yeah, DK fans going to be molding about that a little bit. As just like they will be with the double dragon start here from AGAL. Herald up in a minute 10. DK doing their due diligence, hovering around the top side of this map. I mean, Smash will match the mid push coming through from the bot lane of AGAL. Not a minion will be missed here thanks to Career. So that Jin also Hexfire Optics picked up. First item across the board really outside of Career. And Titanic was picked up in the end, so you'll be happy, Trouble. I was saying Sun Sky is still so broken, but you know what? I'm happy that Lucid went outside of that.
Yeah, the only issue is that it's just a bit more expensive, so it takes a lot longer to build. As
It's found KL. This is a deep back. He decided back here after dropping all his wards. Tarzan in the vicinity. She was going to chase it up. Shield of Daybreak turns into Solar Flare. The Shen ulti as well onto 2. It's going to be a numbers advantage. Career going to come in way too late. She was first to drop. And next up onto the Xin Zhao who flushes away. Lucid running for his life while Career has to pick up the pieces. KL flashes through, but Scatter the Week coming in. Into a choke would be nice. As Finder drops down. Showmaker might have changed the play. KL the next target while Tarzan tries to deal with the Cinder from the mid lane. Vault Breaker in, but out instead. AGL disengaging the fight while DK and RHP still want to chase on up. They need Smash. He might be low, but his is out with the Titanic Hydra. Is it enough? Almost trading his life. Lucid dies to the last shot in the end. It's messy. It is Lila as Tarzan has to run for his life while the rest of his team scatters.
Hope Lila's into melee range of Shinsao and just gets one shot. They were running backwards, they were kiting, that Edgar was doing so much, and then he decides to eat forward. And Hope dying. Is Hope dying in general for AGAL? Because sees all the gold that they have.
Let's watch
this one more time. It's a great re-engage coming through from AGAL because they have the Shen ult, so they get numbers advantage eventually, and then you suddenly see Tarzan chasing Showmaker over on the bottom of the map, and look at Leona and Ezreal. They're doing a great job. Leona gets re-engaged, and then Hope is into Trundle for the extra damage, and when it dies, that's where DK came around.
Showmaker, that flush from the previous fight, now going to be punished now, turns into a 1v1 with Lucid versus Shanks, trying to get away with his Twin Fang up and available. Wind becomes lightning, not going to be tagged by the audacious charge this time around. Shanks wiggles his way out after the kill, and Showmaker being hyper-aggressive, and with a sick outplay in the replay, might I add, is still going to be punished in the end by Shanks.
Yeah, solo kill coming through from Shanks. This Cassiopeia heading towards the 2-item power spike really, really quickly right here. Up a couple of CS, but that solo kill pretty much solidifies the lead with about 300 gold. Now, let's have a look at the replay on how this happened. Showmaker overextends, and Shanks straight up flashes with a miasma. Once you connect the Q, he says E, 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 until you kill someone.
Oh, that was kind of nasty from Shanks as well. And then in the end, Lucid chooses not to follow this up. Remember, Titanic not Sundered Sky, so no extra healing. And I guess as well was just worried about getting Noxious Blast and then Twin Fang to death. So nice from Shanks, catches up on a bit of gold, but through the laning phase he was down on. Showmaker in the dirt a little bit here as well. His flash timing going to be closely monitored by AGAL. Well, they are looking for it.
Very closely monitored apparently as they're bringing KL over on the top side. Now this is the difficult part. They do not have a tower over on the top side. So the only one they can send there is Shen. But they want to have Shen to match the Jace. So they can actually mismatch that. Cassiopeia will be very, very sad.
So we might get a fight with his ulti imbued. The only question is that Herald going to be reset as Tarzan gets over the wall. Hope is joining in. That's the big carry from AGAL. They claim River for themselves. Reminder again, it does just feel like AGAL using some of that pressure that's come through from Hope to push them away. 2-item Ezreal. That would have helped as Herald goes down.
I feel like that was the scary moment for DK, the fact that Ezreal shows up with the 2 items. That's all he needs to start fighting, and he's got them way early than what you usually see on an Ezreal, where they get them at about 20 minutes stacked up as well. He's got about 16 minutes in-game, those 2 items, so they're backing off for the time being. DK, you see, even though it's LCK versus LPL, it's been very LPL-esque gold graph. And one thing that has been biting AL is sometimes that their aggression is a bit too much.
Oh, really? Let's recall the BOG series.
Too strong.
Oh my god. Simply in their last best of 5, you can say the exact same thing. Good poke here from Siwu that came through. They're now gearing up 3rd Dragon here. It's a big one for AGAL. DK need to stop it. Shen ulti on the top side of the map to be wary of as Showmaker starts walking in.
I'm looking at that ward. That was that blue buff where Tarzan is, and that could be a pretty big ward. They get a lot of information on what's happening behind the scenes for AGAL. And AGAL, they're going to have to walk in blind if they want to fight this.
They're going to walk into the poke, but Chiwu misses some of it. Dragon going down fast. Vault Breaker in. Tarzan can't get the steal. Instead, summons the Herald. Dragon goes down to DK. Engage from Kyle. The poke from Hope. Arcane Shift. Showmaker almost dead. A mystic shot to take his life that he'll narrowly dodge away from. But Dragon down to DK. They stop the boat rolling. If boats could roll. DK now on the defensive passes. AJL try to use the pressure that's coming through from Herald to try and get some gold out of the play.
AJL force themselves in the mirror completely blind. They isolate 4 members of DK and they get the numbers advantage through that. However, they do lose the Dragon, which is very, very important. Dragon stacking was the one thing that was going for them, and it has been stopped, at least for now, from DK.
So, in the grand scheme of things, big win here for DK. But the GAL still, they're around these 2 items. I mean, gold is actually 500 in DK's spot. I don't know why I'm selling this like I'm scared. I think it's simply because of Hope. It does feel like Hope versus Siwu in this game, Trouble. It does feel like that's what it's coming down to.
Long-range poke champ versus long-range poke champ?
Yeah, a little bit. With a mixed bag of Showmaker in there as well, with what Smash can do when he opens up. That's our observers telling us a Baron is now spawning here. Flandre's ulti is down, so as he hovers on the bottom side of the map, it will be simply a TP, not an ulti, to join any shenanigans they have at the top.
And for now, it's going to be pretty chill. Next Dragon's about 3.5 minutes away, so they're just going to look to push out those side lanes for Cassiopeia. You're looking for second item for sure. This is where you really want to start team fighting. I feel like Wadid was talking about this on the desk in the previous post-game after the T1 game, where he's like, you know what, T1 just know their power spikes, and they know exactly when they're going to start fighting. So I feel like AJL can learn a little bit from that one. It's like, you know what, we can actually chill. Second item in Cassiopeia is so potent, it gives us so much power. So if we wait for this, we can actually win fights much easier. So far, they've used Hope as the angry guard, as Tarzan.
Cease and desist under turret. Here comes Shanks as well to add to the damage. Miasma down. Showmaker flashes out. Scout of the week won't work though. Here's the trade-off from Lucid. Pops out the ulti as well. Tarzan would be in trouble. He's under the turret, but he pops back in. The poke on Chiwu is not enough. Lucid will flash on out of there. Get on out of there. But now Chiwu's isolated. Flandre flies in. It's a big mistake here from DK, but the deadly flash from Smash with the last order to come through. It did enough. Hope over the wall adds in his contribution while AGAL are fighting the front side with fire. Flandre and KO getting the CC down, and Smash flashes out as well. Hope has got them CC'd off, so the career can't add anything in. The turret is yet going to be standing until now. Career puts the pillar up and Flandre gets tagged on in, but AGAL smack DK into the dirt.
Avengers assemble! AL kept coming from everywhere on the map. What a great start on the dive, which wasn't necessarily followed up by Shanks very well because he has to tag all those creeps. Then Miasma doesn't go down early, which means Showmaker gets to flash and overextend. And then when Lucid goes in, it's suddenly a 1 versus 3. Siwu's gonna TP up there, but then there's Flandre parked in the tower. And then it's just full-on numbers advantage from the side of AL.
Man, Smash really wanted to get in, get that last auto. Career pillar up. But he ulties for Tarzan.
Smash walks up, sees that Hope is behind the wall as well. He's like, I can't walk up to do damage.
It was a lot of DK trading their lives for influential kills in the fight, but it was maybe 1 or 2 too many. And AGAL rather, anyone's legend, a massive fight here. The game's not done yet. Dragon up in a minute 30. Baron now the contentious part. Lucid's looking to face check, but Tarzan has found Siwu. There's a solar flare from afar. Siwu in trouble. Taunted with the stand united. Flandre has been on point so far. AGAL now have a numbers advantage in front of Baron.
This could be a Baron angle right here. That's why DK are really keen on pushing that mid lane wave and potentially threaten that mid lane tower. However, again, AGAL taking one of T1's textbook. They're going to play it slow. They're going to take the entire top side of DK, grab some vision, and potentially threaten through that fog of war now without the tower in the top side.
I can shift away from the deadly flourish. That top side pressure you talk about is rolling in now. Shank's got a deep ward as well, from what I believe. I think that's his control ward that they put down towards blue. DK on the defense here. The 2,000 gold lead that's now starting to prove it. It is all about this Dragon. Third one here. AGAL adds as much emphasis as the last one did here for DK. As mid turret might just be dead with an Essence Flux. Well, not as much damage as I thought, but still close to dying. It is going to be this approach for the Dragon that we're going to study next.
And I feel like the story of this game has flipped on its head. Siu suddenly 0-5, only 75 gold from a 1.5k gold lead. Has to make the J somehow work. The Deep is going to come through from Showmaker with a rocket belt in his pocket. So 2-item Syndra walking in. They definitely do not want to give soul points to AGAL. However, Flandre and KL are
the scatter's good. Curtain call as well. Smash might have an opening, but KL is in the way. Vault Breaker out to threaten. Hope at half HP, and Showmaker adding the poke on in, as well as that 4-shot almost connecting. Makes Dragon a little riskier.
DK are still going to try to take their chance here. They do not want to give that. Siu on the other side.
He needs to come in now, though, I feel, as well. Scatter the Week is a two-man. Showmaker with the Deadly Flash. Solar Flare. He's going to proto belt away from it. Tarzan jumps on in onto lose it. He pops the ulti as well. This could be a great fight for Petrifying Gate. Blocks on down. Kale turns it into engage. Down goes Siwu. Scatter the Week to stop the fight, but Ceases is still available. Showmaker in trouble. Tarzan jumps in to end his life, but the Xander's Blade follow up with Shanks getting the Twin Fang. Hope's still alive. If only a breath, if only a sliver, he will stay standing. Flandre, an unbeatable frontline here. It started beautiful for DK, but AL picked the angle.
Their team fighting was beautiful. KL and Flandre guarding like proper dogs in front of the gate, not allowing anyone to get anywhere near Hope and Shanks. They only have 2 carries. If they lose one of their 2, their DPS drops significantly in team fights, so they need to make as much as possible to help them survive, and that they did, and that's Soul Point.
Give me a replay. Hot damn, that was a fight. AGL come out on top again. They're on Soul Point. And the poke, the pickoffs here were great until Flandre just got in the mix.
Look at Flandre. He's playing guard towards Ezreal. Then Hope throws the ult, gets caught by the EQ from Jace, but that petrifying gaze from Shanks literally stops the rest of DK from approaching forward. The second Showmaker sees an avenue. Tarzan blocks that as well, and then Flandre and KL kept on re-engaging.
I don't know what Vi saved cease and desist 10 seconds into the fight, but props to Tarzan. I mean, I don't think Showmaker was expecting it. He already used his proto belt to get away as well, and he couldn't build any more space. So even though Tarzan dies, Showmaker gets forced to play out the fight until he dies.
The classic where you type in solo to your teammates. Vi still has ult.
What?
Question mark, question mark, question mark.
Yeah. And so now for Showmaker, I mean, he has no Seekers. Shanks does. And so the biggest question is, who is going to stop AGL now that they're running Soul Point? Baron still in contention, but we saw how DK wanted to play out the fight. Smash does have a 3rd item now, so maybe that range is more influential. Mid turret is going to fall as we come back from the replay.
Very nice. They saw the numbers advantage. They pressured them through the jungle. They see that only Hope is in the mid lane, so that tower is pretty much not defended at all by AGAL. They take that one down. That's very important, especially when you want to play for potential flanks. Maybe something with Lucid or where Career can pop up a pillar through Fog of War and catch someone off guard.
Yeah.
That could be their angle. However, the story for DK is that if Showmaker's doing well, then DK is very happy and they're playing well. He's not doing that well. He's 1.1k down. He's got solo killed. He's 0-3. Suddenly they started with C1 that Jace, 1.5k gold lead. Now he's down 400 gold to Ascent who's 6-1-4.
I do want to add the caveat that I feel like Smash, if we get on a 5v5 in the past, he's been the reliable. I mean, as a carry, the 5v5 carry, maybe not the best split, people could argue, but I think Smash was an 80 carry that people have watched through challenges on T1 coming up to the LCK. He has been the person they want to see with a gold lead who can stamp over the game for the 25 plus minute mark.
The only one who barely has one.
Well, that's right. But also a Jhin with 3.5 items that soon will be a rapid fire cannon. His damage is getting quite severe for a team that has a Shen and a Leona, sure, but a team also that has a bit of diving ability if Smash is left isolated and alone.
He has he has generally been the one untouched in fights, so Smash could do
That's what I mean,
a bit of damage. I feel like DK as a composition, they do have again that front to back. I feel like Shinzao is so deceptively tanky. That champion, especially with ult up, can create so much space for such a long amount of time.
Yeah.
That Smash can do a lot of damage here together with Showmaker. It's just been a case of them not being necessarily in formation, like Jace flanking. Do you really want to be flanking with Jace right there, who can get really easily re-engaged on? Siwu not necessarily the best positioning to follow up with his team, and Showmaker has not necessarily been also in sync with the rest of them. So let's see if DK can actually pull a proper team fight together.
Thanks. Can dodge away from the Deadly Flourish. DK move out of their position around this Baron pit. Stan United is up and available for Flandre, and he's now taking a 1v1. Let's see what can Siwu do in the 1v1. I don't know. Dusk and Dawn is hard. Taunt also comes out. Takes a bit of damage. Flandre thinking about going back in a TP Flake. They're going to go for him instead of this Baron. Shanks coming in to make it 2v1. The fight from Flandre. They didn't need Shanks. He just solo killed Siwu for a 0-7 Jace.
It's not that they didn't need Shanks. It's that Flandre said, get off. That's my solo kill. You've had yours. But really important, right there, Flandre technically wastes a flash, which he will not have in the upcoming fight for Soul.
Also
and
true.
it's very, very, very important, especially if you want to catch those super long-range champions that we've been talking about, the Syndra, the Jace, the Jhin. You're going to need that flash available, and I feel like Flandre here should not have burned it, especially with
If the
Shanks coming
TP,
through.
yeah, I can agree to that. So, will it cost them? What do they get as we come back from the replay? You know that Baron's probably not going to start. She was up in 10 seconds. And from it as well, it's a good point, Trouble. We'll see if it costs AGAL in the upcoming potential 5v5. Dragon in 40 seconds. That's the big ticket. And right now, we're going to see if that's going to be a fully completed Zhonya's Hourglass for Shanks. GA picked up by Tarzan as well. Bandlepipe's not there yet for the top lane Flandre. Hope on 3 and a bit items, but he does not have that Serelda's Grudge.
There's also Black Cleaver picked up from Lucid on the other side. It's going to help a lot with the Jace and the Jhin.
Tarzan angle on a ward though. Level 16. The Vi wants an angle. Lucid trying to clear the ward, but he cannot stay to chat. Rooftop Barrage not bad as well. Missing shot not going to connect. When it comes lightning, Scatter the Weak. Shanks is slithering past it. No fear whatsoever here. With as thick as Armguard, Curtain Caller is there. He's going to get tagged on out. When does he go? Golden is the biggest question. Scatter the Weak. It's going to be now, but face checking. Kale getting low as well. Solver on the spot. Petron goes down as well. Lucid jumps back in. Psychotic man to get the 1v1 now. Smash is kiting it out as Tarzan is deep. Season Scatter the Weak as well. DK losing their mid lane and fast. And the problem we thought was going to be the Snake, but it's this Shen as Tarzan re-engages. The pillar helps Flandre. Howdly doodly, that's a triple kill for the AGL top lane.
Flandre saves the day, but Hope and KL are just them. The way that we're dancing around Siwu and Showmaker overextending to catch the Ezreal was absolutely breathtaking. AL are clearly the better team fighters in this best of one.
And hot damn, are they gonna regret seeing this Shen on Summoner's Rift for their BO1. Flandre is just a madman. 10-1-4, 14 out of 18 KP.
Just have a look at the Ezreal first though, because he walks up, Shanks a bit too confident, gets caught by the Jhin W, tanks everything, uses that Seekers perfectly on the Scatter the Weak, but look at Hope. He gets caught, the W lands here by Lucid, he'll jump back, Hope is caught between the two teams, and Siwu suddenly spawns behind them, Showmaker pushes forward, and Tarzan presses R on him again.
Yeah.
Hope and KL played that so well to bait DK super deep in this fight.
I feel so disingenuous actually looking at the replay for Flandre. He kind of missed every shadow dash. He didn't really do much. He just
man, I tried, man. I told you, look at the
Oh
the
my
Leona
God,
better.
he got a triple kill, but hot damn, Flandre just walked.
What cost?
I feel like it's such a crap caster there.
Okay, man. That's why I said look at Leona and Ezreal better. It's
Dude.
fine.
Yeah, Hope is doing outrageous damage, but Tarzan's ability to re-engage, playing on the edge with GA was crazy. AGL, 3k gold lead, Soul in pocket now.
I just feel like Tarzan has a grudge versus Showmaker.
Yeah.
He just saves R the entire fight. Showmaker's trying to make the play because his team is actually struggling in those team fights.
True.
He tries to overextend to make the hero play, and Tarzan's like, nope, I still saved my ult for you.
Now, everything back up and available. The fight will go on as Baron. This might be thought about a little bit deeper this time, but AGAL aren't starting it just yet. Wave's getting pushed out. Flandre with the ulti to move. And Tarzan, he's the one who's been the receiver of this Stan United each time to enhance the engage rather than to save a target.
Siwu does not have TP. I feel like this would be a great time to push the next wave for Flandre and actually start threatening the Baron. They've got extra numbers advantage. They're taking the blue buff. I feel like this is a perfect time to try and bait a fight, bait Siwu to walk out of this lane. They don't necessarily have to fight this. It's either you bait the Jace and push bot, or just take the Baron for free.
They just do it so quick with Shanks, though. That's all they need. Lucid knows, walking into position. The Baron's setting up at 10k now. TP going to be coming on in. KL also with an angle himself. Lucid the one on a ward, poked out by Hope. Flandre's now come on in with his TP. With that TP, a massive, mighty shield stands. Where's the damage going to come through? Not from Smash for the time being, that's for sure. Baron is just going to drop. DK can't find an angle in, and now AGL look for the fight, but DK have to run for their lives. Baron down, and the power play begins.
That was beautiful. DK had to make a decision. Do we transfer Seal into this fight and try to find the team fight, or do we lose the Baron and at least defend bot lane? Well, they did defend bot lane because Flandre TP'd out of it, but they couldn't find an angle to get into this river on top side. There was no vision. AGAL have closed all doors to that objective, and now with a Baron and a 4,000 gold lead, I feel like they've got a better team fighting composition. They've got the engage, the disengage. It's just so easy to play from here now.
I feel like it was an interesting laning phase, but it does feel like, again, that hope lead overflowed to the rest of the map. Tarzan finding early objectives as well. Setup was beautiful. DK now trying to climb back through objective gain. That bot lane turret going down, but meanwhile, what does it cost? Top turret and all its entirety of plates with mid as well. Inners both going down. AGL getting a storm of gold as they run through approaching the base.
Top lane, mid lane, both tier 2s gone for AGAL. Only one outer tower, only one more defense outside of that base from DK remaining, and AGAL have no will to take that one as they have 2 cannon Baron up minions over on the top side of the map, and DK have split up in 2 groups trying to defend that, but they're both falling at the same time.
Trying at the very least. Plate's already being taken. Bot wave is a nonchalant wave for the time being. Next wave coming in. Baron for another minute 15. This aggression won't stop. DK might have to make a move. A Scatter the Weak is not bad here on the Tarzan. Solar Flare now thrown out with True Shot Barrage dodge. Tarzan for the flash. Bolt Breaker in. Cease and desist. Rooted down. Smash can't play. Petrifying Gaze might miss, but it might not matter. Scatter the Weak came through and look. Flandre's in the middle taking no damage. Where is it? Showmaker needs to land every single thing, and Shadow Dash connects yet again onto Chris. Scatter the Weak is good with the pillar as well. Tarzan jumps back in. Bolt Breaker doesn't connect, but neither does Petrifying Gaze. Probably saves the life, saves the game of DK, but for how much longer? Baron doing all the work. Nexus turrets under threat. AGAL take another body in career. Shadow Dash forward. Shanks jumping in behind enemy line. Showmaker gets his unleashed power, but Hope jumps forward. There's no more fuel in the tank. DK have been taken down, and AGAL stands strong in their first game of EWC 26.
Absolutely beautiful team fights from AGAL. That's what made them dominant last year in the LPL. That's what made them dominant in EWC last year as well. And suddenly they seem to be finding their form over and over again. Fantastic early game win conditions with that bot lane. Incredible mid game to collect every kill possible on the map whilst using Flandre. And then the patience on the Shen, knowing that eventually they'll shut down the... and it will just be smooth sailing. And it was. They were just the better team fighters.
And what was so annoying about that game is every fight I thought, oh man, Flandre is carrying, and then you look closer and like, wait, Flandre is probably just unkillable.
Not only unkillable, but he's such a threat damage-wise as well.
Yeah, even if he misses, it's like...
Dawn, it's
over. Wait, Shadow Dash only has a 6-second cooldown now. That was a great opening game. Oh, so much bloodshed. I mean, that felt like we're, a pub brawl for quite a long time. But DK unable to get their setup. Shiwu had a rough day here on this Jace. One of his most played, not one of his most successful, to correct myself from earlier. And now the biggest question is, how will they do in that lower bracket? Because on the other stream, I believe G2 versus Furia is G2's success. Yep. So DK versus Furia will happen, and G2 versus AGAL will happen as well in this Group A.
Probably. Yeah.
Will.
G2 versus AGAL in a best of 3. That's going to be super fun. I feel like seeing AL come back like this, especially the way KL and Hope are playing not only in lane, but also in team fights.
Yeah.
This is the thing that we were lacking at the start of the year when Tabe was no longer part of the team. I feel like a lot of that synergy and the way they wanted to play the game sort of fell apart. They lost the way they wanted to play those fights, and suddenly it just clicks back together. I feel Tarzan had a phenomenal game. Flandre super patient. Shanks with the solo kill. He was also very responsive.
As on stage stands by Flandre after an insane, well, annoying Shen performance.
Absolutely insane it was. The breakout team of last year's Esports World Cup, AGAL, get off to a phenomenal start here in Paris. I'm here with June, our translator, Lou, and of course the man of the moment, Flandre. Lou, it's safe to say that a big part of that performance was down to this man.
And once again, congratulations for the victory, of course. You know, you've been around for a long time now. You're a very experienced player. I want to know how it feels, you know, still to be able to like carry your team like this in important plays also on the stage.
所以大家好，今天我们非常荣幸在巴黎这样美好的地方，要看到我们很棒的选手。那么刚刚呢，就像我们主持人所讲的这样，我们的选手今天的比赛非常棒。我们想要您跟我们讲一下您现在的感受，是否在打完一个如此精彩的比赛之后，还是同样的很兴奋的心情吗？
是的，因为我们今天算是。用我们自己的体系，然后我们大家配合也非常不错嘛，然后我们顺利赢下比赛，对我们大家都是增长非常多信心，我觉得特别好。
Yes, absolutely. This is an amazing match. I think we did really well. We collaborated with each other, and this match gave us more confidence.
J'apprécie beaucoup la réponse humble de Flandre qui dit effectivement on a eu parce que je le félicite pour sa performance de dingue individuelle qu'il a eu évidemment, et lui répond ça a été un effort d'équipe, on a très bien collaboré ensemble et on a été trop fort finalement.
We saw a lot of that confidence last year when you finished second place, the silver medal, and I think to a lot of people you were like a surprise team that shocked a lot of the teams here. Do you think that surprise factor has gone now because you've had some incredible performances since then at other tournaments that the teams here see you as a true threat going into the next games?
那么我们知道去年您的成绩也是非常棒的，然后呢给大家一个惊喜，是一匹黑马呢以第2名的这个结果呢达到了最后比赛的成绩。但是今年的话呢，您的感觉是如何的？是否我们大家可能不再觉得您是一个惊喜，而觉得您对于很多其他的团队来讲是更多的是一个很巨大的威胁？您对此是怎么看的呢？
对此我主要还是更多关注于我们自己团队上的问题吧，就是我们也是会有失误，所以要看我们接下来怎么样调整，怎么样减少嘛，然后肯定也希望减少失误，然后能够走到最后的冠军嘛。
Well, I'm carrying my team forward, so this year I think I will focus on my team's collaboration, our tactic, and hopefully we can improve the difficulties and we challenge ourselves, and hopefully we can have an even better performance than last year to win, to be the champion.
Ouais, effectivement, la question de Yann, c'était l'année dernière vous avez fait 2e à l'EWC. Qu'est-ce que vous en avez appris un petit peu? Est-ce que vous avez l'impression que maintenant les gens vous voient comme une menace alors qu'ils vous sous-estiment l'année dernière? Et là, clairement, bah oui, je pense qu'on est devenu meilleur. On a essayé de focus un petit peu sur notre tactique, etc., pour avoir encore une meilleure performance cette année à l'EWC.
Thank you very much. AGL wants that trophy this year. They take another small step towards it. A long journey ahead still to come. Thank you.
谢谢您，让我们共同期待着您的美好的比赛。
好，谢谢，我们会继续加油的。
Thank you, thank you. Pleasure.
June, you were brilliant.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, we did have some brilliance there from Flandre, both in the interview and also on the Rift, showing the power of the draft, how clutch it was here against E+ Kia.
There were a lot of questions that we had going into this draft about whether the Shen into Jace was the right call, but ultimately in side lane, Smashed was able to make a global impact on the map and had so many of those critical moments there in the late game to close it out. So many huge taunts, and I think he was a huge part of the win, but generally speaking, D+ took a lot of risks in their draft, and it just did not work out.
Yeah, on the other side, we had Trundle support, which was kind of weird choice. It doesn't have synergy with Jhin as well, because you can't really change CC with the pillar with the Jhin W because it doesn't mark it up. So I think it was really a huge question mark towards this draft. But also, again, I think Shen was also high risk, but I think the way how they played it out with Tarzan in the early game, it was just insane.
Yeah, I mean, look at that goal difference. It was very, very close throughout until that 23-minute mark, and that big team fight broke it all open, and AGAL take the victory.
I think it's important to note that obviously AGAL AGAL were here last year, they nearly were able to take the win, right? They were almost able to be the winners of EWC 2025. All these players have a ton of international experience now, right? Whereas some of these players on D+ are still incredibly young, right? You look at Career, you look at Shiu, who had a really rough time, and some of those team fights wasn't able to make the impact. I think that experience does matter, and AGL did look like the veterans in this game.
And as you saw there on your screen with the Group A bracket, it was G2 getting the victory over Furia. It was a early lead by Furia over on Stream B, but then G2 came storming back, and there's one happy face here about that one.
No, I mean, I heard G2 actually smashed them in 24 minutes, so like it's kind of insane in this meta because you can always bounce back with the team fight, but like ending the match in like that early, I think that's kind of insane.
It also does mean we know that it is Furia, right? No, it's not. No, it's not actually Furia in the same group that will face off against D+. We actually don't know that matchup just yet, so I'm mistaken about that. Different groups.
Yeah. Well, we'll see about that. Let's take a look at this matchup here as we start with the bot lane and how aggressive it was, but not as impactful as it could have been.
This was a risky choice, right? It's really hard to get Flourish on Ezreal, and then some sidesteps here in this from Kyle also just really ruined their day, because Lucid's coming down here to actually try to make this into a 1-for-1 here, and Kyle just kind of breaks their ankles, gets a second sidestep here, and you just see the difficulty of execution for this draft for D+.
And also, like, I don't see the reason why he picked a Trundle in there, because he's not playing jungle Trundle. It has a huge spike. It's support Trundle. It doesn't have damage. I think whenever you play into Ezreal, Leona, you always getting threatened by them getting one shot.
Yeah, let's take a look here at 20 minutes, our next inflection point of this matchup between AGAL and D+ Kia, where on the top side of the map, Showmaker gets caught, and then eventually D+ get whittled down.
If you look at the rest of the D+ members, they're pretty far away, right? But they still want to turn this into a win. They want to try to turn this around, right? A lot of turret aggro picked up here. Shanks takes a lot of damage. And Lucid's like, look, I got Crescent Guard. We got TPs coming through. But it's just a slow trickle here for D+ trying to salvage the play. And it was somewhat disrespectful, I think, to try to actually turn this one around, because if AGL play it well, it's never going to be your fight. And this is one of the big cementing moments in this game for AGL to pull ahead.
Yeah, this is the aggression that we were looking for from AGAL. I think mainly Tarjan and Kyle, when they're opening up the map, their aggression and the chain CC is on point, and I think DK couldn't have a chance against this team.
Yeah, and then finally, you've seen a theme here of a couple of these critical shots by Smash going wide. We've got our Drake fight that popped up here, and here was another opportunity for Smash to put him away, and he misses. Shanks lives and turns the fight around.
It looks like in the beginning of this fight, this is unlosable, right? But they missed the shot. Zonius comes out, right? And then some wonkiness happens, like Shio's Shock Blast here, a complete whiff, right? Hope is able to buy space, flashes, shifts away. They bought so much space. And then you can see in these moments too, like if you hit your shots, if everything lines up, if the scatter goes through and the follow-up is there, this draft can absolutely work, but it's just too many conditionals. AGL had the way easier win cons, and they just outplayed them time after time. And I think this type of risky drafting is what the D+ coach is known for, right? CV Max loves to really throw a wrench into the gears, but in best of ones, if it doesn't work out, you don't get to go, well, I'll go back to standard later. Now you're in the lower bracket.
Yeah, that's why we won for some target CCs. You know, I think in theory you have some control with the pillar, you have some long snipe with the Jhin, but at the end, if you miss the skill shot, it doesn't work at all. And I think this is one of the reasons why D+ Kia didn't have consistency in the regular split in the region as well, because I think they always bring up some fresh idea, but it doesn't look good at all.
Yeah, AGAL able to capitalize on those missed skill shots and allow Hope to glide around and get themselves to that victory. 1-0, they move on to the uppers. In the lowers, it will be that Furia versus D+ Kia later on today. But we're not done yet for our best of one opening matches. Our final one, it is MIBR Los versus the reigning MSI champions, newly crowned Hanwha Life Esports. We'll be back right after this.
He's the director of the train, the conductor, I suppose. He steers everyone in the right direction, keeps you going where you need to go, and he will always be that voice of reason.
It's great playing alongside him. He's a very vocal player, doesn't sugarcoat anything, really. Will tell you exactly what he's thinking, and he knows exactly what each player needs to do and what their role is, and he vocalizes that very well, so.
He just know that what's the most important situation gonna be. Let's say just second dragon is really important, then he just shot calling this game changer, so everyone just be ready.
He is a very objective guy, and he will not sugarcoat your answers, so having that just sense of direction always in game and outside the game is invaluable.
He's great to be around outside the league. He's very passionate about football with the World Cup going on. He's got a lot of opinions on that. We share a similar sense of humor. Easy to get along outside the game.
He's a funny guy. Someone who is blunt and comes from a different European background and not something that I grew up with. So he brings a new perspective on so many things, and it's fun to have him around.
It's the E-Cap, the EWC Cap, the Sports World Cup. Okay, whatever it is, this is what happened in week 1. We crowned our first 3 champions, which means that we had even more losers. And God knows that I'm a loser. Wait, shouldn't this say that I love losers, not that I am? Can we fix this, please? But what happens when you lose? Well, you wind up here, the Boulevard of Broken Keys. Don't sing Green Day, don't sing Green Day. Every one of which represents a tournament elimination and crushed dreams. Losers live forever here, and if you listen closely enough, you can hear the voices of disappointed parents who said that playing video games is a waste of time. On the Valorant stage, 4 of 8 playoff teams were EMEA, and they managed to get 1 whole win. So move over, Europe, because the finals was 100 Thieves and NRG. That's right, all American, baby. These colors don't run, they soar. The Battle Royale of the Apex Legends final featured 20 teams, and no surprise, Team Falcons won. Wait a minute, no, they finished 8th. Sorry, it was favorite Team Liquid who... No, they finished even further back at 9th? Oh, because it was actually 2024 champion Alliance who... Oh, come on, who won? Unlimit? Sorry if I'm saying it wrong, but like most people, I've never heard of them. They beat every top contender to become the first Japanese team ever to win ALGS. This will also help them on the road to winning the club championship. Nope, never mind. That's their only team, and they're not even registered for the club championship. Still, my Japanese heritage is proud that we can produce both esports winners and heated toilets. Dota 2, or Dota Duh, as it's called here, started its first week of play with solid competition from... Sorry, actually, nothing of note yet. I'll have more on that next week. And finally, things were heating up on stage of Fatal Fury Wolf City. And I don't know if you're picking up on the theme here, but Dark Angel fought his way out of the losers bracket to top the regional favorites and get another win for North America. If only the Football World Cup had been so kind. Well, guys, what is happening? 3 tournaments and 3 new champions, no title defense, no favorites able to compete, and all underdogs at the top? I'll tell you what it is, because I've said it before and I will say it again. This tournament is about the losers. See you next week.
Human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup 2026, presenting League of Legends. And there they are, the reigning MSI champions, straight off the plane from Daejeon and into Paris. Up against them is MIBR Los, the proud representative from CB LOL, looking to make an upset for the ages. Welcome back to the desk. Degon here alongside Wolf and Ox to break this one down. 3 best of ones down and dusted. What are some of the quick takeaways so far as we have our final best of one, Wolf?
Some of the games have been, I think, a little bit more competitive than people thought, just looking at some of the favorites, right? Like T1 had a pretty rough early game. We did see Carmine Corp have a really strong laning phase going into that matchup against Gen G. So Hanwha Life coming to this series as favorites, still feel like you got to be respectful, you still got to be careful.
I think we obviously talked so much about having a clear plan when it came to best of fives at MSI, but in the best of one, you really need a clear plan and you need to be able to execute when it comes to that. If you're misaligned when it comes to draft or what you're doing in game, you don't get that second opportunity to go deeper in the series, and we kind of saw that today.
Definitely not. And when we think about Hanwha Life Esports, who did lift the trophy over at MSI and come up, we have to start at the beginning of the year as an LCK Cup squad who finished last place. Not, oh, they missed the playoffs or, oh, they lost in the quarterfinal. They finished dead last and then found their way moving on up. So a story of redemption here to ultimately defeating BLG in that finals best of 5, all 5 games. It was a banger.
I mean, they lost a lot of games on the way there, though, right? I mean, it was in my opinion, it was probably the hardest won MSI in MSI history because of how much they faced, like how they were pushed to the brink, nonstop, constantly actually being forced until those final games, right? And playing against every region as well on the way there. So probably a little bit of an exhaustion, right? But I think a lot of lessons learned that they could take into this best of one where they're already favorites. But I think for HLE, it's trying to actually get back to dominant form and not just winning barely by the skin of their teeth, which is how they lifted that MSI trophy.
I mean, that's the thing. Regular season for HLE was super dominant. Great performance. Came into the road to MSI and got a really clean route just straight to the tournament. And I feel like before, you talked about the LCK Cup, trying to gel after Peanut had left the roster and bringing in Kanavi took time. But also, as you said at MSI, it wasn't completely smooth sailing. The first team ever to win MSI from the lower bracket. I think it showed a lot of resilience, a lot of adaptation, but also that it wasn't just a straightforward path.
Yeah, it felt like every single player had their moment from this kind of glow up from the beginning of the season, Ox, to now. Who has impressed you the most out of that 5-man roster of Hanwha Life Esports?
I mean, for me, it's got to be Zeka, right? I think last year, Zeka, for me, was really struggling to get to grips with Fearless. I feel like his melee play was still phenomenal, but when champion pools are being stretched with mages, he was struggling, but I feel like he's such a complete player right now in terrific form. I feel like he could bring any pick out, picks that, last year or in previous years, I'd be like, is this a Zeka pick? I don't think there's any pick that I wouldn't say Zeka could just bring out and I'd be satisfied with.
On my end, it's Kanavi, right? Like Kanavi, I think was a player we all respected, but his style wasn't working for Hanwha Life Esports at the very beginning of the year, hence the 10th place finish, right? But he was able to tone it down, but also convince his team to trust him. And we saw this evolution through the LCK regular season for rounds 1 and 2, where it was all Kanavi all the time. Constantly follow Kanavi, got to go aggressive. But then when we got to playoffs and we got to MSI, it was a completely different story where they could do that, but didn't have to do that. And they actually grew in so many different directions with Zeka's champion pool being unlocked as well, as you mentioned, Ox. So I want to see what the next evolution of this team is right now, because at MSI they were challenged a lot. They won in the end, but we didn't have a definitive style for this team just yet. Maybe that emerges here.
Yeah, we'll see what happens as they take on MIBR Los, which is the combination of MIBR and Los, now participating under one banner here for the Esports World Cup. And this CB LOL representative, it's so fascinating because the CB LOL has had so many different teams pop up just this year, with Loud kind of stepping up, you had Red Canid stepping up, you had Furia, and now you have Los, MIBR Los here at EWC. All different proud organizations finding success this year. It's very exciting from the CB LOL region.
It's super cool always seeing these different teams, especially coming from the LCK perspective, where so often we just see the same teams again and again. And the fans from the region are always so passionately getting behind these rosters. It is a tough task for your first match going up against HLE, but I think when you go in as the underdogs, you just have to try and do your best, play your game, and not be too upset about whatever the expectations are.
I mean, my experience with these teams coming from the South American region is that no one gives them any credit. No one says they have a chance, right? They just come in as underdogs, and they usually actually overperform people's extremely low expectations, right? I think this could be another of those situations where Hanwha looks still a little bit vulnerable, right? I mean, look, they are MSI champs. I don't want to take anything away from them, but it was hard fought every step of the way. A lot of weaknesses were exposed, and if the preparation is good and better than HLE's in this one best of one, I'm not saying I would predict it, but who knows? We've already seen some closer than expected games here today.
Well, one thing I know is that when there is EWC, there's always an opportunity to talk to the man that leads the co-stream for the proudest region in all of esports. We're talking Brazil. So that means we have Baiano joining us here on stage at EWC Paris. Baiano, brother, how's it going, man?
I played against Hansam.
How are we feeling about that one?
I think they're a little bit tired from the MSI, so maybe we have a chance. We have really good players on MBR, so of course they're really good. They have Zeus, Guma, Yuzi, they have Zeka, but maybe they are tired, so I think we have a chance. I mean, it's BO1, you know, so we just need one game, one really game, good really game, and we have a chance. Let's fight.
I really love the Hopium that's coming out because I had a conversation with the players as well on Monday, and they said, you know, we're taking this very seriously. We're doing a lot of prep. We are very confident because they had such a good bracket run. Do you believe in them to make it out of groups?
Yeah, like I said, BO1 is really good for us. We have a chance to make a really good game, early game, mid game, and maybe win. For us, it's really good anyways because only the experience playing against these guys is really good for us. When we come back to Brazil, our team is better, like our players are playing better. So, yeah, I trust them. Let's do it. We have people cheering here, Brazilians here, everywhere. So let's go, guys.
Vamos, Brasil!
Thank you very much, Ginny and Baiano. Always great to see him at every EWC leading the cheers and charge for Brazil. Looking for an upset, again, with a bit of a mixed roster. Feisty in the mid lane, a former Brion product, and now getting the opportunity to lead the line here at an international event. So exciting to see that for him.
Yeah, really cool to see. I did want to talk a little bit about something that we've seen because of this MSI win for HLE. Now we have Zeus is the first player to have won EWC, First Stand, MSI, and Worlds. And Zeka, if they win in this tournament, can match that, which is just absolutely insane achievement. The cool thing to mention as well, Zeka won all of these tournaments on his first attempt.
First try.
So with this, you know, isn't his first EWC, so won't be able to do that here. But still a great track record, I think, and just shows these players the achievements they've been able to get, the legacy that they have.
I mean, just from going from winning Worlds and being the patch guy, right? People were saying people discredit him. Not anymore, right? Now he's won everything, basically. He's got just one trophy missing.
Yeah, Zeka has been writing his name in the history books. Let's see if he's able to do so yet again in their first matchup. It's MIBR Los versus the reigning MSI champions, Hanwha Life Esports.
I mean, when you talk about surprises, we could look at last night, Spain.
I'm not rooting for the UK tonight,
Okay.
for England tonight. This is not happening.
Sorry, pardon! Pardon! Je suis anglais! But what I can say is, if we see a big surprise in this next matchup, it could be the biggest upset yet.
The biggest possible indeed. The two last teams hitting the stage for one game, une et une seule. Mesdames et messieurs, on commence par MIBR. One of the most iconic esports names in Brazil. They're carrying the passion of their region here in Paris. Peuvent-ils le faire face aux géants venus de Corée?
Their opponents, Hanwha Life Esports! squads. They arrive here in Paris as the reigning MSI champions, carrying the form, confidence, and expectations of the tournament favorites. For MIBR, this is an opportunity to announce themselves against one of the world's best. For HLE, this is the next step in an incredible month defined by international success.
Pour HLE, c'est un match censé être trop facile, mais MIBR peuvent-ils surprendre les favoris? C'est parti!
International success, that's what Hum and Life are coming off the back of after winning MSI in 5 games. Now looking to add another title as they begin their run here at EWC. My name's Jake, also joined by Jack.
Jack and Jake, baby.
Jack and Jake, and we are taking it with first pick coming from the Snake, because Cassiopeia is going to get locked in.
That definitely could happen, and I just want to say it's a pleasure to be with you, Jake. It's my first time casting a non-European, my first international cast ever.
Hey, big day.
I mean,
and it had to be with me.
It had to be with you. I think it might be one-sided, but as Wolf was saying, right, KC had a really good early game lead against Gen G, and I feel like, you know, if they pushed it a little bit further, we could have had an upset there. T1 had a fantastic game against GAM, and
outside of the first 15 minutes, because GAM had a big early lead.
Fantastic. Yeah, that's what I meant. Like, GAM had a fantastic early game. That's what I meant. Exactly. There was nearly an upset there on the table.
Really?
So I do think that if MIBR Lost has been watching that, and then Homo Life, I think it's very common that we see this where a team slightly slumps after they've just had a good tournament.
Yeah.
Because you kind of have this, like, one, it's really easy to not stagnate, right? But when it's always harder when you come in as the favorites versus coming in as either neutral or the underdogs, because the burden of expectation is on your shoulders, and I think that can be something that weighs on Homo Life's backs. But at the same time, I feel a bit silly for saying that because they're players that have so much pedigree. Like Ox was saying, that they're pretty used to the pressure at this point.
Yeah, they are. And again, you know, that pressure comes around to a guest CB LOL team, a team that's come in not as one of the partnered organizations. The only guest team in the CB LOL made it all the way to EWC, which is such a feat. But now as MIBR Loss, can they cause an upset in a best of one? What do they got up their sleeves? Because this is a team on the other side from Korea that is known for their amazing draft. I mean, I think their drafts are so flexible, so versatile.
Yeah.
Zeus comes out with this like swaying top. Oh crap, what are we gonna do? You know, Zeka has all these melee assassins that historically, even before his Worlds win, he started becoming known for. Now his flexibility has outranged that.
Yeah.
Solo lanes are crazy from Humble Life, and I feel like that's what helped them win the MSI title.
For sure. I think the fact that Zeus can play a really good weak side and just chill, like we saw in Game 5 against BLG, he picks the Dr. Mundo. It's a really bad matchup into the Aatrox, and he goes down, what, 10 CS at 20 minutes? You're completely fine.
Runs the game.
And then he takes over the team fights, right? And the fact that he can both do that and he can play a hard-winning matchup and take over the game adds so much consistency to their game, because now you can either have Gumayusi on more of a pivotal carry and play for him, or you can just leave him on the 6, leave him on the Jhin, leave him on the Astro, like we've seen them do a lot, and just play up towards Zeus.
I was talking to Widid backstage, and I'm like, you know, who do we think the best mage bot is right now?
Player or champion?
I mean, player, I think.
Player is Gumayusi.
I mean, that's right. That was the answer that came back
Actually,
to me.
it's Viper. For me, it's Viper.
Well,
but I love Viper. I'm biased.
From the top teams, that's the versatility we talk about, and it's not like Mage's bot have been a thing heavily outside of MSI, but we are in that MSI patch. We've had a lot of time, and HLE have had so much time on that patch and so much tournament time that they're coming fresh off of it, only a couple of days off their giant win. We're about to get into pick and ban. Reminder, 26.13 we're still on. And no one's asked yet, but I will remind you that Locke is still banned. He's not available. That's why you won't see him at this tournament, which is a shame. You have to wait until summer.
Is it a shame? He seems so broken. Like when I played against him, he seems so broken.
He's so broken, but the skill expression is
The skill expression is cool. He's definitely a cool champ. I think the design is very cool as well.
It's amazing, yeah. It's good for first timers, because first timers always jump in with that leak, you know, like very easy to int.
Yeah.
Once again. All right, here we go. You know it's starting up, Jack. You know the center camera means that we're going to pick ban, don't you? You know the angle. You've been in broadcast enough now. You know what this means.
I know what this means. I mean, curious to jump on what you said about the Mage's bot lane, because we haven't seen too much of it. I think we saw 2 games, but it's mostly been Ezreal and Jhin that's been traded in the bot lane. And the thing is, they play kind of the same. Like Ezreal, Jhin, they're still casters, and they're just going to be sitting back, farming waves, not being that proactive and not that aggressive. So I do think that this meta really suits Gumayusi, and I'm curious to see if MIB Loss want to play into that meta or if they want to try to make something happen of their own. We've seen, for example, MKOI, I really liked when they said, we don't care about the range supports, we're just going to put Alvaro on engage. And I do think when you're the underdog, playing outside of the meta and just sticking to your comfort can be really, really nice.
Agreed. Let's see, what angle is it here for MIBR Lost? They're going to be first pick as their Akali's final ban. Orianna goes with it as well. Seemed like a fish here from MIBR to get that Orianna first pick. But remember, the Cassiopeia that has been picked up pretty much every game so far as the priority is open.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be quite snaky business here. Unless they want to go for something else. I mean, teams have been willing to trade the Syndra for the Cassio, and they're actually going to go for the Jarvan first pick. That makes me think that Hanwha Life will probably just want to pick up the Ezreal, have a mobile carry so you don't need to worry about it. Or they might go for the Lucian instead, a much more proactive early bot lane that want to try to get ahead. But we've seen Guma quite well on the Lucian Milio, so we'll have to see if that's what's being locked in here.
See if it does get locked in as well. Maybe support pairing, maybe jungle answer, Jack.
I think a jungle answer, like probably a Xin Sao. Oh, they choose to take away the Syndra. So Syndra priority over the Cassio. Normally I thought we were seeing the Syndra because teams just thought it was a really nice matchup scaling into the Cassiopeia later on. But Hanwha Life just think it's good enough to pick very early, and I assume it's going to be a jungle answer paired up alongside it. And if it's the Nefiri, you have a really, really good damage base from Hanwha Life, but you're lacking a lot of that front line that you'll need to get later on.
So let's talk range, let's talk pairings. Cassiopeia feels like a no-brainer. Do you go AP solo laner as well with the Jarvan like the Rumble here? Or do you just lock in Nautilus and get hard engaged? The answer seems to be the Naut here, kind of foregoing the potential of the Rumble.
Yeah, now it makes me think that Hanwha Life are just going to answer with support. They could also choose to take their top laner, ban 2 for Zeus, and do it that way. What I like about taking the support is that you're probably always going to have a good bot lane matchup. You can also flex that Syndra later on.
So what do you want? Not Rakan here, what do you want?
I think you want Leona or Alistar. I like both here. Alistar provides a lot more tankiness. The only thing is Alistar can feel quite bad into Cassio because if she gets that miasma, you can't combo. But as long as you're able to play around that, which I think Delight will be able to do. He's shown quite good prowess, and if you can get a good flank going or just get that engage going, it also just nullifies the Nautilus a lot, because if Nautilus ever hooks in, Alistar pops the ulti, Alistar combos Nautilus, and Nautilus always dies first. So it makes it quite a bit harder for Ackerman to try to find that engage and try to set up his team for success.
Is Zeus going to be going something like a tank this game? I see the Vayne ban, normally fishing because
definitely
like
needs to be either a tank or a bruiser. I don't think he can get away with going another squishy champion. I mean, you can have Alistar as the solo frontline, but it's a lot more difficult to play than if you have something like the Ambessa, like the Gnar, that can also semi-frontline follow-up.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. LeBlanc also the ban away. What are they thinking about here?
So they
Syndra
think,
bot. They think.
Yeah, they think it's Syndra bot most likely. And they choose to take away the LeBlanc. I'm assuming, I didn't think it was that good of a matchup into the Cassio, but I can see how it can be good quite early on. But I feel like as Cassio gets tankier, it should get easier for her. But we've seen Seka do quite nasty things on the LeBlanc and absolutely style on his opponents. I think it was against G2, I remember that he was styling on us with the LeBlanc. So a good ban here from MIB Loss.
Renekton's going to follow up as well. Maybe it is that Ambessa you talked about, Jack. I mean, I see Renekton ban, I say it is an Ambessa angle through and through here, or maybe even the Gnar, but
I think Ambessa and Gnar both make sense here.
Yeah.
It's interesting that they choose to keep the Syndra Flex for last. It makes sense, but you know, typically I feel like we see Zeus getting that counter pick on top, but they choose to invest 2 bans into him. It does still mean, like, you have the Gnar blind pick, it can be vulnerable. We'll have to see what Cest plays into it here if he can cook up a really good pick.
I mean, is it going to be Tristana is my biggest question here, right? Because that has been one of the more aggressive, hyper-aggressive angles for a top laner to play.
It could be. You do have the front line in the Nautilus and the Jarvan, and they're setting up for a hard AD top laner with the 6. And you have a lot of kill threat with this Tristana. I mean, this is going to be a game where we are all in watching top lane. It's all going to be about top lane. Bot lane is just going to be farming. Unless Gumayusi pulls something crazy out here on last pick, I think top lane is the name of the game.
Because there is almighty scaling throughout the board, even the Tristana for sides later, but we can talk about it as the comps are rounded out. For now, I want to see where's this Syndra finally going. Is it going to be bot towards Gumayusi, or are we going to get a Syndra to Zeka?
Oh, Seraphine. I mean, that would be a Seraphine bot lane for Gumayusi. you have a lot of team fighting power on this Hanwha Life comp, but a lot of damage on the MIRB loss as well. I do think though, in a straight back 5v5, front to back, I do favor Hanwha Life because they have so much shielding from the Seraphine, so much healing. They have a tanker front line with the Alistar and the Mega Gnar. So I do think if it gets to that 30-minute point and MIBR Lost doesn't have an early advantage, they can't have that split pushing threat from the Tristana, it's going to be tough for them. So we're really looking at the Tristana to get a big lead early game so that she can be the split push threat, be the difference maker in the team fights.
It's going to be an interesting team fight at that regardless as well. Let's see how MIBR go through that top lane. As you said, it's going to be all about Zest here. Zest is going up against the light, and Jack, I was looking through the history, and I was looking at like, well, where has Zest been, right?
Yeah.
And I see this little caveat in 2022 summer, I believe it was, where he played a series versus Nongshim on Gen G 2022. He played with Ruler, Lehens, Chovy, and who was the jungle? Peanut.
Yeah,
was
Peanut.
the jungle.
Wow.
So, you know, Zest has been around obviously through Gen G challenges as well. And you played against him.
I played against Zest.
recently.
I played against him in 2024. He was in EU and he got rank 1, I remember, in solo queue.
And
it was
Feisty
very
as well,
impressive. Right? Yeah, I played against Feisty as well in the Spanish league. He played for Giant X Academy.
Yeah.
And he was always really, really good in scrims and definitely gave me the vibes of a really good aggressive player. Kind of the stereotypical like Korean coming to you, just better mechanics, out hands, diffing everybody. So I do think that like Zest, to me, seems like a player that he's both willing to take this gamble and try to kind of stomp Zeus in the 1v1, and I could see him taking it as well. There's very little counterplay for this Gnar early on. You're just kind of trying to survive in the early laning phase, and I think it comes a lot down to the junglers and how both top laners play around it, because if we can just get that isolated 1v1 for Zest, that's going to help him out massively and maybe allow him to snowball that game.
Let's see, can the CB LOL take a game against the MSI champions? Technically, Jack.
Yep.
MIBR lost, undefeated. Okay.
That's true.
They've come together, added MIBR to the name, and they have not dropped a single game.
That's true. They're also undefeated at this EWC right now.
That's right.
But so is Hanwha Life, so.
But Hanwha Life did drop games recently. We have no idea about CBLOL. Who knows?
That's true. That's true. It's going to be the Doran's Helm for Zeus here to just try to survive that early game, and the exhaust on Tristana that we've seen quite often when you pick these really high volatility matchups.
Do you like the lethal tempo in this lane as well? Because obviously it accounts for Nar's going to try and match the duel early, or?
It's quite interesting actually that he decides to go for that. It makes sense because he just wants to try to match the power that the Tristana has in those long elongated trades, and because he won't be hitting the wave too much, he won't be able to keep the grasp proc stacking consistently. So it makes sense for these later on skirmishes. I do think the biggest thing that I'm looking at if I'm Zeus is trying to get that plated steel caps. I think once you get the plated steel caps, the game gets a lot easier, but already Zest took a pretty bad trade and is down to half HP here. So Zeus was able to outplay him. You can see that Hanwha Life invested 2 wards up in the top lane, and that's probably why Zeus was able to get that early game trade, because you really want to play around the bushes, avoid that minion aggro, and be able to snowball off of that.
Zeka's getting pushed in the meanwhile as well. We just have this triple picture-in-picture. Top lane, Kanavi. Can he do anything here with the opportune moment? Boomerang dodged. And it's top lane again, reminding you all will be our focus. Kanavi moving into position, but Zest, I would assume, has rocket jump for now. Kanavi still coming in. Zay's got to go mega, looking for the stun. Boomerang there, and he's going to dodge away from the darkened daggers from Kanavi and just get himself out of dodge.
The thing, though, this is really, really bad for MIBR loss, because you really need this top.
Stun!
Oh, no!
Zayas just skulls him!
Oh my god, and that's why Zeus is Zeus, baby. Like, this man, you can put him on a losing matchup, he will still find miracle plays like this one, and it's how the team plays around him as well. The early wards, the gank from Kanavi to be able to set him up for the trade, and Zest wants to continue trading. He knows that he needs to try to get a lead in this matchup, but Zeus knows with the Mega Gnar. He lands the stun. I mean, he spaces him out, trying to zone him up.
Just the edge of the hitbox.
Flashes on him and takes him down, and this game is all to the wrong foot for MIBR.
Auto! Poison! Zeka dead! Feisty solo kills. Meanwhile, we look at the bottom lane. It's Gumayushi just killed Duda.
It's laning kills all across the board. I didn't think there would be 2v2 kills in the Seraphine Sigs bot lane matchup. We'll definitely need a replay of that. And then Zeka dying to Feisty as well.
Yeah.
I want a replay of both.
I think we will need it.
Yeah.
So, opportune moment here for MIBR loss in the mid lane, but The rest is going pretty one-sided towards Hanwha Life. 600 gold lead at that as well. Which replay first? Mid.
I mean, both mid laners here
no mana.
are on the edge. And I'm guessing Feisty just... But he's so low mana, he actually kills Sekka here. I guess he flashes over the Sekka EQ, maybe.
Because Noxious Blast didn't
Oh,
connect.
he hit
Scatter the
level
weak.
4.
Oh.
And then he gets the auto attack.
The auto and then
the burn. Wow, that was more damage than I expected. I'm not surprised that he died there. We'll have to see. So he gets flash comboed by Delight into the stun, into the Seraphine root. Yeah.
That was clean. Delight, insane turn in the bottom lane. But I think we need to bring it back to square one while mid is very good here for Lost. I think top lane, a bit of a disaster.
Yeah.
You said top was all about that Tristana.
Yeah, so my previous win con for MIBR Lost was this Tristana. And I think, I don't want to be a negative Nancy, but I think that win con is gone and dusted at this point.
Oh,
now, Gnar already has the Ruby Crystal, he has the Cloth Armor. I don't think Seth is going to be able to consistently be able to really chunk Zeus, get plates like you'd want to, unless Curse or Ackerman is able to get involved and get him ahead again. So it's more just going to be about Feisty, be about Curse, playing around this mid, especially since the fact that Sekka has no flash. Curse is level 5. Once he gets that level 6, that's a prime target that he can look for in that mid lane.
6 now achieved here by the Snake. Good scatter the weak here from Zekka. We'll just pace away from the Miasma. As Curse is in the vicinity. Level 6 coming up here for Zayas with the Mega Gnar. He's got an angle. Exhausted, but what will he find? Needs a stun up. About to go to Mega. There it is. The timer wasn't found in time. So Zest is going to survive and live.
And that was so close that Zest needed to burn the flash there. If it took one more auto attack to get the second W reset, Zeus would have been able to ulti, but Curse is coming in. There's no ward for Zeus.
Gets the stun up and use it on the minions. And just runs away. Zeus not going to overextend here. No TP. He'll walk back to lane while Zest looks for a hard push.
But it's really clever and intelligent from Zeus here, as they're actually looking for a bot lane play.
And it's a great angle as well. Good dredge line to hold the play up, but with a pop-up in the air with the pulverize, Ackerman sent back. The headbutt's perfect. The trample even better. Ackerman thinks, can I flash over the wall? He doesn't want to burn it. They try to predict it. An auto, a bounce, the flash auto from Guma. Seraphine 2-0.
Ackerman, he tried to get out, but a really good play by Delight. Wrapping around them, get the combo, get them into Gumayusi, and Dudu, without any mana, is not able to try to help his support out.
I like it, Jack. Called him Dudu.
Duda.
Duda.
My bad.
I believe. I
the bot
saw
lane is
that as
looking
well.
rough.
It was hard for me because I look at that, I'm like,
Duda.
talking a lot about Korea today, and I'm seeing Dudu on my board, but I'm not seeing actual Dudu. Ackerman here. Set up from a nice play. Angle from Delight.
Yeah, really good wraparound from Delight. Able to get onto Ackerman. And Gumayusi, he gets the double Q. And it's just pretty easy. Like, it's a good flash from Ackerman. He holds it at the last second, flashing the Seraphine Q, but we're not done. Cess jumping in. Ackerman,
Making
Curse
the
right
roam.
here.
You said it needed to happen. Here it comes. Curse looking for the roam as well. Going to go into Mega Gnar, though. 3 members top first here. For MIBR. The engage, so Hanwha Life are here to support the pop away. Zest is out of there, but he's abandoned the rest of his team. Zayas gets on the board, and Curse gets the hell out of top lane.
And Zeus, he's just too tanky. He's able to buy enough time for his team, so he doesn't go down. He takes down Ackerman, and he's now 2-0, 700 gold up. Absolutely destroying this top lane.
Well, the fear as Guma gets flushed on him by Duda. No, he just satcheled instead. Excuse
Yeah, he's
me.
satcheled forward.
I was like, that's a bit of distance.
Sekka's here.
So,
Sekka's here.
How does Ziggs get out of this? He's going to take some plating. He's going to put the minefield down. Bouncing bomb, scout of the week. Zekka's here. Unleashes power. And Duda is in the dirt, 0-2.
There's some nice attempts here. He tries to get Gumayusi low, but Sekka with the roam is able to pick him up, and now Cest might be in trouble again. He wants to break this wave, but the light is in the bush.
Can the rocket jump be buffered? Zest is like something fishy in this top lane. He doesn't want to go too close. The wave in a horrible spot. Kanavi's moving up as well. Delight flash pulverized. Bops midway. Zest still gets out though, but the Trample's going to find the sun as Kanavi has the ult. He launches the daggers instead, and Zayas autos for the kill. Not only is top going poorly, it is going absolutely perfectly for Zayas.
And Delight gives him no counterplay. I mean, scary there for Sekka. Ends up being fine, but says he buffered the Delight combo, but still Delight held it. As they're now TPing for the grubs, Delight is back on the map. He's looking for the flank. He might even find it.
Because he's not spotted out. He's got a blast cone there as well. He's gone deep into the blue buff. Is he going to shadow top lane again for Zeus for the respawn is my question, Jack. But into grubs, he's got a lot of angles.
Yeah, I mean, Curse might look for the grubs here. Does Ackerman want to fight?
Dredge line, but Ackerman's by himself.
Yeah, it's going to be 1 grub for MIBR loss and 2 grubs for Hamwa Life. Oh, and it resets. Well, he smited it. It's fine.
Now, of course, 2 went over to Kanavi, but Curse got the last one. That's why the logo popped up on the screen. But, you know, as Zeka comes down again,
oh no, again?
I think Duda needs a break. He's got flash. Beat drop. He flashes in into Guma instead, but Encore on the ground. And Guma will move to 3 kills as well. Bayana was hoping that Humble Life were tired, but I think they've found a solution for that, Jack. They'll just have a quick BO1 instead.
They don't look tired, and Seka's roaming more on the Syndra than your average Silas. He's everywhere on this map. As he shuts down Duda one more time, and now he's already back in mid lane, TPing, stunning up Feisty, dodging the Nautilus hook.
Ackerman's going to get the auto attack down. Petrifying goes to the slow. Zeka in a bit of trouble with the Twin Fangs. Noxious Blast follow-up. But the kill's not found. At least Zeka, after teleporting back in, is a bit low. As he levels up, that'll heal a bit. And the passive from Delight will get his health back up as well. There's a jump on. Zay's in a bit of trouble. No Megamar to rely on as well. Zest jumps back in. Zay's getting on out. Lethal Tempo's great. Setting up with the satchel and the explosion. Zest gets a bit of damage down, but no kill either.
I do wonder there if Zest chose to exhaust Zeus immediately. He maybe could have tried to burn the flash. Oh, Ackerman, I don't know if he wants this.
X-Flash away in the nick of time. Delight was looking at it. Scatter the Week comes through as well. Orbs are down. Zeka thinking about the angle. Dredge line not going to connect. And now over the wing, there's Curse. If he can find the angle onto Zeka, Ackerman needs a Dredge line. A heroic angle as Kanavi stealing away the Raptors. It's a 3v3 through the mid lane, but Hummer Life now know with this deep ward, they're not going to take it.
Yeah, Feisty has no ultimate. They're going to have to back off unless Ackerman not able to find the hook. And with that, it's going to be just Curse farming up the top scuttle. And Humble Life remain in full control of this map. You can see their bot side vision. They've set up such great wards. We keep seeing Delight able to get full deep vision, making it so hard for Curse to do anything. 0 kill participation in this game, and a lot of that has come from all the wards that Delight has invested and how intelligent the Hanwha Life solo laners have played around any sort of ambush from Curse.
It's been an intelligent game, it's been an explosive game. It feels like an insult that it is currently 7-1 versus Brazil, but I will say, I mean, they put up a good fight at first, but top lane falling down. Jack, you initiated the conversation about how important it was. Dredgeline's going to connect here. Depth charge as well. Fights in a good angle. Myers went down, but they don't have the kill. Navi's here to stunt their grosses. Delight gets knocked up into the air. He goes into the Unbreakable Will. Good stun on the Curse, but Humble Life, they're taking more damage here. Feisty's getting some DPS down. Dredgeline only onto a dog. Navi thinks about the re-engage. Guma's coming in. Remember the man with the most gold on the team so far. Ackerman gets launched on as well. Delight gets a flash out as well. Encore flies through away from the Ziggs Mega. Phono Bomber's Curse is low. Kanavi jumping on the turret. Here we got the reset now. Duda came in. He thought he could add input, but no. Kanavi will take 3. Takes a chunk out of MIBR. And Humble Life are up 11-1.
And this is why Humble Life are your MSI champions. You can see it in their team fighting, in their skirmishes, in their mechanics. All of them live on such low HP, but they just continuously outplay in the team fight.
And now Delight's ghosting in on top of Zest. He knows he's going to be trampled against the wall. He buffers nicely. Zest with the rock almost there. Dredge line in, I don't know. Delight gets flashed on rather so. Zest finds Zayas, but he needs a recharge. Flashing back in. Delight gives Zayas the auto attack. The engaged mastermind is 009 and is having a field day in EWC Day 1.
And they're just styling on him, Jake. I'm not going to lie. This is
brutal.
This is crazy right now. It is tough for MIBR loss. They need, I think, 3 miracles to be able to come back in this game. As we watch this replay, it starts off pretty good for MIBR loss here. They have a lot of damage onto the light, some damage onto Kanavi, and it's looking decent. The biggest win for Humble Life is that Gumayusi is coming first, and with that knowledge, Kanavi goes into Ackerman. He's able to get him really low, and then, I mean, they just clean up the fight. They're able to just continue fighting. Kanavi flashes out of the tower, takes down, hits all the Qs. Makes it look easy.
Well, take Cycler Sword came early, and it's paying dividends off. But Hummer Life, regardless, all lanes. Zeka, maybe. Opportunity here for Feisty, the best performing lane here for MIBR. Unleash power, scatter the weak, the 1v1 continues. Twin Fang, though, Feisty gets another kill.
That's 2 solo kills for Feisty.
2 solo kills against Zeka. Not everybody can say that.
Those are the only 2 kills.
They are the only 2 kills, but he will walk away from this regardless, saying, I killed Zeka by myself twice.
That is true. That is a very nice accomplishment. We'll have to hope that they can get something more than just that.
Okay.
But for now, that's a nice silver lining.
Only one with a gold lead as well.
Yeah.
It's Casio. Not sure. We saw before this game started, it was 0 and 2. Not sure what happened on the B stream, but hasn't had the most successful day.
I mean, it's interesting that Humble Life chose to pick the Syndra over the Casio. I feel like thus far we've seen the Syndra win against the Casio, but I feel like the Casio overall to me looks quite a bit stronger than the Syndra.
True.
Although once you get to that 20-minute, 25-minute point, it can definitely get a lot more annoying for the Casio playing into the Syndra with how much range she has with her stuns and Scatter the Weak.
Delight again, great engage. On to Feisty, want to get revenge here for their mid laners. They're going to walk on up. He bounces forward, going into Mega Petrifying Gauge, dodge away from Naxxus Blast as well, doing damage. Kuma teleports in to run away. Dredgeline in. Not a bad fight here for MIBR. Zez gets engaged on again. There's the on-call, the charm out as well, but the damage is all pretty much melee outside of Gumayushi. Mega Inferno Bomb chunks out the Gnar. And Humble Life, it's strange to say, but they're not winning this fight because 5 members of MIBR in the bottom lane, but still Curse is about to drop on down. Zez looking for the auto attack. Flag and drag goes away from him. He can't get the Cataclysm off. Guma steps up as well, gets the slow one down. Humble Life only lose Delight, and now Duda dies as well. They are 3v5ing, and they've already found up 2 kills as Kanavi is coming up to pick up the drags. And meanwhile, playing payphone in the top lane, Zeka is PVMing, while Ackerman is going to be the last to drop. Sayas lives, and the style point for Humble Life cannot be greater in their opening game.
They just won 3v5, Jake. They just won 3 versus 5. How are they able to find the outplays consistently? It looked so bad for them. MIBR Lost had them on the ropes. They could have just ran them down, but it's repeatedly outplays from Humble Life that make the game so difficult for them to play. Cest goes a little bit too deep to begin with. He gets really chunked, but they get a great 6 ult onto Guma. Now Guma's low. If we just pause here, like all of Humble Life look pretty damn dead on my screen.
They should be dead.
But Curse takes so much damage. He gets knocked into the wall. He tries to flash out, gets the EQ on Zeus, but Zeus dodges it, kills him in the ult animation. And then Guma is able to find the Q onto Duda as well, take him down, and it's just so difficult for MIBR Lost to be able to play anything if you can't win even a 3 versus 5.
No. Zeka was just pushing top in the meanwhile, and I think Kanavi slowly walked down from stealing top camps. I'm not sure what he was doing up there, but regardless, 7,500 gold lead. I haven't talked about dragons or objectives because naturally they are Humble Lives here in this game.
Yeah, I think that's a given at this point. Yeah. It's a 7,000 gold lead at 15 minutes. It's 2 grubs, 2 dragons, and a herald on top now. It's not going to be a perfect game for Humble Life, but it's pretty damn close to it.
It is pretty explosive regardless. Delight, is he caught out? You know the answer, probably know at this point. Duda might be the one as well. Satchel charge away, really nice movement. He has to flash in the end. As Herald is going to open up the mid wave with a couple of orders from Humble Life to follow through as well. And the siege will begin.
I'm trying to find another silver lining, Jake. What you got? You got something for me?
We are watching the MSI champions destroy. Depth charge, 3-man from Delight.
Oh my God.
The encore as well. There's a turret there, but Delight cares not as Kanavi brings out the pack, rolls in, gets the reset, gets a double. And Humble Life haven't missed a beat off of winning MSI to them breaking the hearts of the CB LOL. The Hound in pursuit for another triple, and Kanavi let the dogs out here in day 1.
You know what, Jake? Humble Life seems pretty damn good.
They're not bad. They could win an international.
They could win a few, probably.
They could win back-to-back internationals. I don't know. I don't want to be an overact Andy, but they look pretty good.
They look pretty damn good, and they're not stopping here. Now, Facey has to try to outplay this 1v2, but I don't think it's possible.
He's going to have to turn more feisty than that. Delight, again, just finding another simple engage. No damage done. Unleash power and execute. No, not needed. Drops the orb down. And another kill. And, yeah, meanwhile, camera pans down bot after Dragon goes down. Zayas was not caught. Half HP. Zest tried to get his number.
12,000 gold lead here. 20-3 in the kill score.
Okay, is Kanavi going to die? Nautilus over the wall.
They have a teleport.
He just ults. He's in Hound Pursuit in. Going to call the pack in. He's exhausted. Kanavi buying time. Teleport. And the boys. Here's Zayas in. Minina. His autos are enough. The Boomerang Blade hops over Dudar's head. Sabotage aren't going to save his life. Mega Inferno Bomb not even necessary because the play was already over. Delight cuts off the escape. And Harm Alive, they don't have time to sit here and chat. They've got a game in under 20 minutes to win.
Are they going to end? Are we going to see a sub 20-minute game?
Surely not. What are the death timers here? Jack, 15 seconds on 3.
I think they're going to try. This would be historic. Like, after we've seen plates on all towers.
Encore, Feisty walks away from it. A little bit used here, but Hum Alive are on the Nexus turrets anyway. Under 20 minutes. Is it under 19 is the question. One Nexus turret. MIB are respawning. Scout of the week there. Petrified Gaze does nothing. Delight gets a two-man knockup while Zayas is dealing with Zest off the side. Cataclysm comes down, but they can't kill the Mini-Nah. Zest is going to die as well. Scout of the week on the Little Ziggs. Dudar dead in an instant as Zuckerman joins him in 19 minutes and 10 seconds. Hanwha Live assert their dominance, debuting at EWC 26.
And this is why they are your MSI champions. 19 minutes victory. They didn't even have the 6. They had the Seraphine.
Bro, they heard catering is serving up soon. They got to go. They want to eat before their next one.
That was incredible.
That was an absolute slapping.
I felt like after T1 versus GAM, we kind of thought, yeah, this is going to be competitive. This is going to be close. These teams can get stomped in the early game. Hanwha Live says no. No, we cannot.
They've already had their warm-up. They had about a month of it at MSI. And now coming to the tournament, CBLOL, they're not out. They go to the lower bracket, but I would not want to be in Hanwha Live's group after watching that. I can tell you exactly who is because, yeah, it is Lion and JDG. The winner of that will verse that version of Hanwha Live.
No, that's too scary. I think that's too scary, for sure. I mean, we saw Lion up against Hanwha Live. They nearly took them down in a nail-biter Game 5 series. So it's possible, but this Hanwha Live seemed even better somehow.
Yeah. I have not in the new, especially since Baron went back to 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And there's plating. I have not seen a sub 20-minute game for a long time as we go to the stage where Zayas is standing by with our host.
What a dominant game from HLE here, as expected. Congratulations, Zeus, for this first win, of course. Mesdames et messieurs, on peut applaudir HLE2, s'il vous plaît.
You, of course, have tremendous support. Literally 3 days ago, you lifted the MSI trophy. How are you feeling with an opportunity to secure another international trophy in such a short space of time?
일단 제우스 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 첫 번째 질문은 바로 3일 전에 사실 MSI 트로피를 들러 올리셨습니다. 그래서 다시 한번 거의 뭐 일주일 연속으로 지금 트로피를 들어올리는데 도전하시는데 지금 얼마나 좀 자신이 있으시고 지금 소감이 어떠신지 궁금합니다.
사실 이동 시간이랑 뭐 이것저것 하느라 거의 결승전 끝나고 연습을 거의 못했었는데 그냥 아직 그 여운이 가시지 않아서 그냥 그때 느낌으로 계속 열심히 지금 하고 있는 것 같고 경기력에 대해서 좀 걱정하고 있었는데 오늘 경기력 보니까 좀 다시 자신감이 생기는 것 같습니다.
Yeah, obviously I mean, it's almost like yesterday. It feels like yesterday. I mean, we just literally won MSI, and then we had a long moving time. So, yeah, so I think we just carry our feeling of winning MSI to here. So that being said, I'm really sorry.
No worries.
Yeah.
Take your time, brother. It's all good.
Yeah. So yeah,
he's ready for the challenge.
Yeah, I'm really. He's right. I'm sorry about that. 다시 한번 말씀해 주시죠.
어디서부터 말씀드려요?
끝나고 나서 제가 하시는 말씀 뭐냐.
일단 시차 적응도 하고 사실 시간이 별로 없어서 경기력 걱정 좀 했었는데 오늘 경기 보니까 아직 자신 많이 있는 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I was very worried about our performance because there was a long moving time.
Yes.
But we're very prepared and we showed a good game. So yeah, I'm feeling really great here.
Seems like it.
Très rapidement, le MSI c'était il y a seulement 3 jours, tu soulevais ce trophée. Est-ce que tu as envie de garder un petit peu ce momentum ici? Bah ouais, j'ai l'impression que c'était hier. En plus, on a eu un long temps de trajet pour arriver ici à Paris, donc j'avais un peu peur qu'on n'ait pas forcément ce momentum. Mais là, on revient en confiance. And I want to ask you, Zeus, there's nothing much that MIBR could do against you in this game, but who do you have your eyes on in this tournament? Which team do you think is the best here at EWC apart from your team?
사실 MIBR이 사실 뭐 거의 상대가 안 될 정도로 정말 압도적인 경기를 펼쳐졌는데 그렇다면은 어떤 팀이 좀 하나생명을 상대로 그래도 견줄 만한 팀이다라는 거를 좀 보여줄 수 있을까요?
아무래도 MSI에선 저희가 그래도 다 이기고 올라왔기 때문에 좀 쉬다가 온 젠지가 조금 무섭네요. 네.
I mean, we won against all the teams at MSI, so I'm a little worried about Genji because they have a very good rest time. So yeah, I think Genji.
Yeah, they got to rest. Indy, donc dernière question, tu as tes yeux sur qui? Parce que MIBR, on les a vus galérer contre vous, mais qui penses-tu qui est la meilleure équipe ici à part HLE? Et ben moi je pense Genji. Ils ont eu le temps de se reposer, donc je me méfie un petit peu d'eux.
Thank you, and thank you, Maddox, and to HLE. Congratulations once again. That is the end of the best of ones. Next time you see us on stage with a winner's interview, we'll be crushing some keys. See you soon.
Los and the rest of the squad here not able to bounce back against Hanwha Life Esports as Zest, Curse, Feisty, Duda, and Ackerman will go back to the drawing board in their best of threes later as Hanwha Life Esports poured it on. Despite a solo kill in the mid lane, it was all HLE.
Yeah, I mean, HLE, it's not a surprise the form they've been in, but especially the fact that Zayas came out so far ahead in the top matchup. Delight on his trademark Alistair. So much in the early stages of the year, there was a lot more Enchanter play, but seeing him back on these engage picks, he just puts on a clinic.
He really does, and I think the draft here for Hanwha Life Esports was fairly risky in that it's running a Syndra, right? It does not actually have that much damage throughput. The Seraphine can do a lot of CC and can do damage later on, starts to do a lot of AP, but it can also, if it really struggles to get off the ground, be very low damage. And then you consider, if you look at the top lane matchup here between the Gnar and the Tristana that Zest picks up here, pretty risky for Zayas, tough matchup for the Gnar. So my concern going into the game was, what if Zayas doesn't get off the ground? What if the bottom 2v2 ends up struggling? This could be a rough draft for Hanwha Life Esports, but all resources were given to Zayas. He ended up getting 3 kills early on and exploded, and this game just fell apart, it seems.
I think one of the most frustrating things going up against Zayas that I've seen for teams is that you can give a favorable matchup into him, and he just ends up navigating it so well. Here, we saw the attempt to take the 1v1, and this max range, just the edge of the wallop catches, and the immediate punish with the boulder into flash auto. Just so well played.
And it's set up by Kanavi too, right? The wave gets held away. They're not able to follow up. And then here, they think, okay, we've got to punish this Gnar. We still got to play through this Tristana. Has level 6. Zayas buys time here, baits it in. And then as the rest of the team is showing up and going over here, he gets the crush in, gets the knockbacks. And essentially what was an attempt to get back into the game here is the end of the game, unfortunately, here for the CBLOL squad.
Yeah, again, just seeing the power of the winningest top laner of all time. Definitely of recent history, having won all the titles. We showed that graphic earlier with them and with Zeus and Zeka, the Z's doing work. Showed his might and power there, and then it was time to see what that gold lead looked like in the mid lane at around 16 minutes there as they dove into the second turret.
I mean, this combo, this 1-2 from Goom and Delight is so slick, so flawless. I've always said, whenever Delight plays Alistair, it feels like the engages. His Pulverize is a bigger AoE. He has a longer range on the headbutt, and here they're syncing it up with the Encore. The game was done long before this, but this was just the icing on the cake.
Yeah, if they were behind and made a play like this, it could have changed the whole trajectory of the game. But ahead, they ended the game in sub 20 minutes. It was around 19:02 or so when the Nexus fell, and this was really the back-breaking blow. The game was done before this, but Hanwha Life Esports finished it in style.
Yeah, and with that, we also have the update from B-Stream, where JDG took control of the game and slowly choked the life out of Lion there. So it is the LPL squad up against the LCK squad in Hanwha Life Esports. And then we have an Americas matchup with MIBR Los versus Lion. That one will be later on today.
Yeah, and we heard Zeus talking in the interview about how, they beat all the teams at MSI. They feel confident against those. Obviously, he talked about Gen G, but JDG, another team who wasn't at that tournament, they haven't got to test themselves against. So I think HLE definitely favored in that matchup, but it'll be interesting to see how it plays out in that head-to-head.
All right, as you can see behind us, it is time for some best of threes, and it will be a French affair as it is Carmine Corp doing battle against Team Secret. After this content, don't go anywhere. You're watching EWC 2026.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
EWC at the FanFest League of Legends booth. Guys, they have League of Legends Classic, an exclusive. You cannot play this anywhere else, maybe on PvE, but right here. Now come with me. Look at this beautiful Baron. Look at that. We're going to get something monumental like that. They have a Baron Smite challenge over here. They have 5v5 booth stations. If you win the game, you have a chance to win tickets to Sunday's League of Legends final. That's sold out, by the way. It's sold out. Walk with me now. We have much more. Excuse me, gentlemen. Excuse me. We have a beautiful, beautiful turret right here. Millions of likes. I swear to God, by the way. I swear. Beautiful over here, Katarina visual, monitor. Guys, and let me remind you one more time, this is an exclusive experience to play League of Legends Classic, the game that you remember from years ago, but that's like, we're talking about 15 years ago. You can play it right here, EWC FanFest. Come to the League of Legends booth. I'll be waiting. No PC. Nah, you got me messed up. I'm playing. Hey, get off the computer. No, what? Get off the computer. Let's play.
What would you do with $75 million?
I would travel the world, I would invest. I know a bit of a boring answer. And I would help people when I can. I'll buy things for my family.
A house for my mom. Yeah. Invest so I keep some money for the future.
Everyone's just out here saying, oh, I'd spend it on my family. I would invest it smartly in smart enterprises. We need Americans, because Americans will come out here and be like, I buy 10 Ferraris, bruh. What if I say that I think you're lying?
I don't know. Do you think I'm lying?
Yes. The first thing that you're going to do is buy all of the jerseys from your favorite players. I think you're going to buy 10 fancy cars and go crazy.
Okay, I'm lying.
I would invest it into probably a retirement account.
Why are you such a liar?
I'm a finance major. I just graduated with a finance degree, so...
So don't lie. You're going to pay off your student loans first.
No, actually I wouldn't, because I have an interest-free loan from my parents.
Oh, so he came from money. Let's go to someone who doesn't have a silver spoon in their mouth.
That's right.
What would you do with $75 million?
I'd buy an esports team.
Hell Hell yeah, this is what we're talking about. Why are you wearing a Teemo hat watching Dota? Do you think that maybe this is, you're a traitor?
Yeah, this is my traitor, yeah. A big PC. Like a nerd, like a real nerd. Lakeside mansion, you know, a good little Lamborghini here and there.
Ooh, what color?
Ooh, has to be red.
Super Asian looking Teemo, what would you do with $75 million?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Sick.
Buy my first PlayStation and Forza 6. That's it.
Yeah, PlayStations are expensive right now, so a lot of that 75 mil is going towards that. Okay, rejection. It's just like high school all over again. I'm all alone.
I'd buy this arena, honestly. I would name it after myself, and everybody would have to play at my arena. This would just be mine now.
You think that this is 75 mil? A little delulu.
Okay.
You could buy the parking lot.
Parking lot, I'll name it after myself. Perfect.
Yes! Okay, now shoot. Ooh, maybe he can use the 75 mil to buy some skills.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
All right, we're here at the KC booth. Now, these guys are a little bit salty because they just got bodied in their last match. Guys, how are we feeling about the next?
It's Genji. They are the winner of the EWC. How? Okay, even we got bombed, like you said. It's a good matchup. It's a good match.
This guy is absolutely coping, has no idea what he's talking about. I got... They're getting real rowdy over here. Guys, be honest here. Out of 100%, what are your chances to beat Genji? Team Secret.
Oh, we won against Team Secret. So.
Any wins this tournament, what are your odds? This guy is thinking about it though. He's not even confident in his own team.
Nah, it's a free match. We're gonna
free match, like you have 90% free, like for free. Maybe 10